for items, utensils, pots, buckets, pictures, mirrors, etc. were presented. Elephants were also sent for the procession. Though all this though Though all this paraphernalia increased enormously, Sai Baba ignored all these things and maintained his simplicity and modesty as before. It is to be noted that both the Hindus and Mohammedans have been working in unison in both the procession during the entire festival, and there has been no confrontation or quarrel between them at all so far. First, about 5,000 to 7,000 people used to gather, but that figure went up to 75,000 in some years. Still, there was no outbreak of any epidemic disease nor any riots worth the name during past so many years. Repairs to the masjid. Another important idea occurred to Gopal Gand. Just as he started the urus or fair, he thought that he should repair and renovate the masjid. So, in order to carry out the repairs, he collected stones and got them dressed. But this work was not assigned to him. This was reserved for Nana Sahib Chandorkar and the payment work for Kakasaheb Dikshit. Initially, Baba was unwilling to allow them to have work done, but with the intervention of Mahalspati, a local devotee of Baba, his permission was secured. Baba took a small gadi for his seat, disregarding the usual piece of sackcloth used till then. In 1911, the Sabha Mandap was also put in order with great labor and effort. The open space in front of the masjid was very small and inconvenient. Kakasaheb Dikshit wanted to extend it and put a roofing on it. At great expense, he got iron post, pillars, and trusses and started the work. At night, all the devotees worked hard and fixed the posts. But Baba, when he returned from Chowdi next morning, uprooted them all and threw them out. Once it so happened that Baba got very excited, caught a pole with one hand and began to shake and uproot it with the other. With the other hand, caught Tatya Patil's neck. He took by force Tatya's feta, struck a match, set it on fire, and threw it in a pit. At that time, Baba's eyes flashed like burning embers. None dared to look at him. All got terribly frightened. Baba took out a rupee from his pocket and threw it there, as if it were an offering on an auspicious occasion. Tatya was also much frightened. None knew what was going to happen to Tatya and none dared to interfere. Bhagoji Shinde, the leaper devotee of Baba, made a bold advance, but he was pushed aside by Baba. Madhavrao was also similarly treated, pelted with brick pieces. So all those who went to intercede with were similarly dealt with. But after some time, Baba's anger cooled down. He sent for a shopkeeper, got from him an embroidered feta, and himself tied it on Tatya's head, as if he was being given a special honor. All the people were wonderstruck to see the strange behavior of Baba. They were at loss to know what enraged Baba so suddenly and what led him to assault Tatya Patil and why his anger cooled down the next moment. Baba was sometimes very calm and quiet and talked sweet things with love, but suddenly, with or without any reason, got enraged. Many such incidents may be related, but I do not know which to choose and which to omit. I therefore refer them as they occur to me. In the next chapter, the question whether Baba was a Hindu or Mohammedan will be taken up, and his yogic practices and powers and other matters will also be dealt with. Go to Sri Sai, peace be told, Sri Sachidananda Sadguru.
Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Namita. Thank you so much. Okay, Mahalakshmi. Yeah, yes. You'll be finishing chapter 7. You and yours. Sure. Thank you.
Om Sai Ram. Chapter 7, Wonderful Incarnation, Behavior of Sai Baba, His Yogic Practices, His All-Pervasiveness and Mercy, Leaper Devotees Service, Master Kapadev's Plague Case, and Going to Pandharpur. Wonderful Incarnation. Sai Baba knew all yogic practices. He was well versed in the 6 processes including Dauti, stomach cleaning by a moistened piece of lemon, 3 inches in breadth and 2.5 inches in length, Kanda Yoga, that is separating his limbs and joining them again, and Samadhi, etc. If you thought that he was a Hindu, he looked like a Yavan, and if you thought him to be a Yavan, he looked like a pious Hindu. No one definitely knew whether he was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. He celebrated the Hindu festival of Ram Navami with all due formalities and at the same time permitted the sandal procession of the Mohammedans. He encouraged wrestling bouts in this festival. When Gokulashtami came, he got the Gopakala ceremony duly performed, and on Eid festivals, he allowed the Mohammedans to say their prayers, namaz, in his masjid. Once during Muharram festivals, some Mohammedans proposed to construct a tazia or a tabut in the masjid, keep it there for some days, and afterwards take it in a procession through the village. Sai Baba allowed the keeping of the tabut for 4 days, and on the 5th day got it removed from the masjid without the least compulsion. If we say that he was a Mohammedan, his ears were pierced, that is, had holes, according to the Hindu custom. And if you think he was a Hindu, he advocated the practice of circumcision, though according to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who observed him closely, he was not himself circumcised. It's written in the article Sai Leela Baba Hindu Ki Yavan by B.V. Dev, page 562. If you call him Hindu, he always lived in the masjid. And if Mohammedan, he always had duni, the sacred fire there, and the following things which are contrary to the Mohammedan religion, that is grinding on the handmill, blowing of the conch and bells, oblation in fire, bhajan, giving food and worship of Baba's feet by means of argya, were allowed there. If you think that he was a Mohammedan, the best of the Brahmins and Agnihotris, leaving aside their orthodox ways, fell at his feet. Those who went to make enquiries about his caste were dumbfounded and were captured by his darshan. So no one could definitely decide whether Sai Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. This is no wonder, for he who completely surrenders himself to the Lord, by getting rid of his egoism and body consciousness, thus becomes one with him and has nothing to do with the questions of caste or nationality. Baba saw no difference between any two castes and even between two beings. He took meat and fish with the fakirs, but did not grumble when the dogs touched the dishes with their mouths. Such a unique and wonderful incarnation was Sai Baba. On account of the merits in my past birth, I had the good fortune to sit at his feet and enjoy his blessed company. The joy and delight I derived therefrom was incomparable. In fact, Sai Baba was pure Anand and consciousness. I cannot sufficiently describe him, his greatness and uniqueness. He who took delight at his feet was established in his own self. Many sannyasis and sadhaks and all sorts of men aspiring for salvation came to Sai Baba. He always walked, talked and laughed with them and always uttered Allah Malik. God is the sole owner. He never disliked discussion or disputation. He was always calm and controlled, though irritable at times, and always preached Vedanta, and nobody knew till the last who was Sai Baba. Princes and poor people were treated alike by him. He knew the inmost secrets of all, and when he gave expression to them, all were surprised. He was the repository of all knowledge, still he feigned ignorance. He also disliked honor. Such were the characteristics of Sai Baba. Though he had a human body, his deeds testified to his godhood, and all people considered him as the God in Shirdi. Behavior of Sai Baba. Ignorant that I am, I cannot describe Baba's miracles. He got almost all the temples in Shirdi repaired, and through Tatya Patil, the temples of Shani, Ganapati, Shankar Parvati, village deity, and Maruti were put in order. His charity was also remarkable. The money he used to collect as dakshina was freely distributed, rupees 20 to some, rupees 15 or rupees 50 to others every day. The recipients thought that this was pure charity money and Baba wished that it should be usefully employed. People benefited immensely by having Baba's darshan. Some became hale and hearty, and wicked people were turned into good ones. Leprosy was cured in some cases, and many got their desires fulfilled without any medicine being put in the eyes. Some blind men got back their sight, some lame ones got their limbs. Nobody could see the end of his extraordinary greatness. His fame spread far and wide, and pilgrims from all sides flocked to Shirdi. Baba had his asana near the Duni and was always rested there. He sat there in meditation, sometimes without a bath. He used to tie a small white turban on his head, wear a clean dhota around his waist, and a shirt on his body. This was his attire in the beginning, and he first practiced medicine in the village. He examined the patients and gave medicines. He was always successful, and he became a famous hakim, doctor. A curious case may be narrated here. One devotee had his eyes quite red and swollen. No doctor was available in Shirdi. The other devotees took him to Baba. In such cases, other doctors would use ointments, anjans, cow's milk, and camphorated drugs, etc. Baba's remedy was quite unique. He pounded some biba, some carpus anacardium, that's marking nuts, and made 2 balls of them and thrust them on in each eye of the patient and wrapped a cloth bandage round them. Next day, the bandage was removed and water was poured over them. The inflammation subsided and the pupils became white and clear. Though the eyes are very delicate, the biba caused no hurt but removed the disease of the eyes. Many such cases were cured, and this is only one instance in this regard. Baba's yogic practices. Baba knew all the processes and practices of yoga. 2 of them will be described here. 1. Dauti Kriya or cleansing process. Every 3rd day, Baba went to the well near the banyan tree at a considerable distance from the masjid, washed his mouth, and had a bath. On one occasion, he was seen throwing up his intestines, clean them inside out, and place them on a jam tree for drying. There are people in Shirdi who have actually seen this and who have testified to this fact. Ordinary dauti is done by a moistened piece of linen, 3 inches broad, 2.5 feet long, and this piece is gulped down the throat and allowed to remain in the stomach for about half an hour for being reached there and then taken out. But Baba's dauti was quite unique and extraordinary.
Khanda Yoga. In this practice, Baba extracted the limbs from his body and left them separately at different places in the masjid. Once a gentleman went to the masjid and saw the limbs of Baba lying in separate places. He was terrified. He first thought of running to the village officers and informing them of Baba being hacked to pieces and murdered. He thought that perhaps he would be held responsible as he was the first informant and knew something of the affair. So he kept silent. But next day when he went to the masjid, he was very much surprised to see Baba hale and hearty as before. He thought what he had seen the previous day was only a dream. Baba practiced yoga since his infancy, and nobody knew and guessed his proficiency. He had attained it in it. He charged no fees for his cures, became renowned and famous by his virtue of his merits, gave help to many poor and suffering people. This famous doctor of doctors cared not for his interests, but always worked for the good and welfare of others, himself suffering unbearable and terrible pain many a time in the process. One such instance I will relate now, which shows all pervasive and the most merciful character of Sai Baba. Baba's all pervasiveness and mercy. In the year 1910, Baba was sitting near the dhuni on Diwali and warming himself. He was putting firewood into the dhuni, which was burning brightly. A little later, instead of pushing logs of wood, Baba pushed his arms in the dhuni, into the dhuni. His arm was scorched and burned. This was noticed by the errand boy Madhav and also by Madhav Deshpande, Shama. They at once ran to Baba, and Madhav clasped Baba by his waist from behind and dragged him forcibly backward and said, Deva, why you done this? Then Baba came to his senses and replied, the wife of a blacksmith at some distant place was working the bellows of a furnace. Her husband called her, forgetting that a child was on her lap. She got up hastily and the child slipped into the furnace. I immediately thrust my hands into the furnace and saved the child. I do not mind my arm being hurt, but I am glad the life of the child is saved. Leper devotee service. On hearing the news of Baba's hand being burned from Shama, mother of Deshpande, Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, accompanied by the famous doctor Parmanand of Mumbai with his medical outfit, consisting of ointments, lint and bandages, etc., rushed to Shirdi and requested Baba to allow Dr. Parmanand to examine the arm and dress the wound caused by the burn. This was refused. Ever since the burnt arm was dressed by Bhaguji Sinde, a leper devotee, his treatment consisted in massaging the burnt part with ghee and then placing a leaf over it and bandaging it tightly. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar solicited Baba many a time to unfasten the bandages, get the wound examined, dressed, and treated by Dr. Parmanand with the object that it might heal fast. Dr. Parmanand himself made similar requests, but Baba postponed it by saying Allah was his doctor and he did not allow his arm to be examined. Dr. Parmanand's medicine were not exposed to the air of Shirdi and they remained intact. But he had the good fortune of getting a darshan of Baba. Bhagoji was allowed to treat the hand daily. After some days, the arm healed and all were happy. Still, we do not know whether any trace of pain was left or not. Every morning, Bhagoji went through his program of untying the bandages, massaging the arm with ghee and tightly bandaging it again. This went on till Sai Baba's Samadhi death. Sai Baba, perfect Siddha as he was, did not really want this treatment, but out of love for his devotee, he allowed the Upasana, service of Bhagoji, to go on uninterrupted all along. When Babaji started for Lurdu, Bhagoji held an umbrella over him and accompanied him. Every morning when Baba sat near the post, close to Bhumi, Bhagoji was present and started his service. Bhagoji was a sinner in his past birth. He was suffering from leprosy. His fingers had shrunk. His body was full of pus and smelling badly. Though outwardly he seemed so unfortunate, he was really very lucky and happy, for he was the premier servant of Baba and got the benefit of his company. Master Kaparde's plague case. I shall now relate another instant of Baba's wonderful Leela. Mrs. Kaparde, the wife of Mr. Dada Sahib Kaparde of Amravati, was staying at Shirdi with his young son for some days. One day the son got high fever, which further developed into bubonic plague. The mother was frightened and felt almost uneasy. She thought of leaving the place for Amravati and went near Baba in the evening. When he was coming near the Wada, now Samadhi Mandir, in his evening rounds for asking his permission, she informed him in a trembling tone that her dear young son was down with plague. Baba spoke kindly and softly to her, saying that the sky is beset with clouds, but they will melt and pass off, and everything will be smooth and clear. So saying, he lifted up his kafni up to the waist and showed it to all present, 4 fully developed buboes as big as eggs, and added, see how I have to suffer for my devotees, the difficulties are mine. Seeing this unique and extraordinary deed Leela, the people were convinced as to how the saints suffer pains for their devotees. The hearts of the saint is softer than wax. It is soft in and out as butter. They love the devotees without any idea of gain and regard them as true relatives. Going to Pandharpur, I shall now close this chapter after relating a story illustrating how Sai Baba loved his devotees and anticipated their wishes and movements. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who was a great devotee of Baba, was Mamlatdar at Nandurbar in Khandes. He got an order of transfer to Pandharpur. His devotion to Sai Baba bore fruit, as he had an order to go and stay at Pandharpur, which is regarded as the Bhu Vaikunta, heaven on the earth. Nana Sahib had to immediately charge, so he left for the place without even writing or informing anybody at Shirdi. He wanted to give a surprise visit at Shirdi, his Pandharpur, see and salute the Vithoba Baba, and then proceed further. Nobody knew of Nana Sahib's departure for Shirdi, but Sai Baba knew all about this, as his eyes were everywhere, omniscient. As soon as Nana Sahib approached Neemgaon, a few miles from Shirdi, there was a stir in the masjid at Shirdi. Baba was sitting and talking with Mahalsapati, Appa Sinde and Kasiram, when he at once said, "Let us all four do some bhajan. The doors of Pandari are open. Let us sing merrily." Then they began to sing in chorus. The bhava of the song being, "I have to go to Pandharpur, I have to stay there, for it is the Lord of house of my Lord." Baba sang and the devotees followed him. After a short while, Nana Sahib came there with his family, prostrated before Baba, and requested him to accompany them to Pandharpur and stay with them there. The solicitation was not necessary, as the devotees told Nana Sahib that Baba was already in the mood of going to Pandharpur and staying there. Hearing this, Nana Sahib was moved and fell at Baba's feet. Then, after getting Baba's permission, Udi, sacred ash, and blessing, Nana Sahib left for Pandharpur. There is no end to Baba's story, but let me stop here, reserving for the next chapter other topics such as importance of human life, Baba's life, living on alms, by Baijabai's service, and other stories. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj
Maharaj ki jai.
Jai. Thank you so much. Yeah. Sandhya?
Yeah, I'm here.
Reading chapter 8.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Sai Baba, Sai Ram. Importance of human birth, Sai Baba baking food, Baija Bai's service, Sai Baba's dormitory, his affection for Kushal Chand. As hinted in the last chapter, Hemat Pant now explains at length in his preliminary remarks on the importance of human birth, and then proceeds to relate how Sai Baba baked his food, how Baija Bai served him, how he slept in the masjid with Tatya Kute Patil and Mahal Sapati, and how he loved Kushal Chand of Rahata. Importance of human birth. In this wonderful universe, God has created billions, 84 lakhs according to Hindu Shastra calculation, of creatures being including gods, demigods, insects, beasts, and men, inhabiting heaven, hell, earth, ocean, sky, and other intermediate regions. Of these, those creatures or souls whose merits preponderate go to heaven and live there till they enjoy the fruits of their actions, and when this is done, they are cast down, while those souls whose sins or demerits preponderate go down to hell and suffer the consequences of their misdeeds for so long a time as they deserve. When their merit and demerits balance each other, they are born on earth as human beings and are given a chance to work out their salvation. Ultimately, when their merits and demerits both drop down or got rid of completely, they get rid their deliverance and become free. To put the matter in a nutshell, souls get their births or transmigration according to their deeds and intelligence, like a development of their minds. Special value of the human body. As we all know, four things are common to all the creatures, with food, sleep, fear, and sexual union. In the case of man, he is endowed with a special faculty, like a knowledge, with the help of which he can attain God vision, which is impossible in any other birth. It is for these reasons that gods envy man's fortune and aspire to be born as men on earth, so as to get their final deliverance. Some say there is nothing worse than the human body, which is full of filth, mucus, phlegm, and dirt, and which is subject to decay, disease, and death. This is no doubt true to a certain extent, but in spite of these drawbacks and defects, the special value of human body is that man has got capacity to acquire knowledge. It is only due to the human knowledge that one can think of perishable and transitory nature of the body itself and of the world and get a disgust for the sense enjoyments and can discriminate between the unreal and the real and thus attain God's vision. So, if we reject or neglect the body because it is filthy, we lose the chance of God vision. And if we fondle it and run after sense enjoyments because it is precious, we go to hell. The proper course, therefore, for us to pursue this is the following, and that the body should neither be neglected nor fondled, but should be properly cared for, just as a traveler on horseback takes care of his pony on the way till he reaches his destination and returns home. Thus, the body should ever be used or engaged to attain God vision or self realization, which is the supreme end of life. It is said that though God created various sorts of creature, he was not satisfied, for none of them was able to know and appreciate his work. So he had to create a special being, man, and endow him with a special faculty, knowledge. And when he saw that man was able to appreciate his Leela, marvelous work and intelligence, he was highly pleased and satisfied. White Bhagavat 11-9-28. So, really, it is good luck to get human body, better luck to get birth in Brahmin family, and best one to get an opportunity of having recourse to Sai Baba's feet and surrendering to him. Man's endeavor. Realizing how precious the human's life is and knowing that death is certain and may snatch us any time, we should be ever alert to achieve the object of our life. We should not make the least delay but make every possible haste to gain our object, just as a widower is most anxious to get himself married to a new bride, or just as a king leaves no stone unturned to seek his lost son. So, with all earnestness and speed, we should strive to attain our end, that is, self realization. Casting aside sloth and laziness, warding off drowsiness, we should day and night meditate on the self. If we fail to do this, we reduce ourselves to the level of waste. How to proceed? The most effective and speedy way to gain our object is to approach a worthy saint on or sage Sadguru who has himself attained God vision. What cannot be achieved by hearing religious lectures and study of religious works is easily obtained and in the company of the of such worthy souls, just as the sun alone gives light, which all the stars put together cannot do. So the Sadguru alone imparts spiritual wisdom, which all the sacred books and sermons cannot infuse. His movements and the simple talks will give us silent advice. The virtue of forgiveness, calmness, disinterestedness, charity, benevolence, control of mind and body, egolessness, etc., are absorbed by the disciples as they are being practiced in such pure and holy company. This enlightens their minds and lifts them up spiritually. Sai Baba was such a sage or Sadguru. Though he acted as a fakir, he was always engrossed in the self. He always loved all the beings in whom he saw God or divinity. By pleasures, he was not elated. He was not depressed or by misfortunes. A king and a pauper were the same to him. Whose glance would turn a beggar into a king, used to beg his food from door to door in Shirdi, and let us now see how he did it. Baba begging food. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, in front of whose house Baba stood as a beggar and called out, Ho lassie, give me a piece of bread, and spread it out his hand to receive the same. In one hand, he carried a tamral, that's a tin pot, and in the other, a joli of chaupadari, that is a rectangular piece of cloth. He daily visited certain houses and went from door to door. Liquid or semi-liquid things such as soup, vegetables, milk, or buttermilk were received in the tin pot, while cooked rice, bread, and such solid things were taken in the zoli. Baba's tongue knew no taste, as he had acquired control over it. So how could he care of the taste of the different things collected together? Whatever things he got in his jole and in the tin pot were mixed together and partaken by the Baba to his heart's content. Whether particular things were tasty or otherwise was never noticed by Baba, as as if his tongue was devoid of the sense of the taste altogether. Baba begged till noon, but his begging was very irregular. Some days he went a few rounds, and on other days up to 12 noon. The food thus collected was thrown in a kundi, that is earthen pot. Dog, cats, and crows freely ate from it, and Baba never drove them away. The woman who swept the floor of the masjid took some 10 or 12 pieces of bread to her house, and nobody prevented her from doing so. How could he would even in dreams never warded off cats and dogs by harsh words and signs, refuse food to poor helpless people. Blessed indeed is this life of such a noble person. People in Shirdi took him in the beginning for a mad fakir, but he was he was known in the village by his name. He could one who lived on alms by begging a few crumbs of bread, by be nevered and respected. But his fakir was very liberal of heart and dis, uh, disinterested and charitable. Tough he took fickle and restless from outside. He was firm and steady inside. His way was inscrutable. Still, even in that small village, there were a few kind and blessed people who recognized and regarded him as even soul, a great soul. One such instance is given below. Baija's brilliant service. Tatya Kote's mother, Baijabai, used to go to the woods every noon with a basket on her head containing bread and vegetables. She roamed in the jungles, coos about 3 miles after course, trampling over bushes and shrubs in search of the mad fakir, and after hunting him out, fell at his feet. The fakir sat calm and motionless in meditation, while she placed a leaf before him, spread the eatables, bread, vegetables, etc., thereon, and fed him forcibly. Wonderful was her faith and service. Every day she roamed at noon in the jungle and forced Baba to the partake of lunch. Her service, upasana, or penance, by whatever name we call it, was never forgotten by Baba till his Mahasamadhi. Remembering fully what service she rendered, Baba benefited her son magnificently. Both the son and the mother had great faith in the fakir, who was their god. Baba often said to them that fakir was the real lordship, as it was the everlasting, and the so-called lordship was transient. After some years, Baba left off going into the woods, began to live in the village and take his food in masjid. From that time, Bajabai's trouble of roaming in the jungles ended. Dormitory of Trio. Even blessed are the saints in whose heart Lord Vasudev dwells, and fortunate indeed are the devotees who get the benefit of the company of such saints. Two such fortunate fellows, Tatya Kote Patil and Bhagat Mahalsapati, they equally shared the company of Sai Baba. Baba also loved them both equally. These three persons slept in the masjid with their heads towards the east, west, and north, and with their feet touching one another at the center. Stretching their beds, they lay on them, chit-chatting and gossiping about many things till late at midnight. If any one of them showed any signs of sleep, others would wake him up. For instance, if Tatya began to snore, Baba at once got up and shook him from side to side and pressed his head. If it was Mahalsapati, he hugged him close, stroked his legs, and kneaded his back. In this way, for full 14 years, Tatya, leaving his parents at home, slept in the masjid on account of his love of Baba. How happy and never to be forgotten were those days. How to measure that love and how to value the grace of Baba. After the passing away of his father, Tatya took charge of the household affairs and began to sleep at home. Kushal Chand of Rahata. Baba loved Ganapat Kote Patil of Shirdi. He equally loved Chandra Banset, Marwadi of Rahata. After the demise of the Sheth, Baba loved his nephew Kushal Chand equally or even perhaps more and watched his welfare day and night, sometimes in a bullock cart or at other times in the Tanga with intimate friends. Baba went to Rahata. People of that village came out with band and music and visited Baba at the ways or gate of the village and prostrated before him. Then he was taken into the village with great pomp and ceremony. Kushal Chand took Baba to his house, seated him on a comfortable seat, and gave him a good lunch. Then they talked freely and merrily for some time, after which Baba returned to Shirdi, giving delight and blessings to all. Shirdi is midway between and equidistant from Rahata on one side and Namegaon on the other side. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He never saw any railway train, nor traveled by it. Still, he knew exactly the timings of arrival and departure of all the trains. Devotees who acted according to Baba's instructions, which were given by him at the time of taking his leave, fared well, which those who disregarded them suffered many a mishap or an accident. More about this and other matters will be told in the next chapter. Woe to Sri Sai, peace to be all.
Shri
Sachidananda
Sachidananda
Sadguru
Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj
ki jai. Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah,
Sandhya.
thank you.
Sangeeta, yes, you can start chapter 9, page 51 to 53.
Okay. Chapter 9, effect of compliance and non-compliance with Baba's orders at the time of taking leave. A few instances, mendicancy and its necessity, devotees, Tharkat families' experiences, Baba fed sumptuously. At the end of the last chapter, it was briefly stated that the bhaktas who obeyed Baba's order at the time of taking leave fared well, and those who disobeyed them suffered many a mishap. This statement will be amplified and illustrated with a few striking instances and by other matters dealt with in this chapter. Characteristic of Shirdi pilgrimage. One special peculiarity of Shirdi pilgrimage was that none could leave Shirdi without Baba's permission, and if he did, he invited troubles. But if anyone was asked to quit Shirdi, he could stay there no longer. Baba gave certain suggestions or hints when devotees went to bid goodbye and take leave. These suggestions had to be followed. If they were not allowed or were departed from, accidents were sure to befall them. We give below a few instances. Tatya Kote Patil. Tatya Kote was once going in a tonga to Kopargaon Bazaar. He came in a haste to Masjid, saluted Baba, and said that he would go to Kopargaon Bazaar. Baba said, "Don't make haste. Stop a little, forget the bazaar, don't go out of the village." On seeing his anxiousness to go, Baba asked him to take Shama Madhavrao Deshpande with him. Not minding this direction, Tatya Kote immediately drove off his tanga Of the two horses, one which cost rupees 300 was very active and restless. After passing Sauli Vihir, it began to rush rashly, got a sprain in its waist, and fell down. Tatya was not much hurt, but was reminded of Mother Sai's direction. On another occasion, while proceeding to Kolhar village, he disregarded Baba's direction and drove in a tonga which met with a similar accident. European gentleman. One European gentleman of Mumbai once came to Shirdi with an introductory note from Nana Sahib Chandorkar and with some object in view. He was comfortably accommodated in a tent. He wanted to kneel before Baba and kiss his hand. Therefore, he tried thrice to step into the masjid, but Baba prevented him from doing so. He was asked to sit in the open courtyard below and take Baba's darshan from there. Not pleased with the reception he got, he wanted to leave Shirdi at once and came to bid goodbye. Baba asked him to go to the next day and not to hurry. People also requested him to abide by Baba's instruction. Not listening to all this, he left Shirdi in a tonga. The horses ran all right, but when Sauli Vihir was passed, a bicycle came in front, on seeing which the horses were frightened and ran fast. The tonga turned topsy-turvy and the gentleman fell down and was dragged over some distance. He was immediately rescued but had to go and lie in Kopargaon hospital for the treatment of his injuries. Such experiences were legion, and people learned the lesson that those who disobeyed Baba's instructions met with accidents in one way or the other, and those who obeyed them were safe and happy. The necessity of mendicancy. Now, to return to the question of mendicancy, a question may arise in the minds of some that if Baba was such a great personage, God manifest, why should he have taken recourse to begging bowl throughout his life? This question may be considered and replied from two standpoints. One, who are the people who have the right to live by the begging bowl? Our Shastras say that those persons who, after getting rid of or becoming free from the three main desires, first for progeny, second for wealth, third for fame, and accept sannyas, are the fit persons to live by begging alms. They cannot make cooking arrangements and dine at their home. The duty of feeding them is laid on the shoulders of householders. Sai Baba was neither a householder nor vanaprastha. He was a celibate sannyasi, that is sannyasi from boyhood. His firm conviction was that the universe was his home. He was a Lord Vasudeva, the supporter of the universe and the imperishable Brahma, so he had full right to take recourse to begging. Now, from the standpoint of Panchasuna, 5 sins and their atonement, we all know that in order to prepare foodstuffs and meals, the householders have to go through 5 actions or processes. 1. Kantini, pounding. 2. Peshani, grinding. 3. Udakumbi, washing pots. 4. Marjani, sweeping and cleaning. 5. Chuli, lighting hearths. These processes involve destruction of a lot of small insects and creatures, and thus the householders incur sin. In order to atone for his sins, our Shastras prescribe 6 kinds of sacrifices. 1. Brahma Yajna, 2. Veda Dhyana, offerings to Brahman or the study of Vedas. 3. Pitri Yajna, offering to the ancestors. 4. Deva Yajna, offering to the gods. 5. Bhuta Yajna, offering to the beings. 6. Manushya Atithi Yajna, offering to men or uninvited guests. If these sacrifices enjoined by the Shastras are duly performed, the purification of their mind is effected, and this helps them to get knowledge and self-realization. Baba, in going from house to house, reminded the inmates of their sacred duty, and fortunate were the people who got the lesson at their homes from Baba. Devotees' experiences. Now, to return to the other more interesting subject, Lord Krishna has said in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9 to chapter 26, whosoever devotedly offers to me a leaf, a flower, or a water, or fruit of that pure-hearted man, I accept that pious offering. In the case of Sai Baba, if a devotee intended really to offer anything to Sai Baba, and if he afterwards forgot to offer the same, Baba reminded him or his friend about the offering and made him bring to him, and then accepted it and blessed the devotee. A few instances are given below. Maybe I'll end it with this. Anu.
Yeah, sorry. Yes. I thought that you will read that paragraph. You can read actually this Tarkad family, that paragraph till Friday night. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Tarkad family, father and son, Mr. Ramachandra Atmaram alias Baba Saheb Tharkar, formerly a Prarthana Samajist, was a staunch devotee of Sai Baba. His wife and son loved Baba equally or perhaps more. It was once proposed that Master Tharkar should go with his mother to Shirdi and spend his summer vacation there. But the son was unwilling to go, as he thought that in case he left his home in Bandra, the worship of Sai Baba in the house would not be properly attended to, as his father, being a Prarthana Samajist, would not care to worship Sai Baba's picture. However, on his father's giving an assurance under oath that he would perform the worship exactly as his son was doing, the mother and the son left for Shirdi on a Friday night. Next day, Saturday, Mr. Tharkar got up early, took his bath, and before proceeding with the puja, prostrated himself before the shrine and said, Baba, I am going to perform the puja exactly as my son has been doing that. But please let it not be a formal drill. Saying so, he performed the puja and offered a few pieces of lump sugar as naivedya offering. The sugar was distributed at lunchtime. That evening and next day, Sunday, everything went on well. The following Monday was a working day, and it also passed well. Mr. Tharkar, who had never performed puja like this in his whole life, felt great confidence within himself that everything was passing on quite satisfactory as per the promise given to the son. Next Tuesday, he performed the morning puja as usual and left for his work. Coming home at noon, he found that there was no prasad, sugar to partake of when the meal was served. He asked the servant cook, who told him that there was no offering made that morning and that he had completely forgotten to perform that part of the puja, that is, offering naivedya. At this, he left his seat and prostrated himself before the shrine, expressed his regret at the same time, chiding Baba for the want of guidance in making the whole affair a matter of mere drill. Then he wrote a letter to his son stating the facts and requested him to lay it at Baba's feet and ask his pardon for his neglect. This happened in Bandra.
Snehita, can Lavanya continue now?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Shri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you so much. Lavanya, you can continue from that this happened and you will be finishing the chapter. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Sai Ram. This happened in Bandra at Tuesday noon. At about the same time, when the noon aarti was just about to commence in Shirdi, Baba said to Mrs. Tharkar, Mother, I had been to your house in Bandra with a view to having something to eat. I found the door locked. I somehow got an entrance inside and found to my regret that how Mr. Tharkar had left nothing for me to eat. So I have returned from there without eating anything. The lady could not understand anything, but the son who was close by understood that there was something wrong with the puja in Bandra, and he therefore requested Baba to permit him to go home. Baba refused the permission, but allowed him to perform puja there. Then the son wrote a letter to his father, stating all that took place at Shirdi and implored his father not to neglect the puja at home. Both these letters crossed each other and were delivered to the respective parties the next day. Is this not astonishing? Mrs. Tharkar. Let us now take up the case of Mrs. Tharkar herself. She offered three things, viz. Bharit, roasted brinjal eggplant, mixed curds and spice, 2 kacharia, circular pieces of brinjal fried in ghee, peda, sweet meat ball. Let us see how Baba accepted them. Once Mr. Raghuveer Bhaskar Purandare of Bandra, a great devotee of Baba, started for Shirdi with his family. Mrs. Tharkar went to Mrs. Purandare and gave her 2 brinjals and requested her to prepare bharit of 1 brinjal and kachari of the other. When she went to Shirdi and served Baba with when she went to Shirdi and served Baba with them. After reaching Shirdi, Mrs. Purandare went with her dish of bharit to the masjid when Baba was just about to start his meals. Baba found the bharit was very tasty, so he distributed it to all and said he wanted kachariya now. A word was sent to Radhakrishna Mai that Baba wanted kachariyas. She was in a fix, as that was no season of brinjals. How to get brinjals was the question. When an inquiry was made as to who brought the bharit, it was found that Mrs. Purandare was also entrusted with the duty of serving kacharyas. Everybody then came to know the significance of Baba's inquiry regarding kacharyas and was wonderstruck at Baba's all-pervasive knowledge. In December 1915 AD, one Govind Balaram Mankar wanted to go to Shirdi to perform the obsequies of his father. Before he left, he came to see Mr. Tarkar. Then Mrs. Tarkar wanted to send something with him to Baba. She searched the whole house but found nothing except a peda, which had already been offered as Naivedya. Mr. Mankar was in mourning. Still, out of great devotion to Baba, she sent the peda with him, hoping that Baba would accept and eat it. Govind went to Shirdi and saw Baba, but forgot to take the peda with him. Baba simply waited. When again he went to Baba in the afternoon, he went empty-handed without the peda. Baba could wait no longer, and therefore asked him straight, "What did you bring for me?" "Nothing," was the reply. Was the reply. Baba asked him again. The same reply came forth again. Then Baba asked him the leading question. "Did not Mother Mrs. Tarkar give some sweetmeat to you for me at the time of your starting?" The boy then remembered the whole thing. He felt ashamed, abashed, asked Baba's pardon, ran to his lodging, brought the peda and gave it to Baba. As soon as Baba got it in his hand, he put it into his mouth and gulped it down. Thus, the devotion of Mrs. Sarkar was recognized and accepted. As men believe in me, so do I accept them. Gita 4:11 was proved in this case. Baba fed sumptuously. How? Once Mrs. Tarkar was staying in a certain house in Shirdi. At noon, meals were ready and dishes were being served. When a hungry dog turned up there and began to cry, Mrs. Tarkar got up at once and threw a piece of bread, which the dog gulped with great relish. In the afternoon, when she went to the masjid and sat at some distance, Sai Baba said to her, "Mother, you have fed me sumptuously up to my throat. My afflicted pranas, life forces, have been satisfied. Always act like this, and this will stand with you in good stead. Sitting in this masjid, I shall never, never speak untruth. Take pity on me like this. First give bread to the hungry, and then eat yourself. Note this well." She could not at first understand the meaning of what Baba said. So she replied, "Baba, how could I feed you? I am myself dependent on others and take my food from them on payment." Then Baba replied, "Eating that lovely bread, I'm heartily contented. I'm still belching. The dog which you saw before meals and to which you gave the piece of bread is one with me. So also our other creatures, cats, pigs, flies, cows, etc., are one with me. I'm roaming in their form. He who sees me in all these creatures is my beloved. So abandon the sense of duality and distinction and serve me as you did today." Drinking these nectar like words, she was moved. Her eyes were filled with tears. Her throat was choked, and her joy knew no bounds. Moral: see God in all beings is the moral of this chapter. The Upanishads, the Gita, and the Bhagavad all exhort us to perceive God or divinity in all the creatures. By the instance given at the end of this chapter and others, too numerous to mention, Sai Baba practically demonstrated to us how to put the Upanishadic teachings into practice. In this way, Sai Baba stands as the best exponent or teacher of the Upanishadic doctrines. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be all. Om Sai Ram.
Shri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Ki
ki
Jai.
Jai. Thank you, Lavanya. Thank you so much. Yeah, Samba, you will be finishing chapter 10. You will be reading and finishing, completing.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Om Sairam. Chapter 10. Sai Baba's mode of life, his sleeping, board, his stay in Shirdi, his teachings, his humility, the easiest path. Remember him, Sai Baba, always with love, for he was engrossed in doing good to all and always abided in his self. To remember him only is to solve the riddle of life and death. This is the best and easiest of sadhanas as it involves no expenditure. A little exertion here brings great rewards. So, as long as our senses are sound, we should minute by minute practice this sadhana. All other gods are illusory. Guru is the only God. If we believe in Sadguru's holy feet, he can change our fortune for the better. If we serve him nicely, we get rid of our samsara. We need not study any philosophy like the Nyaya and the Mimamsa. If we make him our helpsman, we can easily cross over the sea of all our pains and sorrows. As we trust the helpsman in crossing rivers and seas, so we have to trust our Sadguru in getting over the ocean of worldly existence. The Sadguru looks to the intense feeling and devotion of his devotees, endows them with knowledge and eternal bliss. In the last chapter, Baba's medicancy, mendicancy and devotees' experiences and other subjects are dealt with. Let the readers now hear where and how Baba lived, how he slept, and how he taught, etc. Baba's wonderful bedstead. Let us first see where and how Baba slept. Miss Nana Sahib Dengle brought for Sai Baba a wooden plank about 4 cubits in length and only a span in breadth for sleeping upon. Instead of keeping the plank on the floor and then sleeping on it, Baba tied it like a swing to the rafters of the masjid with old sheds or racks and commenced to sleep upon it. The racks were so thin and worn out that it was a problem how they could bear or support even weight of the plank itself, let alone the weight of Baba. But somehow or other, it was Baba's sheer Leela that the worn out racks did sustain the plank with the weight of Baba on it. On the four corners of the plank, Baba lighted panties, earthen lamps, one at each corner, and kept them burning the whole night. It was a sight for the gods to see Baba sitting or sleeping on this plank. It was a wonder to all how Baba got up and down the plank. Out of curiosity, many careful observers kept watching the process of mounting and dismounting, but none succeeded. As crowds began to swell, so to detect this wonderful feat, Baba one day broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Baba had all the eight siddhis powers at his command. He never practiced nor craved for them. They came to him naturally as a result of his perfection. Sagun manifestation of Brahman. Though Sai Baba looked like a man, 3 cubits and half in length, still he dwelt in the hearts of all. Inwardly, he was unattached and indifferent, but outwardly, he longed for public welfare. Inwardly, most disinterested, he looked outwardly full of desires for the sake of his devotees. Inwardly, an abode of peace, he looked outwardly restless. Inwardly, he had the state of Brahman, outwardly, he acted like a devil. Inwardly, he had the state of Brahman. Outwardly, he acted like a devil. Okay, so, inwardly, he loved Advaita, union or monism. Outwardly, he got entangled with the world. Sometimes he looked on all with affection, and at times he threw stones at them. Sometimes he scolded them, while at times he embraced them and was calm, composed, tolerant, and well balanced. He always avoided and was engrossed in the self and was well disposed towards his bhaktas. He always sat on one asan and never traveled. His band was a small stick which he always carried in his hand. He was calm, being thought free. He never cared for wealth and fame and lived on begging. Such a life he had led. He always uttered Allah Malik, God the real owner. Entire and unbroken was his life for the Bhaktas. He was the mina storehouse for self knowledge and full of divine bliss. Such was the divine form of Sai Baba, boundless, endless, and undifferentiated. One principle which envelopes the whole universe from a stone pillar to Brahma, incarnate in Sai Baba. The really meritorious and fortunate people got this treasure trove in their hands, while those people who, not knowing the real worth of Sai Baba, took or take him to be a man, a mere human being, were and are indeed miserable. His stay in Shirdi and probable birth date. None knew or knew the parents and exact birth date of Sai Baba, but it can be approximately determined by his stay in Shirdi. Baba first came to Shirdi when he was a young lad of 16 and stayed there for 3 years. Then all of a sudden he disappeared for some time. After some time, he reappeared in the Nizam state near Aurangabad and again came to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patil when he was 20 years old. Since then, he stayed in Shirdi continuously for a period of 60 years, after which Baba took his Mahasamadhi in the year of 1918. From this, we can say that the year of Baba's birth is approximately 1838 AD. Baba's mission and advice. Saint Ramadas 1608 to 1681 flourished in the 17th century and fulfilled to a great extent his mission of protecting cows and Brahmins against the Yavanas Mohammedans. But within 2 centuries after him, the split between the two communities, Hindus and Mohammedans, widened again, and Sai Baba came to bridge the gulf. His constant advice to all was to his effect. Rama, the god of Hindus, and the Rahim, the god of Mohammedans, were one and the same. There was not the slightest difference between them. Then why should their devotees and quarrel among themselves? You ignorant folk, children, join hands and bring both the communities together, act sanely, and thus you will gain your object of national unity. It is not good to dispute and argue. So don't argue, don't emulate others. Always consider your interest and welfare. The Lord will protect you. Yoga, sacrifice, penance, and knowledge are the means to attain God. If you don't succeed in this by any means, vain is your birth. If anyone does any evil unto you, do not retaliate. If you can do anything, do some good unto other. This is in short was Sai Baba's advice to all, and this will stand in good stead both in material and spiritual matters. Sai Baba as Sadguru. There are gurus and gurus. There are many so-called gurus who go about from house to house with cymbals and veena in their hands and make a show of their spirituality. They blew mantras into the ears of their disciples and extract money from them. They profess to teach piety and religion to their disciples, but are themselves impious and irreligious. Sai Baba never thought of making the least show of his worth, piety, body consciousness. He had none, but he had great love for the disciples. There are two kinds of gurus. One, Niyat gurus, appointed or fixed, and second, Aniyat, unappointed or general gurus. The latter, by their advice, develop the good qualities in us, purify our hearts, and set us on the path of salvation. But contact with the former dispels our quality, sense of difference, and establishes us in unity by making us realize thou art that. There are various gurus imparting to us various kinds of worldly knowledge, but he who fixes us in our nature, self, and carries us beyond the ocean of worldly existence is the Sadguru. Sai Baba was such a Sadguru. His greatness is undescribable. If anybody went to if anybody went to take his darshan, he, without being asked, would give every detail of his past, present, and future life. He saw divinity in all beings. Friends and foes were alike to him. Disinterested and equal balanced, he obliged the evildoers. He was the same in prosperity and adversity. No doubt ever touched him. Though he possessed the human body, he was not in the least attached to his body or house. Though he looked embodied, he was really disembodied. That is, free in this every life. Blessed are the people of Shirdi who worshipped Sai as their god while eating, drinking, working in their backyards and fields and doing various household works. They always remembered Sai and sang his glory. They knew no other god except Sai. What to speak of love, the sweetness of love of the women of Shirdi? They were quite ignorant, but their pure love inspired them to compose poems or songs in their simple rural language. Letters are learning they had none. Still, one can discern real poetry in their simple songs. It is not intelligence, but love that inspires real poetry as such. Real poetry is the manifestation of true love, and this can be seen and appreciated by intelligent listeners. Collection of these folk songs is desirable and Baba willing. Some fortunate devotee may undertake the task of collecting and publishing these folk songs either in the Sai Leela magazine or separately in a book form. Baba's humility. Lord or Bhagavan is said to have six qualities. They are one fame, two wealth, 3. Non-attachment, 4. Knowledge, 5. Grandeur, and 6. Generosity. Baba had all these in him. He incarnated in flesh for the sake of bhaktas. Wonderful was his grace and kindness. He drew the devotees to him, or how else one could have known him. For the sake of his bhaktas, Baba spoke such words as the goodness of speech dare not utter. Here is a specimen. Baba spoke very humbly as follows: Slave of slaves, I am your debtor. I am satisfied at your darshan. It is a great favor that I saw your feet. I am an insect in your excreta. I consider myself blessed by thereby. What humility is this? If anybody would think that by publishing this, any disrespect is shown to Sai, we beg his pardon, and to atone for this we sing and repeat Baba's name. Though Baba seemed outwardly to enjoy sense objects, he had not the least flavor in them, nor even the consciousness of enjoying them. Though he ate, he had no taste and thought. He saw, he never felt any interest in what he saw. Regarding passion, he was as perfect a celibate as Hanuman. He was not attached to anything. He was pure consciousness, the resting place of desire, anger, and other feelings. In short, he was disinterested, free, and perfect. A striking instance may be cited in illustration of this statement. Nanavali. There was in Shirdi a very quaint and queer fellow by name Nanavali. He looked at Baba's work and affairs. He once approached Baba, who was seated on his gadi seat, and asked him to get up as he wanted to occupy the same. Baba at once got up and left the seat which he occupied. After sitting there a while, Nanavali got up and asked Baba to take his seat. Then Baba sat on the seat and Nanavali fell at his feet and then went away. Baba did not show the slightest displeasure in being dictated to and ousted. This Nanavali loved Baba so much that he breathed his last on the 13th day of Baba's taking Mahasamadhi. The easiest path, hearing the stories of saints and being in their company. Though Sai Baba acted outwardly like an ordinary man, his actions showed extraordinary intelligence and skill. Whatever he did was done for the good of his devotees. He never prescribed any asan, regulation of breathing, or any rites to his bhaktas, nor did he blow any mantra into their ears. He told them to leave off all cleverness and always remember Sai Sai. If you did that, he said, all your shackles would be removed and you would be free. Sitting between five fires, sacrifices, chantings, eightfold yoga are possible for the Brahmins only. They are of no use to the other classes. The function of the mind is to think. It cannot remain for a minute without thinking. If you give it a sense object, it will think about it. If you give it to your guru, it will think about guru. You have heard most attentively the greatness, the grandeur of Sai. This is the natural remembrance, worship, and kirtan of Sai. Hearing the stories of saints is not so difficult as the other sadhanas mentioned above. The stories remove all fear of the samsara, worldly existence, and take you on the spiritual path. So listen to these stories, meditate on them, and assimilate them. If this is done, not only the Brahmins, but women and lower classes will get pure and holy. You may do or attend to your worldly duties, but give your mind to Sai and his stories, and then he is sure to bless you. This is the easiest path, but why do not all take to it? The reason is that without God's grace, we don't get the desire to listen to the stories of saints. With God's grace, everything is smooth and easy. Hearing the stories of the saints is, in a way, keeping their company. The importance of the company of saints is very great. It removes our body consciousness and egoism, destroys completely the chain of our birth and death, cuts asunder all the knots of the heart, and takes us to the God who is pure consciousness. It certainly increases our non-attachment to sense object and makes us quiet in. We conclude this chapter with meditation on Sai's form. He, the beautiful and handsome Sai, standing on the edge of the masjid and distributing udi to each and every bhakta with a view to his welfare. He who thinks the world as not and who is our engrossed in supreme bliss, before him we humbly prostrate ourselves. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Om Sai
Shri
Ram.
Shri Sachitananda Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath Maharaj ki
Maharaj ki
jai.
jai. Thank you, Samba. And
Welcome.
Balaji, have you joined the call? Adipti, you are next,
Yes,
right? Chapter
yes,
7.
yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So you can continue. Let me find out.
No,
Balaji.
I think that Balaji is going to be here. I'm taking care of that. Anu, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Anu.
Thank you.
Gurustan Group, I think right now we will start with DP for chapter 11. All right?
Yes.
Yeah, DP, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sadhguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Chapter 11. Sai is Sagun Brahma, Dr. Pandit's worship, Haji Sadriki Phalke, control over the elements. Let us now, in this chapter, describe the unmanifested Sagun Brahma Sai as to how he was worshipped and how he controlled the elements. Sai is Sagun Brahma. There are two aspects of God or Brahma, the unmanifested Nirgun and the manifested Sagun. The Nirgun is formless, while the Sagun is with form, though both denote the same Brahma. Some prefer to worship the former, some the latter. As stated in the Gita, chapter 13, the worship of the latter is easy and preferable. As man has got a form, body, senses, etc., it is natural and easy for him to worship the God with form. Our love and devotion do not develop unless we worship Sagun Brahma for a certain period of time. And as we advance, it leads us to the worship meditation of Nirgun Brahma. So let us start with Sagun worship. Image, altar, fire, light, sun, water, Brahma are the 7 objects of worship. But Sadguru is better than all these. Let us on this occasion bring to our mind the form of Sai, who was non-attachment incarnate and who was a resting place for his devotees. Our faith in his words is the asan, and our sankalp determination to accomplish the puja is the abandonment of all our desires. Some say that Sai was a Bhagavad Bhakt, devotee of the Lord. Others say he was a Mahabhagavad, a great devotee. But to us, he is God incarnate. He was ever forgiving, never irritable, straight, soft, tolerant, and content beyond comparison. Though he looked embodied as having the form, he was really disembodied, emotionless, unattached, and internally free. The Ganges on its way to the sea cools and refreshes the creatures affected with heat, gives life to the crops and trees, and quenches the thirst of many. Similarly, saints like Sai, while they live their own life, give solace and comfort to all. Lord Krishna has said that the saint is my soul, my living image. I am he, or he is my pure form being. This indescribable Shakti or power of God, known as pure existence, knowledge, and bliss, incarnated in the form of Sai in Shirdi. The Shruti, Taittiriya Upanishad, describes Brahma as pure bliss. This we read or hear daily in the books. But the devout people experience this Brahma or bliss in Shirdi. Baba, the support of all, required no prop or asan from anybody. He always used a piece of sackcloth for his seat, which was covered with a small mattress by his bhaktas and had a bolster placed by them for rest to his back. Baba respected the feelings of his devotees and allowed them to worship him as they liked. Some waved chamar or fans before him, some played on musical instruments, some washed his hands and feet, some others applied scent and chandan, some gave betel nut with leaves, and some others offered nevedya. Though he looked like living in Shirdi, he was present everywhere. This all pervasiveness of his was daily experienced by his devotees, our humble prostrations to this all pervasive Sadguru. Dr. Pandit's worship. One Dr. Pandit, a friend of Tatya Saab Nulkar, once came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. After saluting Baba, he sat in the masjid for some time. Baba asked him to go to Dada Bhatt Kelkar. He went to Dada Bhatt, by whom he was well received. Then Dada Bhatt left his house for puja and Dr. Pandit accompanied him. Dada Bhatt worshipped Baba. Nobody until then dared to apply sandal paste to Baba's forehead. Only Malsapati used to apply it to his throat. But the simple-hearted Dr. Pandit took Dada Bhatt's dish containing puja materials and taking sandal paste out of it drew a tripod, that is 3 horizontal lines on Baba's forehead. To the surprise of all, Baba kept silent without uttering a single word. Then Dada Bhatt that evening asked Baba, "How is it that though you object to the sandal paste being applied by others to your forehead, you allowed Dr. Pandit to do so?" Baba replied that Dr. Pandit believed him to be the same as his guru, Raghunath Maharaj of Dupeshwar, known as Kaka Puranik, and he applied the paste to his forehead as he was doing to his guru. Hence, he could not object. On inquiry, Dr. Pandit told Dada Bhatt that he took Baba as his guru Kaka Puranik and realized him as the same. Hence, he marked the tripod on Baba's forehead as he did on his guru's. Though Baba allowed the devotee to worship him as they pleased, still sometimes he acted in a strange way. Sometimes he threw away the puja dish and was wrath incarnate. Then who could approach him? Sometimes he scolded the devotees. At times he looked softer than wax, a statue of peace and forgiveness. Though he seemed to shake with anger and his red eyes rolled around, still he was internally an ocean of affection and motherly love. He would call out his devotees and say that he never knew when he was ever angry with them. If it was possible that mothers could kick their children and the sea turned back the river, he too could neglect the devotees' welfare. That he, the slave of his devotees, always stood by them and responded to them whenever they called upon him, and that he always longed for their love. Haji Siddiq Phalke. There was not knowing as to when Baba would accept a devotee. That depended on his will. Siddiq Phalke's story is to the point. One Mohammedan gentleman by name Siddiq Phalke of Kalyan, after making pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, came to Shirdi. He lived in the Chawdi facing north and sat in the open courtyard of the masjid. For 9 months, Baba ignored him and did not allow him to step into the masjid. Phalke felt much disconsolate and did not know what to do. Somebody advised him not to be disappointed, but to try to approach Baba through Shama, Madhav Rao Deshpande, a close and intimate devotee of Baba. He told him that as they approached the Lord Shiv through his servant and devotee Nandi, so should Baba be approached through Shama. Phalke liked the idea and implored Shama to intercede for him. Shama agreed and on a convenient occasion spoke to Baba about him thus, "Baba, why don't you allow the old Haji to step into the masjid while so many persons freely come and go after taking your darshan? Why not bless him once?" Baba replied, "Shama, you are immature to understand things. If the fakir Allah does not allow, what can I do? Without his grace, who will climb into the masjid? Well, go to him and ask him whether he will come to the narrow footpath near the Barvi well." Shama went and returned with an affirmative answer. Again, Baba said to Shama, "Ask him whether he is willing to pay me the sum of rupees 40,000 in 4 installments." Shama went and returned with the answer that he was willing to pay even 40 lakhs. Again, Baba said to Shama, We are going to cut a goat in the masjid, so ask him whether he would like to have its meat haunch or testicles of the goat. Shama returned with the answer that the Haji would be happy to receive a small crumb from Baba's kolam mud pot. Hearing this, Baba got excited and with his hands threw away the earthen jars and kolam and straightway advanced to the Haji and lifting his kafni up in arms said, "Why do you brag and pose yourself as an old Haji? Do you read Quran like this? You are proud of your pilgrimage to Mecca, but you do not know me." Being thus scolded, the Haji was confounded. Baba then went back to the masjid, purchased a basket of mangoes, and sent them to the Haji. Then again, Baba went to the Haji and taking out rupees 55 from his pocket, gave them in Haji's hand. Thenceforth, Baba loved the Haji, invited him for meals, and the Haji thereafter came into the masjid whenever he liked. Baba gave him at times some rupees, and thus the Haji was enrolled in Baba's darbar. Baba's control over the elements. We shall close this chapter after describing two incidents showing Baba's control over the elements. Once at evening time, there was a terrible storm at Shirdi. The sky was overcast with thick black clouds. The winds began to blow with great force. The clouds roared, and the lightning began to flash, and the rain started pouring in torrents. In a short time, the whole place was flooded with water. All the creatures, birds, beasts, and men got terribly frightened, and they all flocked to the masjid for shelter. There are many local deities in Shirdi, but none of them came to the rescue. So they all prayed to Baba, their God, who was fond of their devotion to intercede and quell the storm. Baba was much moved. He came out and standing at the edge of the masjid addressed the storm in a loud and thunderous voice. "Stop, stop your fury and be calm." In a few minutes, the rain subsided, the wind ceased to blow, and the storm came to a stop. Then the moon rose in the sky and people went back home well pleased. On another occasion at noon, the fire in the dhuni began to burn brightly. Its flames were seen to be reaching the rafters above. The people who were sitting in the masjid did not know what to do. They dared not to ask Baba to pour water or do anything to quench the flames. But Baba soon came to realize what was happening. He took up his satka short stick and dashed it against a pillar in front, saying, "Get down, be calm." At each stroke of the satka, the flames began to slow down, and in a few minutes, the dhuni became calm and normal. This is our Sai, an incarnation of God. He will bless any man who will prostrate and surrender himself to him. He who will read the stories of this chapter daily with faith and devotion will soon be free from all calamities. Not only this, but always attached and devoted to Sai, he will get very soon God vision. All his desires will be fulfilled, and being ultimately desireless, he will attain the Supreme. Amen. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Thank you. Thank you. We can continue with chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Om
thank
Shri
you.
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Sai Satcharitra, Chapter 12. Sai Leelas. Experience of 1. Kaka Mahajani, 2. Dumal Pleader, 3. Mrs. Nimonkar, 4. Mule Shastri, 5. A doctor. Now let us see in this chapter how devotees were received and treated by Baba. Saint's mission. We have seen before that the purpose or object of divine incarnation is to protect the good and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saints is quite different. To them, the good and the wicked are the same. First, they feel for the evildoers and set them on the right path. They are all like the Agasti to destroy the Bhavasagar, the ocean of worldly existence, or like the sun to the darkness of ignorance. The Lord God dwells in the saints. In fact, they are not different from him. Our Sai is one of these who incarnated for the welfare of the devotees, supreme in knowledge and surrounded with divine lustre. He loved all beings equally. He was unattached. Foes and friends, kings and paupers were the same to him. Hear his powers. For the sake of devotees, he spent his stock of merits and was ever alert to help them. But the devotees could never approach him unless he meant to receive them. If their turn did not come, Baba did not remember them, and his Leelas could not reach their ears. Then, how could they think of seeing him? Some men desired to see Sai Baba's, but they did not get any opportunity of taking his darshan till his Mahasamadhi. There are many such persons whose desire for Baba's darshan was not thus satisfied. If these persons, believing in him, listen to his leelas, their quest for milk, darshan, will be to a great extent satisfied by the buttermilk, leelas. If some persons went there by sheer luck and took Baba's darshan, were they able to stay there longer? No. Nobody could go there of his own accord, and nobody could stay there long even if he so wished. They could stay there so long as Baba permitted them to stay and had to leave the place when asked to do so by Baba. So everything dependent on Baba's will. Kaka Mahajani. Once Kaka Mahajani went to Shirdi from Bombay. He wanted to stay there for 1 week and enjoy the Gokulashtami festival. As soon as he took Baba's darshan, Baba asked him, "When are you returning home?" He was rather surprised at this question, but he had to give an answer. He said that he would go home when Baba ordered him to do so. Then Baba said, "Go tomorrow." Baba's word was law and had to be obeyed. Kaka Mahajani therefore left Shirdi immediately. When he went to his office in Bombay, he found that his employer was anxiously waiting for him. His Munim, that is the manager, suddenly fell ill. Hence, Kaka's presence was absolutely necessary. He had sent a letter to Kaka at Shirdi, which was redirected to him at Bombay. Bhau Sahib Dumal. Now listen to an opposite story. Once Bhau Sahib Dumal, a pleader, was going to Nipad for a case. On the way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, and wanted to proceed to Nipad immediately. But Baba did not permit him to do so. He made him stay at Shirdi for a week or more. In the meanwhile, the magistrate at Nipad suffered intensely from pain in his abdomen, and the case was adjourned. Mr. Dumal was then allowed to go and attend to his case. It went on for some months and was tried by 4 magistrates. Ultimately, Mr. Dumal won the case and his client was acquitted. Mrs. Nimonkar. Mr. Nana Sahib Nimonkar, Watandar of Noman, an honorary magistrate, was staying at Shirdi with his wife. Mr. and Mrs. Nimonkar were spending most of their time in the masjid with Baba and serving him. It so happened that their son fell ill at Belapur, and the mother decided, with Baba's consent, to go to Belapur and see her son and other relatives and stay there for a few days. But Mr. Nana Sahib asked her to return the next day. The lady was in a fix and did not know what to do, but her god Sai came to her help. While leaving Shirdi, she went to Baba, who was standing in front of Sateswada with Mr. Nana Sahib and others, and prostrated at his feet and asked his permission to go. Baba said to her, go quickly, be calm and unperturbed. Stay comfortably at Belapur for 4 days. See all your relatives and then return to Shirdi." How opportune were Baba's words. Mr. Nana Sahib's proposal was overruled by Baba's decree. Mule Shastri of Nasik. An orthodox Agnihotri Brahmin of Nasik by name Mule Shastri, who had studied the 6 Shastras and was well versed in astrology and palmistry, once came to Shirdi to see Mr. Bapu Sahib Bhuti, the famous millionaire of Nagpur. After seeing him, he and others went to see Baba in the masjid. Baba bought various fruits and other things from vendors with his own money and distributed them to the persons present in the masjid. Baba used to press the mango on all sides so skillfully that when any person received it from Baba and sucked it, he got all the pulp at once in his mouth and could throw away the stone and the skin forthwith. Plantains were peeled off by Baba and the kernel was distributed to the devotees, while the skins were retained by Baba for himself. Mule Shastri, as a palmist, wanted to examine Baba's hand or palm and requested him to extend the same. Baba ignored his request and gave 4 plantains to him. Then they all returned to the Wada and Mule Shastri bathed, wore sacred clothes and started his routine duties, namely Agnihotra, etc. Then Baba, as usual, started for Lendi and said, "Take some geru." that is a red miry substance, to dye clothes in saffron color. We shall today don saffron colored cloth. None understood what Baba meant. Then after some time, when Baba returned and preparations for the noon aarti were being made, Bapu Sahib Jog asked Mule Shastri whether he would accompany him for the aarti. He replied that he would see Baba in the afternoon. Very soon, Baba sat on his seat, was worshipped by the devotees, and aarti commenced. Then Baba said, "Get some dakshina from the new Nasik Brahmin." Booty himself went to get the dakshina, and when he gave Baba's message to Mule Shastri, he was sorely perplexed. He thought in his mind thus, "I am a pure Agnihotri Brahmin. Why should I pay dakshina? Baba may be a great saint. I am not his dependent." But as a great saint like Sai Baba was asking for dakshina through a millionaire like Booty, he could not refuse. So leaving his routine unfinished, he forthwith started with Booty to the masjid. Thinking himself holy and sacred and the masjid otherwise, he remained at a distance and joining his hands threw flowers at Baba. Then lo, all of a sudden, he saw no Baba on the seat, but saw his late Guru Golab Swami there. He was wonderstruck. Could this be a dream? No, it was not, as he was wide awake. But though awake, he could see his late Guru Golab be there. He was speechless for some time. He pinched himself and thought again, but could not reconcile the fact of his late Guru Golab being in the masjid. Ultimately, leaving all doubt, he went up, fell at his Guru's feet, and then getting up, stood there with folded hands. Other people sang Baba's Aarti, while Mule Shastri chanted his Guru's name. Then, casting off all pride of caste and ideas about sacredness, he fell flat at his Guru's feet and closed his eyes. When he got up and opened his eyes, he saw Baba asking for dakshina. Seeing Baba's blissful form and his inconceivable power, Mule Shastri forgot himself. He was extremely pleased. His eyes were full of tears of joy. He again saluted Baba and gave the dakshina. He said that his doubt was removed and that he saw his own Guru. On seeing his wonderful Leela of Baba, all the people, including Mule Shastri, were much moved and they realized the meaning of Baba's words, "Bring Geru, we shall don saffron-colored garment." Such is the wonderful Leela of Baba. A doctor. Once a Mamlatta came to Shirdi with a doctor friend of his. The doctor said that his deity was Rama and that he would not bow before a Mohammedan, and so he was unwilling to go to Shirdi. The Mamlatta replied that nobody would press him to make a bow, nor would ask him to do so. So he should come and give the pleasure of his company. Accordingly, they came to Shirdi and went to the masjid for Baba's darshan. All were wonderstruck to see the doctor going ahead and saluting Baba. They asked him how he forgot his resolve and bowed before a Musalman. Then the doctor replied that he saw his beloved deity Rama on the seat and he therefore prostrated himself before him. Then as he was saying this, he saw Sai Baba there again. Being dismayed, he said, "Is this a dream? How could he be a Mohammedan? He is a great yoga sampanna, full of yoga, avatar." Next day, he made a vow and began to fast. He absented himself from the masjid, resolving not to go there until Baba blessed him. 3 days passed, and on the 4th day, a close friend of his from Kandesh turned up, and with him he went to the masjid for Baba's darshan. After the salutation, Baba asked him whether anybody had gone to call him, so that he had come. Hearing this vital question, the doctor was moved. The same night he was blessed by Baba and he experienced the bliss supreme in his sleep. Then he left for his town where he experienced the same state of a fortnight. Thus his devotion to Sai Baba increased manifold. The moral of all the stories mentioned above, especially that of Mule Shastri, is this, that we should have firm faith in our Guru and nowhere else. More Leelas of Sai Baba will be described in the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sai Nath Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So yeah, if you can Shreya? Yeah. You can continue from page 72 to 73.
Thank you. Chapter 13, The Inscrutable Power of Maya. Baba's words were always short, pithy, deep, full of meaning, efficient, and well-balanced. He was ever content and never cared for anything. He said, though I have become a fakir, have no house or wife, and though leaving off all cares, I have stayed at one place, the inevitable Maya teases me often. Though I forgot myself, I cannot forget her. She always envelopes me. This Maya of the Lord teases God Brahma and others. Then what to speak of a poor fakir like me? Those who take refuge in the Lord will be freed from her clutches with his grace. In such terms, Baba spoke about the power of Maya. Lord Sri Krishna has said to Uddhava in the Bhagavad that the saints are his living forms. And see what Baba had said for the welfare of his devotees. Those who are fortunate and those whose demerits have vanished, take to my worship. If you always say Sai, Sai, I shall take you over the seven seas. Believe in these words, and you will be certainly benefited. I do not need any paraphernalia of worship, either eightfold or 16-fold. I rest there where there is full devotion. Now read what Sai, the friend of those who surrendered themselves to him, did for their welfare. Bimaji Patel. One Bimaji Patel of Narayana Goan, Taluka Junar, district Pune, suffered in the year 1909 AD from a severe and chronic chest disease which ultimately developed into tuberculosis. He tried all sorts of pathos, but to no effect. Losing all hope, he ultimately prayed to God, O Lord Narayana, help me now. It is a well-known fact that when our circumstances are well off, we do not remember God, but when calamities and adversities overtake us, we are reminded of him. So Bimaji now turned to God. It occurred to him that he should consult Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, a great devotee of Baba in this respect. So he wrote to him a letter, giving all details of his malady and asking for his opinion. In reply, Mr. Nana Sahib wrote to him that there was only one remedy left, and that was to have recourse to Baba's feet. Relying on Mr. Nana Sahib's advice, he made preparations for going to Shirdi. He was brought to Shirdi and taken to the masjid and placed before Baba. Mr. Nana Sahib and Shama were then present. Baba pointed out that the disease was due to previous evil karma and was not at first disposed to interfere. But the patient cried out in despair that he was helpless and sought refuge in him, as he was his last hope, and prayed for mercy. Then Baba's heart melted, and he said, Stay, cast off your anxiety, your sufferings have come to an end. However oppressed and troubled one may be, as soon as he steps into the masjid, he is on the pathway to happiness. The fakir here is very kind, and he will cure the disease and protect all with love and kindness. The patient vomited blood every 5 minutes, but there was no vomiting in the presence of Baba. From the time Baba uttered the words of hope and mercy, the malady took a favorable turn. Baba asked him to stay in Bhima Bai's house, which was not a convenient and healthy place, but Baba's order had to be obeyed. While he was staying there, Baba cured him by 2 dreams. In the first dream, he saw himself as a boy suffering in the severe pain of a flogging, which he received for not reciting the Savai poetry lesson before his classmaster. In the second dream, someone caused him intense pain and torture by rolling a stone up and down over his chest. With the pain thus suffered in dream, his cure was complete and he went home. He then often came to Shirdi, gratefully remembering what Baba did for him and prostrated before him. Baba also did not expect anything from his devotees, but grateful remembrance, unchanging faith and devotion. People in Maharashtra always celebrate Satyanarayana Puja in their houses every fortnight or month. But it was this Bimaji Patel who started a new Sai Satyavrata Puja instead of Satyanarayana Vrata Puja in his house when he returned to his village. Bala Ganapat Chimpi. Another devotee of Baba by name Bala Ganapat Chimpi suffered much from a malignant type of malaria. He tried all sorts of medicines and decoctions, but in vain. The fever did not abate a jot, and so he ran to Shirdi and fell on Baba's feet. Baba gave him a strange recipe in this case as follows. Give a black dog some morsels of rice mixed with curds in front of the Lakshmi temple. Bala Shimpi did not know how to execute this recipe, but no sooner he went home than he found rice and curds. After mixing them together, he brought the mixture near the Lakshmi temple. When he found the black dog waving its tail, he placed the curds and rice before the dog. The dog ate it, and strange to say, Bala got rid of his malaria.
Can I start reading? Hello? Yeah, this is Vijaya. I'm reading. Can I read it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. Babu Saheb Bhoti, Shriman Babu Saheb Bhoti suffered once from dysentery and vomiting. His cupboard was full of patent drugs and medicines, but none of them had any effect. Babu Saheb got very weak on account of urgings and vomitings, and therefore was not able to go to the masjid for Baba's darshan. Baba then sent for him and made him sit before him and said, "Now take care. You should not purge anymore," and waving his index finger. "The vomiting must also stop. Now look at the force of Baba's words." Both the maladies took up to their leelas, disappeared, and Bhoti felt well. On other occasion, he had an attack of cholera and suffered from severe thirst. Dr. Pillai tried all sorts of remedies but could give him no relief. Then he went to Baba and consulted him as what to drink that would allay his thirst and cure the disease. Baba prescribed an influenza and of almonds, walnuts, pistachios, a kind of dried fruit, boiled in sugared milk. This would be considered as a fatal aggravation of the disease by any other doctor or physician, but in implicit obedience to Baba's order, the infusion was administered, and strange to say, the disease was cured. Alanda Swami, a Swami from Alandi, wishing to take Baba's darshan, came to Shirdi. He suffered from a severe pain in his ear, which prevented him from getting the sleep. He was operated for this, but it served no purpose. The pain was severe and he did not know what to do. While he was returning, he came to take Baba's leave. When Shama Madhavrao Deshpande requested Baba to do something for the pain in the Swami's ear, Baba comforted him, saying, "Allah acha karega, God will do good." The Swami then returned to Pune and after a week sent a letter to Shirdi stating that the pain in his ear had subsided, though the swelling was there, and in order to get the swelling removed, he went to Bombay for operation. But the surgeon, on examining the ear, said that no operation was then necessary. Such was the wonderful effect of Baba's word. Kaka Mahajani, another devotee named Kaka Mahajani, suffered from diarrhea. In order that there should be no break in his service to Baba, Kaka kept a thambia pot with water in some corner of the masjid, and whenever there was a call, he would go out. As Sai Baba knew everything, Kaka did not inform him of his disease, thinking that Baba would of his own cure it soon. The work of constructing the payment in front of masjid was permitted by Baba. But when the actual work was begun, Baba got wild and shouted out loudly. Everybody ran away, and as Kaka was also doing the same, Baba got hold of him and made him sit there. In the confusion that followed, somebody left a small bag of groundnuts. Baba took a handful of groundnuts, rubbed them in his hands, blew away the skins, and gave the clean nuts to Kaka and made him eat them. Scolding and cleaning the nuts and making Kaka eat them went on simultaneously. Baba himself ate some of them. Then, when the bag was finished, Baba asked him to fetch water as he felt thirsty. Kaka thought a pitcher full of water, brought a pitcher full of water. Then Baba drank some water and made Kaka also drink. Baba then said, "Now your diarrhea has stopped and you may attend to the work of the payment." In the meanwhile, other persons who had run returned and started the work. And Kaka, whose motions had stopped, also joined. Our groundnuts medicines for diarrhea. According to current medical opinion, groundnuts would aggravate the disease and not cure it. The true medicine in this, as in other cases, was Baba's word. Dattapant of Harda. A gentleman from Harda by name Dattapan suffered from stomachache and for 14 years. None of the remedies gave him any relief. Then, hearing of Baba's fame that he cures disease by sight, he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba looked at him kindly and gave him blessings. When Baba placed his hand on his head and when he got Baba's puthi with blessings, he felt relieved and there was no further trouble about the malady. Towards the end of this chapter, 3 cases are cited in footnotes. Madhava Deshpande suffered from piles. Baba gave him decoction of Sonamukhi's senna pods. This relieved him. Then, after 2 years, the trouble again recurred, and Madhava Rao took the same decoction without consulting Baba. The result was that the disease aggravated, but later on it was cured by Baba's grace. Kaka Mahajane, elder brother, Gangadhar Pant, suffered for many years from stomach pain. Hearing Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi and requested Baba to cure him. Baba touched his belly and said, God will cure. From that time, there was no stomach pain and he was completely cured. Nanasaheb Chandorkar also once suffered from intense stomach pain. He was restless the whole day and night. Doctors administered syringes which produced no effect. Then he approached Baba, who told him to eat barfi, a kind of sweet meat mixed with ghee. This recipe gave him complete relief. All these stories go to show that the real medicine that cured the various diseases permanently was Baba's word and grace and not any medicines or drugs. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. And scolded this who bought any costly and richest article, he said to Mr. I'm done. Thank you.
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 14. Ratanji Wadia of Nanded, Saint Maulish of Dakshina. In the last chapter, we described how Baba's word and grace cured many incurable diseases. Now we shall describe how Baba blessed Mr. Ratanji Wadia and gave him an issue. The life of the saint is naturally sweet. His various doings, eating, walking, and his natural sayings are also sweet. His life is bliss incarnate. Sai gave bliss to his devotees as a means of remembrance. He gave them various stories of duty and action, which ultimately led them to the true religion. His subject may be that people should live happily in this world, but they should be ever cautious and achieve the object of their life, with self-realization. We get human body as a result of merits in past birth, and it is worthwhile that with its aid, we should attain devotion and liberation in this life. So we should never be lazy, but always be on the alert to gain our goal of life. If you hear the Leela's stories of Sai daily, you will always see him. Day and night, you will remember him in your mind. When you assimilate Sai in this way, your mind will lose its fickleness. And if you go on in this manner, it will finally be merged in pure consciousness. Ratanji of Nanded. Now let us come to the main story of this chapter. In Nanded in Nizam state, there lived a Parsi mill contractor and trader by name Ratanji Shapurji Wadia. He had amassed a large amount of money and acquired fields and lands. He had cattle, horses, and conveyance and was very prosperous. In all outward appearances, he looked very happy and contented, but inwardly he was not so. Providential dispensation is such that no one in this world is completely happy and rich. Ratanji was no exception to this. He was liberal and charitable, gave food and clothing to the poor, and helped all in various ways. The people took him to be a good and happy man, but Ratanji thought himself miserable, as he had no issue, male or female, for a long time. Just as Kirtan, singing glories of the Lord without love or devotion, song without rhythmical accompaniments, Brahmin without the sacred thread, proficiency in all arts without common sense, pilgrimage without repentance, and ornamentation without a necklace are futile and useless. So is a householder without an issue. Ratanji always brooded on this matter and said in his mind, would God be ever pleased to grant me a son? He thus looked morose and did not relish his food. Day and night he was enveloped with anxiety as to whether he would ever be blessed with a son. He had a great regard for Das Ganu Maharaj. He saw him and opened his heart before him. Das Ganu advised him to go to Shirdi, take Baba's darshan, fall at his feet and seek his blessings and pray for an issue. Ratanji liked the idea and decided to go to the Shirdi. After some days, he went to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, and fell at his feet. Then, opening a basket, he took out a beautiful garland of flowers and placed it around Baba's neck and offered him a basket of fruits. With reverence, he then sat near Baba and prayed to him, saying, "Many persons who find themselves in difficult situations come to you and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this, I have anxiously sought your feet. Please do not disappoint me." Sai Baba then asked him for dakshina of rupees 5, which Ratchanji intended to give, but added that he had already received 3140 from him and that he should pay the balance only. Hearing this, Ratanji was rather puzzled. He could not make out as to what Baba meant. That was the first time he thought that he had come to Shirdi, and how was it that? Baba said that he had earlier got rupees 310 from him. He could not solve the riddle, but he sat at Baba's feet and gave the balance of the dakshina, asked for, explained for Baba fully as to why he came and sought his help, and prayed that Baba should bless him with a son. Baba was moved and told him not to worry, and that thence onward his bad days had ended. He then gave him Udi, placed his hand on his head, and blessed him, saying that Allah would satisfy his heart's desire. Then, after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned to Nanded and told Das Ganu everything that took place at Shirdi. He said that everything went on well there, that he got Baba's darshan and blessing with prasad, but there was one thing which he could not understand. Baba said to him that he had got already rupees 3140 before. Please explain as to what Baba meant by this remark. He said to Das Ganu, I never went to Shirdi before, and how could I give him the sum? To which Baba referred. To Dasaganu too, it was a puzzle, and he thought much over it for a long time. Sometime afterwards, it struck him that Ratanji had received some days ago a Mohammedan saint by name Mauli Sahib in his house and had spent some money for his reception. This Mauli Sahib was a well-known saint of Nanded and worked as a porter. When Ratanji decided to go to Shirdi, this Mauli Sahib turned up at Ratanji's house. Ratanji knew him and loved him. So he gave a small party in his honor. Das Ganu got from Ratanji the memo of expenses of this reception, and everybody was wonderstruck to see that the expenses amounted to exactly the rupees 3140, nothing more, nothing less. They all came to know that Baba was omniscient, that though he lived in Shirdi, he knew what happened outside, far away from Shirdi. In fact, he knew the past, present, and future, and could identify himself with anybody. In this particular instance, how could he know? The reception given to Mauli Sahib and the amount spent, therefore, unless he could identify himself with him and be one with him. Ratanji was satisfied with this explanation, and his faith in Baba was confirmed and increased. In due time, he was blessed with a son, and his joy knew no bounds. It is said that he had in all a dozen issues, out of which only 4 survived. In a footnote towards the end of the chapter, it is stated that Baba told Rao Bahadur Hari Vinayak Sate, after the death of his first wife, to remarry and that he could get a son. R.B. Sathe married second time. The first 2 issues by this wife were daughters, and he therefore felt very disappointed. But the third issue was a son. Baba's word did come true, and he was satisfied. Dakshina. Now we shall close this chapter with a few points about the Dakshina. It is a well-known fact that Baba always asked for Dakshina from people who went to see him. Somebody may ask.
Gomati, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. From Dakshina, I think like no.
Okay, sorry. Sajnananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you.
So Jata Garu, you can continue with.
दक्षिणा मीमांसा If Baba was a fakir and perfectly non-attached, why should he ask for a dakshina and care for money? We shall consider this question broadly now. First, for a long time, Baba did not accept anything. He stored burnt matches and filled his pocket with them. He never asked anything from anybody, whether he be a devotee or otherwise. If anybody placed before him a piece of or two, he purchased oil or tobacco. He was fond of tobacco, for he always smoked a bidi or chilim, an earthen pipe. Then some persons thought that they could not see saints empty-handed, and they therefore placed some copper coins before Baba. If a pice was placed before him, he used to pocket it. If it was a 2 pice coin, it was returned immediately. Then, after Baba's fame had spread far and wide, people began to flock in numbers, and Baba began to ask dakshina from them. It is said in Shruti Veda that puja of the gods is not complete unless a golden coin was offered. If a coin was necessary in the puja of gods, why should it not be so in the puja of the saints also? Ultimately, the Shastras laid it down that when one goes to see God, king, saint, or guru, he should not go empty-handed. He should offer something, preferably coin or money. In this connection, we may notice the precepts recommended by the Upanishads. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says that the Lord Prajapati advised the gods, men, and demons by one letter, Da. The gods understood by this letter that they should practice Dhamma, self-control. The men thought or understood that they should practice Dana, charity. The demons understood that they should practice Daya, compassion. To men, charity or giving was recommended. The teacher in Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts his pupils to practice charity and other virtues. Regarding charity, he says, give with faith, give with magnanimity, liberally give the modesty, with awe, with sympathy. In order to teach the devotees the lesson of charity and to remove their attachment to money and thus to purify their minds, Baba extracted dakshina from them, but there was a peculiarity, as Baba said, that he had to give back 100 times more of what he'd received. There are many instances in which this has happened. To quote as instance, Mr. Ganpatro Bodas, the famous actor, says his Marathi autobiography that on Baba's pressing him often and often for dakshina, he emptied his money bag before him. The result of this was, as Mr. Bodas says, that in later life, he never lacked money as it came to him abundantly. There were also secondary meanings of dakshina in many cases in which Baba did not want any pecuniary amount. To quote 2 instances, Baba asked 15 rupees a dakshina from Pro Gigi Narke, who replied that he did not have even a pie. Then Baba said, I know you have no money, but you are reading Yoga Vashita. Give me dakshina from that. Giving dakshina in this case meant deriving lessons from the book and lodging them in the heart where Baba resides. In the second case, Baba asked a certain lady, Mrs. R.A. Tarkad, to give 6 rupees as dakshina. The lady felt pained as she had nothing to give. Then her husband explained to her that Baba wanted 6 inner enemies, lust, anger, avarice, to be surrendered to him. Baba agreed with his explanation. It is noted that though Baba collected a lot of money by dakshina, he would distribute the whole amount the same day and the next morning. he would become a poor fakir as usual. When Baba took his Mahasmadhi after receiving thousands of rupees as dakshina for about 10 years, he had only a few rupees in his possession. In short, Baba's main object in taking dakshina from his devotees was to teach them the lessons of renunciation and purification.
Postscript. Mr. B.V. Dio of Tana, retired Mamlatadar and a great devotee of Baba, has written an article on this subject, Dakshina, in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 7, page 6 through 26, in which he says, amongst other things, as follows. Baba did not ask Dakshina from all. If some gave Dakshina without being asked, he sometimes accepted it and at other times he refused it. He asked it from certain devotees only. He never demanded it from those devotees who thought in their minds that Baba should ask them for it, and then they should pay it. If anybody offered it against his wish, he never touched it and he kept it there. He asked him to take it away. He asked for small or big amounts from devotees according to their wish, devotion, and convenience. He asked it even from women and children. He never asked all the rich for it, nor from all the poor. Baba never got angry with those from whom he asked dakshina and who did not give it. If any dakshina was sent through some friend who forgot to hand over the same to Baba, he reminded him somehow of it and made him pay it. On some occasions, Baba used to return some sum from the amount entered as dakshina and ask the donor to guard it or keep it in his shrine for worship. This procedure benefited the donor or devotee immensely. If anybody offered more than he originally intended to give, he returned the extra amount. Sometimes he asked more dakshina from some than what they originally intended to give, and if they had no money, asked them to get or borrow from others. From some, he demanded dakshina 3 or 4 times a day. Out of the amount collected as dakshina, Baba spent very little for his own sake, that is, for buying chilim, clay pipe, and fuel for his duni, sacred fire, and all the rest. He distributed as charity in varying proportions to various persons. All the paraphernalia of the SHIRDI Sansthan was brought by various rich devotees at the instance and suggestion of Radha Krishna Mai. Baba always used to get wild and scold at those who brought costly and rich articles. He said to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar that all his property consisted of one kupin cord piece, one stray piece of cloth, one kafini, and a tumral, and that all the people troubled him by bringing all these unnecessary, useless, and costly articles. Women and wealth are the two main obstacles in the way of our pramartha, spiritual life, and Baba and provided in Shirdi 2 institutions, that is Dakshina and Radha Krishna Mai. Whenever they came to him, he demanded Dakshina from them and asked them to go to the school, Radha Krishna Mai's house. If they stood these 2 tests well, that is, if they showed that they were free from attachment for women and wealth, their progress in spirituality was rapid and assured by Baba's grace and blessings. Mr. Doe has also quoted passages from the Gita and Upanishads and shown that charity given in a holy place and to a holy personage conduces to the donor's welfare to a great degree. What is more holy than Shirdi and its presiding deity, Sai Baba? Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Satchidananda Sadguru Sai Nath Ki Jai.
Thank you.
Chapter 15, Nardiya Kirtan Padati, Mr. Cholkar's sugarless tea, 2 lizards. The readers may remember that mention was made in the 6th chapter regarding the Ram Navami festival in Shirdi, how the festival originated and how in the early years there was great difficulty in getting a good Haridas for doing Kirtan on those occasions, and how Baba permanently entrusted this function, that's Kirtan, to Das Ganu, and how he has been doing it successfully ever since. Now in this chapter, we shall describe the manner in which Das Ganu has been doing the Kirtan. Naradiya Kirtan Padati. Generally, our Haridas, while doing the Kirtan, wear a gala and full dress. They put on a headdress, either a peta or a turban, a long flowing coat with a shirt inside, and uparni, short dhotar, on the shoulders, and the usual long dhotar from the waist below. After dressing himself in this fashion for some Kirtan in the Shirdi village, Das Ganu once went to Baba for prostrating before him. Baba asked him, "Well, bridegroom, where are you going dressed so beautifully like this?" "For doing a Kirtan," came the reply. Then Baba said, "Why do you want all this paraphernalia, coat, uparni, and peta, etc.? Lay off all that before me. Why wear them on the body?" Das Ganu immediately took them off and placed them at Baba's feet. Thenceforth, Das Ganu never wore these things while doing the Kirtan. He was always bare from waist upwards. A pair of chiplets was in his hand and a garland round his neck. This is not in consonance with the practice generally followed by all the Haridas, but this is the best and the purest method. The sage Narada, from whom the Kirtan Padati originated, wore nothing on his torso and head. He carried a veena on his hand and wandered from place to place, singing the glory of the Lord. Mr. Cholkar's sugarless tea. Initially, Baba was known in Pune and Ahmednagar districts, but Nana Sahib Chandorkar, by his word of mouth, and Das Ganu by his splendid kirtans, spread the fame of Baba in the Konkan, Mumbai presidency. In fact, it was Das Ganu, may God bless him, who by his beautiful and inimitable kirtans made Baba available to so many people there. The audience who come to hear the kirtans have different tastes. Some like the erudition or learning of the Haridas, some his gestures, some his singing, some his wit and humor, some his preliminary dissertation on Vedanta, and some his main theme, and so on. But among them, there are very few who by hearing the kirtan get faith and devotion or love for God or saints. The effect of hearing Das Ganu's kirtan on the minds of audience was, however, electric as it were. We give an instance here. Das Ganu was once doing his kirtan and singing the glory of Sai Baba in the Kopaneshwara temple in Thana. One Mr. Cholkar, a poor man serving a temporary employee in the civil courts in Thana, was amongst the audience. He heard Das Ganu's kirtan and most attentively and was much moved. He there and then mentally bowed and vowed to Baba, saying, "Baba, I am a poor man, unable to support my family. If by your grace I pass the departmental examination and get a permanent post, I shall go to Shirdi, fall at your feet and distribute sugar candy in your name." As luck would have it, Mr. Cholkar did pass the examination and did get the permanent post. And now it remained for him to fulfill his vow. The sooner the better. Mr. Cholkar was a permanent post, and now it remained for him to fulfill his vow. The sooner the better. Mr. Cholkar was a poor man with a large family to support, and he could not afford to pay for the expenses of a Shirdi trip. As is well said, one can easily cross over Nanegat in Thana district or even the Shayagri range, but it is very difficult for a poor man to cross Umbar Ghat, that is the threshold of his house. As Mr. Cholkar was anxious to fulfill his vow as early as possible, he resolved to cut down his expenses and save money. He determined not to use sugar in his diet and began to take his tea without it. After he was able to save some money in this way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, fell at his feet, offered a coconut, distributed it with a clean conscience, and along with sugar candy as per his vow, and said to Baba that he was much pleased with his darshan and that his desires were fulfilled that day. Mr. Cholkar was in the masjid with his host Babu Sahib Jog. When the host and the guest both got up and were about to leave the masjid, Baba spoke to Jog as follows: "Give him, your guest, a cup of tea fully saturated with sugar." Hearing these significant words, Mr. Cholkar was much moved. He was wonderstruck. His eyes were bedewed with tears and he fell at Baba's feet again. Mr. Jog was also curious about his direction. Baba wanted his words to create faith and devotion in Cholkar's mind. He hinted as it were there that he got the sugar candy as per his vow and that he knew fully well his secret determination not to use sugar in his diet. Baba meant to say, "If you spread your palms with devotion before me, I am immediately with you day and night. Though I am here physically, still I know what you do beyond the 7 seas. Go wherever you wish. Over the wide world, I am with you. My abode is in your heart, and I am within you. Always worship me, who is seated in your heart as well as in the hearts of all beings. Blessed and fortunate indeed is he who knows me thus." What a beautiful and important lesson Baba had thus imparted to Mr. Cholkar. 2 lizards. Now we close this chapter with the story of 2 lizards. Once Baba was sitting in the masjid. A devotee sat in front of him when a lizard tick-ticked. Out of curiosity, the devotee asked Baba whether the tick-ticking of the lizard signified anything good or was it a bad omen. Baba said that the lizard was overjoyed as her sister from Aurangabad was coming to see her. The devotee sat silent, not making out of the meaning of Baba's words. Immediately, a gentleman from Aurangabad came on horseback to see Baba. He wanted to proceed further, but his horse would not go as it was hungry and wanted grams. He took out a bag of grams from his shoulders and bring grams to bring grams and dashed it on the ground to remove dirt. The lizard came out of from there and in the presence of all climbed up the wall. Baba asked the questioner devotee to mark her well. She at once went strutting to her sister. Both sisters met each other after a long time, kissed and embraced each other, whirled around and danced with love. Where is Shirdi and where is Aurangabad for the lizard? How should the man on horseback come there from Aurangabad with the lizard now? And how should Baba make a prophecy of the meeting of the 2 sisters? All this is really very wonderful and proves the omniscience, the all-knowing nature of Baba. Postscript. He who respectfully reads this chapter or studies it daily will get all the miseries removed by the grace of Sadguru Sai Baba. Bow to Shri Sai Baba. Peace to be all. Om Sachidananda
Sadguru Sainath Maharaj
ki Jai.
Thank you so much, Malagaru.
Thank you.
Yeah. Balaji, you can go next.
Sure. Anand is not there for sure.
Anand is not able to connect to Zoom. Okay, so
okay.
I will try to schedule something.
Okay. Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
And pray for his dad. His dad is not well.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Om Sai Ram. Chapter.
I can hear. Pray for his dad because his dad is not well. We cannot, Balaji.
You can hear. You can hear me, right?
Balaji, Dipankar, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chapter 16
Yeah,
and
just
17.
want to pray for Anand's dad. Okay.
Yeah, let's wait. I mean, in case he joins. Sure.
Balaji, you can continue.
Okay.
Anand is unable to join the link. Okay, just pray for his dad because his dad is not here. Okay, so he's there in India.
Om Sai Ram. Chapter 16 and 17, quick Brahmagyan. These two chapters relate to the story of a rich gentleman who wanted Brahmagyan quickly from Sai Baba. Preliminary. The last chapter described how Mr. Cholkar's vow of small offering was completed and accepted. In that story, Sai Baba showed that he would accept with appreciation any small thing offered with love and devotion, but if the same thing was offered with pride and haughtiness, he would reject it. Being himself full of Satchit Anand, pure consciousness, knowledge and joy, he did not care much for mere outward formalities, but if an offering was made in a humble spirit, the same was welcome and accepted with pleasure and avidity. In fact, there was no person more generous and benevolent than a Sadguru like Sai Baba. He cannot be compared to the Chintamani jewel, the Kalpatru, the celestial tree which fulfills our desires, or the Kamadhenu, the celestial cow which yields what we desire. They give us only what we desire, but the Sadguru gives us the most precious thing that is inconceivable and inscrutable, the reality. Now let us hear how Sai Baba disposed of a rich gentleman who came to him and implored him to give him Brahmagyan. There was a rich gentleman, unfortunately his name and whereabouts are not mentioned, who was very prosperous in his life. He had amassed large quantities of wealth, houses and lands, and had many servants and dependents. When Baba's fame reached his ears, he said to a friend of his that he was not in want of anything, and so he would go to Shirdi, ask Baba to give him Brahmagyan, which if he got would certainly make him more happy. His friend dissuaded him, saying, "It's not easy to know Brahma, and especially for a avaricious man like you, who is always engrossed in wealth, wife, and children. Who will, in your quest for Brahmagyan, satisfy you, who does not give away even a paisa in charity?" Not minding his friend's advice, the fellow engaged a return journey Tonga and came to Shirdi. He went to the masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet, and said, "Baba, hearing that you show Brahma to all who come to you, I have come here all the way from my distant place. I am much fatigued by the journey, and if I get Brahmagyan from you, my troubles will be well paid and rewarded." Baba then replied, "Oh, my dear friend, do not be anxious. I shall show you Brahma. Many people come to me and ask for wealth, health, power, honor, position, cure of diseases, and other temporal matters. Rare is the person who comes to me and asks for Brahmagyan. There is no dearth of people asking for worldly things, but people interested in spiritual matters are very rare. I think it's fortunate and auspicious moment when a person like you comes and asks me for Brahmagyan. So forthwith, I shall show you with pleasure Brahma with all its accompaniments and complexities." Saying this, Baba started to show Brahma. He made him sit there and engaged him in some other talk, and thus made him forget the question for the time being. Then he called a boy and told him to go to one Nandu Marwadi and get from him a loan of ₹5. The boy left and returned immediately, saying that Nandu was absent and his house was locked. Then Baba asked him to go to Bala Grocer and get from him the said loan. This time also the boy was unsuccessful. The experiment was repeated again twice or thrice with the same result. Sai Baba, as we all know, is the living and moving Brahma incarnate. Then someone may ask, why did he want a paltry sum of ₹5 and why did he try hard to get it? In reality, he did not want the sum at all. He must have known fully that Nandu and Bala were absent and that he seemed to have adopted the procedure as a test for the seeker of Brahma. That gentleman had a roll of bundle or currency notes in his pocket. And if he were really earnest, he would not have sat quiet and be a mere onlooker when Baba was frantically trying to get a paltry sum of ₹5. He knew that Baba would keep his word and repay the debt, and that the sum wanted was insignificant. Still, he could not make up his mind and advance the sum. Such a man wanted from Baba the greatest thing in the world, Brahmagyan. Any other person who really loved Baba would have given him ₹5 at once, instead of being a mere onlooker. It was otherwise with this man. He advanced no money, nor did he sit silent, but began to be impatient as he was in haste to return and implored Baba, saying, "Oh Baba, please give me Brahma Gyan soon." Baba replied, "Oh my dear friend, did you not understand all the procedure that I went through sitting here in this place for enabling you to see Brahma? It is, in short, this: for seeing Brahma, one has to see five things, surrender five things, viz. Five pranas, vital forces, five senses, mind, intellect, and ego. The path of Brahma Gyan or self-realization is as hard as treading on the edge of razor. Still, Sai Baba then gave a rather long discourse on the subject, the purport of which is given below. Qualifications of Brahma Gyan or self-realization. All persons do not realize the Brahma in their lifetime. Certain qualifications are absolutely necessary. Mumukshu, and or intense desire to get free. He who does that, he is bound, and that he should get free from bondage and works earnestly and resolutely to that end, and does not care for anything, is qualified for spiritual life. Virakti, or a feeling of non-attachment with the things of this world and honor. Unless a man feels disgusted with the things, emoluments, and honors which his actions would bring in this world and next, he has no right to enter into the spiritual realm. Antarmukha, introversion. Our senses have been created by God with a tendency to move outward, and so a man always looks outward and not inward. He who wants self-realization and immortal life must turn his gaze inwards and look to his inner self. Catharsis, eliminating all base ideas and emotions. Unless a man has turned away from wickedness and stopped from doing wrong and has entirely composed himself, and unless his mind is at rest, he cannot gain self-realization even by means of knowledge. Right conduct. Unless a man leads a life of truth, penance, insight, a life of celibacy, he cannot get God realization. Preferring Shreyas, the good, to Prayas, the pleasant. There are two sorts of things, viz. Good and the pleasant. The former deals with spiritual affairs, the latter with mundane matters. Both of these are open to the man for acceptance. He has to think and choose one of them. The wise man prefers the good to the pleasant, but the unwise, through greed and attachment, chooses the pleasant.
Yeah.
I'll leave from point 7 to the next person.
Yeah.
Sri Sachidananda Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Ramaraju?
Yeah, Sairam.
Yeah.
Control of the mind and the senses. The body is the chariot and the self is its master. Intellect is the charioteer and the mind is the reins. The senses are the horses and the sense objects their paths. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained has his senses unmanageable, like the vicious horses of a charioteer. Does not reach his destination, get realization, but goes through the round of births and deaths. But he who has understanding and whose mind is restrained has his senses being under control. Like the good horse of a charioteer reaches that place that is the state of self-realization. When he is not born again, the man who has understanding as his charioteer guide and is able to rein his mind reaches the end of the journey, which is the supreme abode of the all-pervading Vishnu Lord. Purification of the mind. Unless a man discharges satisfactorily and disinterestedly the duties of his station in life, his mind will not be purified, and unless his mind is purified, he cannot get self-realization. It is only in the purified mind that viveka, discrimination between the unreal and the real, and vairagya, non-attachment to the unreal, crop up and lead on to self-realization. Unless egoism is dropped, avarice got rid of, and the mind made desireless, pure, self-realization is not possible. The idea that I am the body is a great delusion, and attachment to this idea is the cause of bondage. Leave off this idea and attachment, therefore, if you want to get to the goal of self-realization. 9. The necessary of a guru. The knowledge of the self is so subtle and mystic that no one could, by his own individual effort, ever hope to action it, to attain it. So the help of another person, teacher, who has himself got self-realization is absolutely necessary. What others cannot give with great labor and pains can be easily gained with the help of such a teacher. For he has walked on the path himself and can easily take the disciple step by step on the ladder of spiritual progress. 10. And lastly, the Lord's grace is the most essential thing. When the Lord is pleased with anybody, he gives him viveka and vairagya and takes him safe beyond the ocean of mundane existence. The self cannot be gained by the study of Vedas, nor by intellect, nor by much learning. He whom the self chooses gains it. To him, the self reveals its nature, says the Kada Upanishad. After the dissertation was over, Baba turned to the gentleman and said, "Well, sir, there is in your pocket the Brahma or Mammon in the form of 50 times 5, that is rupees 250. Please take that out." The gentleman took out from his pocket the bundle of currency notes, and to his great surprise found on counting them that there were 25 notes of 10 rupees each. Seeing this omniscience of Baba, he was moved and fell at Baba's feet and craved for his blessings. The Baba said to him, "Roll up your bundle of Brahma with currency notes. Unless you get rid completely of your avarice or greed, you will not get the real Brahma. How can he whose mind is engrossed in wealth, progeny and prosperity expect to know the Brahma without removing away his attachment for the same? The illusion of attachment or the love for money is a deep eddy, whirlpool of painful of crocodiles in the form of conceit and jealousy. He who is desireless can alone cross the whirlpool. Greed and Brahma are the poles asunder. They are eternally opposed to each other. Where there is greed, there is no room for thought or meditation of the Brahma. Then how can a greedy man get dispassion and salvation? For a greedy man, there is no peace, neither contentment nor certainty, steadiness. If there be even a little trace of greed in mind, all the sadhanas, spiritual endeavors are of no avail. Even the knowledge of a well-read man who is not free from the desire of the fruit or reward of his actions, and who has got no disgust for the same, is useless and can't help him in getting self-realization. The teaching of a guru are of no use to a man who is full of egoism and who always thinks about the sense objects. Purification of mind is absolutely necessary. Without it, all our spiritual endeavors are nothing but useless show and pomp. It is therefore better for one to take only what he can digest and assimilate. My treasury is full and I can give anyone what he wants, but I have to see whether he is qualified to receive my gift. He is qualified to receive my gift. If you listen to me carefully, you will be certainly benefited. While sitting in this masjid, I never speak any untruth. When a guest is invited to a house, all the members of the household and other friends and relations that happen to be present are entertained along with the guest. So all those that were present in the masjid at this time could partake of the spiritual feast that was served by Baba for the rich gentleman. After getting Baba's blessing, one and all, including the gentleman, left the place quite happy and contented.
Special characteristics of Baba. There are many saints who, leaving their houses, stay in the forest, caves, or hermitages, and remaining in solitude, try to get liberation of salvation for themselves. They do not care for other people and are always self-absorbed. Sai Baba was not of such a type. He had no home, no wife, no progeny, nor any relations, near or distant. Still, he lived in the world. He begged his bread for 4 or 5 houses, always lived at the foot of the neem tree, carried on worldly dealings, and taught all the people how to act and behave in this world. Rare are the sadhu and saints who, after attaining God vision, strive for the welfare of the people. Sai Baba was the foremost of these, and therefore says Hamad Pant, blessed is the country, blessed is the family, and blessed are the chaste parents, where this extraordinary, transcendent, precious, and pure jewel was born. Go to Sri Sai, peace to all.
Anand, you can from chapter.
Sure. Sairam. How Himmat Pant was accepted and blessed. Stories of Mr. Sate and Mrs. Deshmukh, encouraging good thoughts to fruition, variety in Upadesh, teachings, reading, slander, and remuneration for labor. The last 2 chapters, Himmat Pant described how a rich gentleman aspiring for quick Brahmajnana was treated by Baba. And now in these 2 chapters, he describes how Himmat Pant himself was accepted and blessed by Baba. How Baba encouraged good thoughts and fructified them, and gives his teachings regarding self-improvement, slander, and remuneration for labor. Preliminary. It is a well-known fact that the Sadguru looks first to the qualifications of his disciples and then gives them suitable instructions without unsettling their minds in the least, and leads them on towards the goal of self-realization. In this respect, some say that what the Sadguru teaches or instructs should not be divulged to others. They think that their instructions become useless if they are published. This view is not correct. The Sadguru is like a monsoon cloud. He pours down profusely, that is, scatters widely his nectar-like teachings. These we should enjoy and assimilate to our heart's content and then serve others with them without any reserve. This rule should apply not only to what he teaches in our waking state, but to the visions he gives us in our dreams. To quote an instance, Buddha Kaushik Rishi composed a celebrated Ramaraksha Stotra that he had seen in his dream. Like a loving mother forcing bitter but wholesome medicines down the throats of her children for the sake of their health, Sai Baba imparted spiritual instructions to his devotees. His method was not veiled or secret, but quite open. The devotees who followed his instructions got their object. Sadgurus like Sai Baba open our eyes of the intellect and show us the divine beauties of the self and fulfill our tender longings of devotion. When this is done, our desire for sense objects vanishes, twin fruits of viveka, discrimination, and vairagya, dispassion or non-attachment, come to our hands, and knowledge sprouts up even in sleep. All this we get when we come in contact with saints, Sadguru, serve them and secure their love. The Lord who fulfills the desires of his devotees comes to our aid, removes our troubles and sufferings, and makes us happy. This progress or development is entirely due to the help of the Sadguru, who is regarded as the Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be after the Sadguru, hear his stories, fall at his feet, and serve him. Now we come to our main story. Mr. Sate. There was a gentleman named Mr. Saten who had attained some publicity many years ago during the Crawford region, which was put down by Lord Reid, the then governor of Bombay. He suffered severe losses in trade. Other adverse circumstances gave him much trouble and made him sad and dejected. Being restless, he thought of leaving home and going out to a distant place. Man does not generally think of God, but when difficulties and calamities overtake him, he turns to him and prays for relief. If his evil actions have come to an end, God arranges his meeting with a saint who gives him proper directions regarding his welfare. Mr. Sate had similar experience. His friends advised him to go to Shirdi, where so many people were flocking to get Sai Baba's darshan for getting peace of mind and the satisfaction of their wants. He liked the idea and at once came to Shirdi in 1917. Seeing Baba's form, which was like eternal Brahma, self-luminous, spotless and pure, his mind lost its restlessness and became calm and composed. He thought that it was the accumulation of merits in his former births that brought him to the holy feet of Baba. He was a man of strong will. He at once started to make a Parayana study of Guru Charitra. When the reading was finished in the Saptaha of 7 days, Baba gave him a vision that night. It was to this effect. Baba, with Guru Charitra in his hand, was explaining its contents to Mr. Sate, who was sitting in front and listening carefully. When he woke up, he remembered the dream and felt very happy. He thought that it was extremely kind of Baba, who awakens souls like his that are snoring in ignorance and makes them taste the nectar of Guru Charitra. Next day, he informed Kaka Sahib Dikshit of this vision and requested him to consult Sai Baba regarding its meaning or significance. Whether one Sapta's week's reading was sufficient or whether he should begin again. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, when got a suitable opportunity, asked Baba, Deva, oh God, what did you suggest to Mr. Sate by this vision? I'll stop here. How to go until 95 end, right? Or
Yeah, means, yeah, I think
end
so.
of 95, correct?
End of 95.
Okay, thank you. Whether he should stop or continue the Saptah.
No,
He's
you
a
can
simple
continue.
devotee. Saram.
Yeah,
I can
continue.
continue, right? Yeah. So Kaka Dikshit, when he got a suitable opportunity, asked Baba, Deva, oh God, what did he suggest to Mr. Sate by this vision? Whether he should stop or continue the Saptah. He is a simple devotee. His desire should be fulfilled and the vision explained to him, and he should be blessed. Then Baba replied, he should make one more Saptah of the book. If the work be studied carefully, the devotee will become pure and will be benefited. The Lord will be pleased, will rescue him from the bondage of the mundane existence. At this time, Hemant Pant was present there. He was shampooing Baba's legs. When he heard Baba's words, he thought in his mind as follows. What? Mr. Satya read for a week only and got a reward, and I'm reading it for 40 years with no result. His 7-day stay here becomes fruitful, while my 7-year stay, 1910 to 1917, goes for nothing. Like a chatak bird, I am ever waiting for the merciful cloud, Baba, to pour its nectar on me and bless me with his instructions. No sooner did this thought cross his mind, Baba knew it then and there. It was the experience of the Bhaktas that Baba read and understood all their thoughts, and that he suppressed the evil thoughts and increased the good ones. Reading Himmat Band's mind, Baba at once asked him to get up, go to Shama, Madhavar of Deshpande, get from him rupees 15 as Dakshina, sit and chit-chat with him for a while and then return. Mercy dawned in Baba's mind, and so he issued this order. And who could disobey Baba's order? Himmat Pant immediately left the masjid and came to Shama's house. He had just bathed and he was wearing a dhotar. He came out and asked Himmat Pant, how is it that you are here now? It seems that you have come from the masjid. Why do you look restless and dejected? Why are you alone? Please sit and rest while I shall just do my worship and return. In the meanwhile, please take panvida, leaves and betel nuts, etc. Let us then have a pleasant chat. After saying this, He went inside, and Hemant Pant sat alone in the front veranda. He saw in the window a well-known Marathi book named Nath Bhagavat. This is a commentary by the Saint Eknath on the 11th Skanda, chapter of the bigger Sanskrit work, the Bhagavat. At the suggestion or recommendation of Sai Baba, Messrs. Bapu Sahib Jog and Kaka Sahib Dikshit read daily in Shirdi, Bhagavad Gita with its Marathi commentary named Bhavarta Deepika or Jnaneshwari, dialogue between Krishna and his friend devotee Arjuna, Nath Bhagavat, a dialogue between Krishna and his servant devotee Uddhava, and also Eknath's other big work visualizing Bhavarta Ramayana. When devotees come to Baba and ask him certain questions, he sometimes I'll stop here. I will start with this sentence.
Yeah, you can complete it till the end, till Bhagavad and the next.
Okay. He sometimes answered them in part and asked them to go and listen to the readings of the above mentioned works, which are the main treatises of Bhagavad Gita. That's in 96.
All right. Thank you so much.
Om Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Sanath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Maharaj Ki Jai. Usha garu?
Yeah, and this Sairam. When the devotees went and listened, they got full and satisfactory replies to their question. Hemant Pant also used to read daily some portions of the book Nath Bhagavat. That day, he did not complete the daily portion of his reading, but had left it unfinished in order to accompany certain devotees who were going to the masjid. When he took up the book from Shama's window and casually opened it, he found to his surprise that the unfinished portion turned up. He thought that Baba sent him very kindly to Shama's house for enabling him to complete his daily reading. So he went, thought the unfinished portion and completed it. As soon as this was over, Shama, after doing his worship, came out, and the following conversation took place between them. Hemant Pant, I have come with a message from Baba. He has asked me to return with rupees 15 as dakshina from you. Also to sit with you for a while and have a pleasant chit chat and then return to the masjid with you. Shama with surprise. I have no money to give. Take my 15 namaskars in lieu of rupees as the dakshina to Baba. Hemant Pant. All right, your namaskaras are accepted. Now let us have some chit chat. Let me some stories and leelas of Baba, which will destroy our sins. Shama. Then sit here for a while. Wonderful is the spot, leela of this god. You know it already. I am a village rustic, while you are an enlightened citizen. You have seen some more leelas since you are coming here. How should I describe them before you? Well, take these leaves, betel nut and chunam and eat the panveda while I go in, dress myself and come out. In a few minutes, Shama come out and sat talking with Hemant Pant. He said that Leela of this god is inscrutable. There is no end to his Leelas. Who can see them? He plays our sports with his Leelas. Still he is outside of them. What do we rustic know? Why does not Baba himself tell stories? Why does he send learned men like you to fool like me? His ways are inconceivable. I can only say that they are not human. With this preface, Shama added, I now remember a story which I shall relate to you. I know it personally, as a devotee is resolute and determined. So is Baba's immediate response. Sometimes Baba put the devotees to serve test and then give them Upadesha. As soon as Hemant Pant heard the words Upadesha, a flash of lightning crossed through his mind. He at once remembered the story of Mr. Sate Guru Charitra, reading and thought the Baba might have sent him to Shama in order to give peace to his restless mind. However, he calmed this feeling and began to listen to Shama's story. They all showed how kind and affectionate Baba was to his devotees. Hemant Pant began to feel a sort of joy while hearing them. Then Shyama began to tell the following story. This is Radhabai Dikshmukh. There was an old woman by name Radha Bai. She was the mother of one Dikshmukh. Hearing Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi with the people of Sangamanar. She took Baba's darshan and was much satisfied. She loved Baba intimately and resolved in her mind that she should accept Baba as her guru and take some upadesha from him. She knew nothing else. She determined to fast herself unto death, so long as Baba did not accept her and give her any upadesha or mantra. She stayed in her lodging and left off taking any food or water for 3 days. I was frightened by this ordeal of the old woman and interceded with Baba on her behalf. I said, Deva, what is this you have started? You drag so many persons here. You know that old lady, she is very obstinate and depends on you entirely. She has resolved to fast unto death. If you don't accept and instruct her, if anything worse happens, people will blame you and say that Baba did not instruct her, and consequently she met her death. So take some mercy on her, bless her, and instruct her. On seeing her determination, Baba sent for her, changed the turn of her mind by addressing her as follows. O mother, why are you subjecting yourself to unnecessarily tortures and hastening your death? You are really my mother, and I am your child. Take pity on me and hear me though. I tell you my own story, which, if you listen carefully, will do you good. I had a guru. He was a great saint and most merciful. I served him long, very long. Still, he would not blow any mantra into my ears. I had a need desire, never to leave him but to stay with and serve him, and at all cost receive some instructions from him. But he had his own way. He first got my head shaved and asked me 2 paisa as dakshan. I gave the same at once. If you say that, as my guru was perfect, why should he ask for money and how should he be called desireless? I replied plainly that he never cared for coins. What had he to do with them? His 2 paisa were one, firm faith, and two, patience or perseverance. I gave these 2 paisas or things to him, and he was pleased. I resorted to my guru for 12 years. He brought me up. There was no dearth of food and clothing. He was full of love name. He was love incarnate. How can I describe it? He loved me most. Rare is a guru like me, like him. When I looked at him, he seemed as if he was in deep meditation. And then we both were filled with bliss. Night and day, I gazed at him with no thought of hunger and thirst. Without him, I felt restless. I had no other object to meditate, nor any other thing than my guru to attend. He was my sole refuge. My mind was always fixed on him. This is 1 paisa dakshina. Saburi, patience or perseverance, is the other paisa. I waited patiently and very long on my guru and served him. This saburi will ferry you across the sea of this mundane existence. Saburi is manliness in man. It removes all sins and afflictions, gets rid of calamities in various ways, and casts aside all fear, and ultimately gives you success. Saburi is the main of virtues, concert of good thought. Nishta and Saburi are like twin sisters, loving each other very intimately. My guru never expected any other thing from me. He never neglected me, but protected me at all times. I lived with him and was sometimes away from him. Still, I never felt the want of absence of his love. He always protected me by his glance. just as the tortoise feed her young ones, whether they are near her or away from her on the other side of the river bank. By her loving looks, O mother, my guru never taught me any mantra. Then how shall I blow any mantra in your ears? Just remember that Guru's tortoise like loving glance gives us happiness. Don't try to get mantra or upadesha from anybody. Make me the sole object of your thoughts and actions, and you will no doubt attain Paramatma, the spiritual goal of life. Look at me wholeheartedly, and I am in turn look at you. Similarly, sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth, nothing but the truth. No sadhana nor proficiency in the six shastras are necessary. Have faith and confidence in your Guru. Believe fully that Guru is the sole actor or role. Blessed is he who knows the greatness of his Guru and thinks him to be Hari, Hara, and Brahma incarnate. You want me to continue? Or? That's it, right, Anu?
No, instruct.
Okay. Instruct in this way. The old lady was convinced. She bowed to Baba and gave up her fast.
Thank you. Sri Satyananda.
Bow to, yeah, Sri Satyananda Maharaj ki jai. Thank you.
Rajeshwari. Rajeshwari garu is on mute.
Hello, you want me to continue or she is
No,
going? Oh.
Hello.
Yeah, you can continue
Hello.
from page 99. Hello. Yeah, you
Hello.
can continue from. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, you can continue right now from page 99 till page 101 till before the encouraging good thoughts. And
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, thank you. Hearing this story carefully and attentively and marking its significance and appropriateness, Hemant Pant was most agreeably surprised. On seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba, he was moved from top to toe. He was overflowing with joy. His throat was choked and he was not able to utter a single word. Shama, on seeing him in this condition, asked him, "What is the matter with you? Why are you silent? How shall I describe the innumerable Leela of Baba?" Just at this time, the bell of the masjid began to ring, proclaiming that the noon worship and Aarti ceremony had begun. Therefore, Shama and Ahmed Pant hurried to the masjid. Bapu Sahib Jag had just started the worship. Women were up in the masjid and men were standing below in the open courtyard, and they were all singing the Aarti in the chorus to the accompaniment of drums. Shama went up, pulling Hemant Pant with him. He sat to the right and Hemant Pant in front of the Baba. On seeing them, Baba asked Hemant Pant to give the Dakshina bought from Shama. He replied that Shama gave namaskaras in lieu of rupees and that he was there in person. Baba said, "All right, now let me know whether you both had a chit chat, and if so, tell me all that you talked about." Not minding the sounds of the bell, the drum and chorus songs, Hemant Pant was eager to tell Baba that they had talked about and started to narrate it. Baba was also anxious to hear, and so he left the poster and leaned forward. Hemant Pant said that all that they talked about was very pleasant, especially the story of the old lady was most wonderful, and that on hearing it, he thought that his Leela was inexplicable and under the guise of the story. He really blessed him. Baba then said, "Wonderful is the story. How are you blessed? I would like to know everything in detail from you, so tell me all about it." Then Hemant Pant related in full the story which he had heard a little while before and which had made lasting impression on his mind. Hearing this, Baba was much pleased and asked him, "Did the story strike you and did you catch its significance?" He replied, "Yes, Baba. The restlessness of my mind has vanished and I have got true peace and rest and come to know the true path." Then Baba spoke as follows: "My method is quite unique. Remember well this one story and it will be very useful. To get the knowledge, realization of the self, dhyana or meditation is necessary. If you practice it continuously, the virtuous subtle thought will pacify it. Being quite desireless, you should meditate on God, who is all the creatures, and when the mind is concentrated, the goal will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is knowledge incarnate and consciousness and bliss. If you cannot do this, meditate on my form from top to toe, as you see here, night and day. As you go on doing this, your virtues will be single pointed, and the distinction between the dhyata, meditator, and dhyana, act of meditation, dheya, thing meditated on, will be lost. And the meditator will be one with the consciousness and be merged in the Brahma. The mother tortoise is one bank of the river and her younger ones are other. She gives neither milk nor warmth to them. Her mere loving glance gives them nutrition. The young ones do nothing but remember, meditate upon their mother. The tortoise glance is to the young ones the only source of sustenance and happiness. Similar is the relation between the Guru and disciples. When Baba uttered these words, the chorus of the Aarti song was over and all cried out loudly in unison, "Victory be to our Sadguru Sai Maharaj, who is pure consciousness, knowledge and bliss." Dear readers, let us imagine that he was at this time standing among us, the crowd in the masjid, and let us join them in this Jai Jai Kar. After the Arati ceremony was over, Prasad was distributed. Babu Sahib Jag came forward as usual and after saluting Baba, gave into his palm handfuls sugar candy. Baba pushed all this into the hands of Ahmad Pant and said to him, "If you take this story to heart and remember it well, your state will be sweet and sugar candy. All your desire will be fulfilled, all you will be happy." Hemant Pant bowed down to Baba and implored, "Do favor me like this, bless and protect me always." Baba replied, "Hear this story, meditate on it and assimilate in spirit. Then you will always remember and meditate on the Lord who will manifest himself to you." Dear readers, Hemant Pant got prasad of sugar candy and we now get the prasad of sugar candy or nectar of this story. Let us drink it in our heart's content, meditate on it, assimilate it, and be strong and happy by Baba's grace. Amen. Towards the end of the 19th chapter, Hemant Pant had dealt with some other matters which are given below. Baba's advice regarding our behavior. The following words of Baba are of general welfare and invaluable. If they are kept in mind and acted upon, they will always do you good. Unless there is some relationship or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If any man or creature comes to you, do not discourteously drive them away, but receive them well and treat them with due respect. Sri Hari, God, will be certainly pleased if you give a water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and veranda to the strangers for resting. If anybody wants any money from you and you are not inclined to give, do not give, but not bark at him like a dog. Let anybody speak hundreds of things against you. Do not resent by giving any bitter reply. If you tolerate such things, he will certainly be happy. Let the world go topsy-turvy. You remain where you are, standing your own place. Look calmly at the show of all things passing before you. Demolish the wall of the difference that separate you from me, and then the road for our meeting will be clear and open. The sense of differentiations as I am too is the barrier that keeps away the disciple from the master, and unless the destroyed, the state of union is not possible. Allah Malik, God is the sole proprietary. Nobody else is our protector. His method of work is extraordinary, invaluable, and insecrutable. His will be done, and he will show us a way and satisfy our heart's desires. It is on account of Renaband, farmer relationship that we have come together. Let's love and serve each other and happy. He who attains the supreme goal of life is immortal and happy. All others merely exist. Live so long as they breathe. Antarani?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Utpalji, you can continue till the end of this.
Om Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Encouraging good thoughts of fruition. It is interesting to note how Sai Baba encouraged good thoughts. You have to surrender yourself completely to him with love and devotion, and you will see how he helps you off and on in so many things. Some saints has said that when you get a good thought immediately after awakening from sleep, and if you develop the same afterwards during the day, your intellect will be unfolded and your mind will attain calmness. Himatpan wanted to try this on one Wednesday night before going to bed. He thought tomorrow is Thursday, an auspicious day, and the place that is Shirdi is so holy. So let me pass the whole day in remembering and chanting the Ram Nam, and then he slept. Next morning, when he got up, he remembered without any effort the name of Ram and was much pleased. He then, after finishing his morning duties, went to see Baba with flowers. When he left Dikshitwada and was just passing Bhutiswada, present Samadhi Mandir, he heard a beautiful song that was being sung nicely by one Aurangabadkar in the masjid before Baba. The song was Guru Kripanjan Payo Mere Bhai, etc. The Ekanath, in which he say that he got collyrium in the form of Guru's grace, which opened his vision and made him see Ram in and out in sleep, dream, and walking state, and everywhere. There were so many songs, and why was this song particularly chosen by Aurangabadkar, a devotee of Baba? Is this not a curious coincidence arranged by Baba to feed the determination of Hemadpan to sing unceasingly Ram Nam during the day? All saints agree on one and lay stress upon the efficiency of uttering Ram's God's name in fulfilling the ambition of bhaktas and in protecting and saving them from all calamities. Variety in Updesh, slender commanded. Sai Baba required no special place nor any special time for giving instructions. Whenever any occasion demanded, he gave them freely. Once it so happened that a Baba of Bhakta of Baba revealed another behind his back before other people. On leaving aside merits, he dwelt on the faults of his brother and spoke so sarcastically that the hearers were disgusted. Generally, we see that people have a tendency to scandalize others unnecessarily, and this brings on hatred and ill will. Saints see scandals in another light. They say that there are various ways of cleansing or removing dirt, namely by means of earth, water, soap, etc. But a scandalmonger has got a way of his own. He removes the dirt, faults of others by his tongue. So, in a way of obliges the person whom he reveals, and for this he is to be thanked. Sai Baba had his own method of correcting the scandalmongers. He knew by his omniscience that this slanderer had done what the slanderer had done, and when he met him at noon at near Lindy, Baba pointed out to him a pig that was eating filth near the fence and said to him, "Behold how with what relish it is gorging dung. Your conduct is similar. You go on revealing your own brother to your heart's content. After performing many deeds of merit, you are born a man. And if you act like this, will Shirdi help you in any way?" Needless to say that the Bhakta took the lesson to his heart and went away. In this way, Baba went on giving instructions whenever necessary. If these are born in our minds and acted upon, the spiritual goal is not far off. There is a proverb which says, "If there be my Hari, Lord, he will feed me on my cot." This proverb is only true in respect of food and clothing. But if anyone trusting in this sits quiet and does nothing in spiritual matters, he will be ruined. One has to exert himself to his utmost for attaining self-realization. The more he endeavors, the better for him. Om Shri Satchidanand Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Baba said that he was omnipresent, occupying land, air, country, world, light, and heaven, and that he was not limited. To remove the misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba was only his body, 3 cubits and a half in length, he incarnated himself in this form. And if any devotee meditated on him day and night with complete self-surrender, he experienced complete union without any difference. With him, like sweetness and sugar, waves and sea, I and its luster. He who wants to get rid of the cycle of births and deaths should lead a righteous life, which his mind calm and composed. He should always engage himself in good actions, should do his duties and surrender himself, heart and soul to him. He need not then be afraid of anything. He who trusts him entirely, hears and expounds his leelas, and does not think of anything else is sure to attain self-realization. Baba asked many to remember his name and to surrender to him, but to those who wanted to know who they were, "Who am I?" inquiry, he advised Shravanam study and Mananam meditation. To some, he advised remembering God's name. To others, hearing his leelas. To some, worship of his feet. To others, reading and studying Adhyatma Ramayana, Juneshwari, and other sacred scriptures. Some he made sit near his feet, some he sent to Khandoba's temple, and some he advised the repetition of the 1,000 names of Vishnu, and some the study of Chandogya, Upanishad, and Gita. There were no limit, no restriction to his instructions. To some he gave them in person, to others by visions in dreams. To one addicted to drink, he appeared in his dream, sat on his chest, pressed it and left him after he gave a promise not to touch liquor anymore. To some devotee who was practicing Hatha Yoga, he sent word that he should leave off Hatha Yoga practices, sit quiet and wait saburi. It is impossible to describe all his ways and methods in ordinary worldly dealings. He set example by his actions, one of which is given below. Remuneration for labor. One day, at noon, Baba came near Radhakrishna Mai's house and said, "Bring me a ladder." Some man brought it and set it against a house as directed by Baba. He climbed up on the roof of Vaman Gondkar's house, passed the roof of Radhakrishna Mai's house, and then got down from the other corner. What object Baba had
None could know. Radha Krishna Mai was at the time shivering with malaria. It may be to drive off that fever that he may have gone there. Immediately after going down, Baba paid ₹2 to the persons who brought the letter. Somebody asked Baba why he paid so much for his. He replied that nobody should take the labor of others in vain. The worker should be paid his dues promptly and liberally. Woe to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Om Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Sri Sai
Anand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ji. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Venkatara. Venkatara. You're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Om Sai Ram. Chapter 20, Dasguna's problem solved by Kaka's maid servant. In this chapter, Hemad Pant describes how Dasguna's problem was solved by Kaka Sahib Dikshit maid servant. Preliminary, God was originally formless. He assumed a form for the sake of bhaktas. With the help of Maya, he played the part of an actor in the big drama of the universe. Let us remember and visualize Sri Sai. Let us go to the Shirdi and see carefully the program after the noon Arati. After the Arati ceremony was over, Sai used to come out of the masjid and, standing on its edge, distribute Udi to the devotees with very kind, gracious, and loving looks. The bhaktas also got up with equal fervor, clasped his feet, and had the bliss of Udi. Baba passed handfuls of Udi into the palms of the devotees and marked their foreheads with Udi with his own hands. The love he bore for them in his heart was boundless. Then he addressed the bhaktas, "Oh, go home to take your lunch, and your Anna, go to your lodging. Your Bapu enjoyed your meal." In this way, he accosted each and every devotees and sent them home. Even now, you can have the pleasure of these sights if you bring into play your imagination. Now, bringing Sai in our mental vision, let us meditate on him from his feet upwards to his face, prostrating before him humbly, lovingly, and reverentially. Isha Upanishad. Dasguna once started to write a Marathi commentary on his Isha Upanishad. Let us first give a brief idea of Upanishad before proceeding further. It is called Mantropanishad, as it is embodied in the mantras of the Vedic Sahit. It constitutes the last or the 40th chapter of Vijaya Sanai Sanihit, Yajurveda, and it is before called Vijaya Sanai Sahitopanishad. Being embodied in Vedic Sanihitas, this is regarded as superior to all our other Upanishads, which are in the Brahma and Brahmanics and Aryanics explanatory treats on mantras and rituals. Not only this, other Upanishads are considered to be commentaries on the truths mentioned briefly in the Isha Upanishad. For instance, the biggest of the Upanishad, the Briham, the Daryanaka Upanishad, is considered by Pandit Satvalekar to be the running commentary of the Isha Upanishad. Professor R.D. Ranada says the Ishopanishad is quite a small Upanishad, and yet it contains many facts which shows an extraordinarily piercing insight. Within the short compass of 18 verses, it gives a valuable historical description of Atma, a description of the ideal sage who stands unruffled in the midst of temptations and sorrows, and adumbration of the doctrine or karma yoga. As later formulated, the most valuable idea that lies at the root of Upanishad is that of a logical synthesis between the two opposites of knowledge and work, which are both required according to the Upanishad to be annulled in a higher synthesis. Page 24 of Constructive Survey of the Upanishadic Philosophy. In another place, he says that the poetry of the Isha Upanishad is a commixture of moral, mystical, and metaphysical knowledge. From the brief description of the given about the Upanishad, one can see how difficult it is to translate the Upanishad in a vernacular language and bring out its exact meaning. Das Guna translated it in Marathi, Oi Metre, verse by verse, but he did not comprehend the gist of or essence of the Upanishad. He was not satisfied with his performance. On being dissatisfied, he consulted some learned men regarding his doubts and difficulties and discussed it with them at great length. They did not solve them, nor did they give him any rational and satisfactory explanation. So Dasguna was a little restless over this matter. Sadguru only competent and qualified to explain. As we have seen this Upanishad in the quintessence of the Vedas, it is the science of the self-realization. It is the siddhi or weapon which can rend asunder the bondage of life and death and make us free. Therefore, he thought that he who has himself attained self-realization can only give him the true or correct interpretation of the Upanishad. When nobody could satisfy Dasguna, he resolved to consult Sai Baba about this. When he got an opportunity to go to Shirdi, he saw Sai Baba prostrated himself before him and mentioned his difficulties about the Isha Upanishad and required him to give the correct solution. Sai Baba blessed him and said, "You need not be anxious. There is no difficulty about the matter. The maidservant of Kaka Sahib Dikshit, will solve your doubts at Villa Parallel on your way home." The people who were presented there and heard this thought that Baba was joking and said, "How could an illustrated maid servant solve difficulties of this mystic nature?" But Dasguna thought otherwise. He was sure that whatever Baba spoke must come true, as Baba's word was decree of Brahma. Kaka's maid servant, fully believing Baba's words, he left Shirdi and came to Vile Parle and stayed with Kaka Sahib Dikshit. There, the next day, when Dasguna was enjoying his morning nap, some say when he was engaged in worship, he heard a poor girl singing a beautiful song in a clear and melodious tone. The theme of the song was a crimson-colored sari. Well, how nice it was, how fine was its embroidery, how beautiful were the boundaries, etc. He liked the song so much that he came out and saw that it was being sung by a young girl, the sister of Namya, who was a servant of Kaka Sahib. The girl was cleaning the vessels and had only a torn rag on her person. Seeing her improvised condition and her happy temperature. Sorry. Happy temperament, Dasguna felt pity for her, and who Rao Bahadur M.B. Pradhan gave him a pair of dhotars the next day. He requested him to give a sari to the poor little girl also. Rao Bahadur bought a good shirdi, the small sari, and presented to her. Like a starved person getting delicious dishes to eat, her joy knew no bounds. Next day, she wore a new sari and out of great joy and merriment, whirled and danced around and played a pugadi with the other girls. The following day, she kept the new sari in her box at home and came in the old and torn rags. But she looked a merry as she was the previous day. On seeing this, Dasguna's pity transformed into admiration. He thought that the girl, being poor, had to wear a torn rag, but now she had a new sari, which she kept in reserve and putting an old rag. Strutted herself, showing no trace of sorrow or dejection. Thus, he realized that all our feelings of pain and pleasure depend upon the attitude of our mind. On thinking deeply over this incident, he realized that a man ought to enjoy whatever God has bestowed on him in the firm conviction that he bests everything from all sides, and that whatever is bestowed on him by God must be for his good. In this particular case, the improvised condition of the pure girl, her torn rag and the new sari, the doni, and the deal were all parts of the Lord and pervaded by him. Here, Dasguna got a practical demonstration of the lesson of the Upanishad, the lesson of the content with one's own lot, with the belief that whatever happens is ordinated by God and is illustrated good for us. Unique method of teaching. From the above incident, the reader will see that the Baba's method was unique and varied. Though Baba never left Shirdi, he sent some to he sent some of the Machindragarh, some of the Kolhapur or Solapur for practicing sadhanas. To some, he appeared to his usual form. To some, he appeared in walking or dream states, day or night, and satisfied their desires. It is impossible to describe all the methods that Baba used in imparting instructions to his bhaktas. In this particular case, he sent Dasguna to Vileparle, where he got his problem solved. So through the maid servant. To those who say that it was not necessary to send away Dasguna, and that Baba could have personally taught him, we say that Baba followed the right or best course. Or how else could Dasguna learn a great lesson that the poor maid servant and her sari were pervaded by the Lord? Now we close the chapter with another beautiful extra about the Upanishad. The ethic of Yusha. One of the main features of the Isha Upanishad is the ethical advice it offers, and it is interesting to note that the ethics of the Upanishad and definitely based on the metaphysical position given in it. The very opening words of the Upanishad tells us that God pervades everything as a corollary from the metaphysical position. The ethical advice it offers is that a man ought to enjoy whatever the God bestows on him in the firm belief that as he pervades everything, whatever is bestowed on him by the God must be good. It follows naturally that the Upanishad forbids us from converting another man's property. In fact, we are fittingly taught here a lesson of contentment with one's own lot in the belief that whatever happens is divinely ordained and hence it is good for us. Another moral advice is that man must spend his lifetime always in doing action, especially the karmas enjoyed by Shastras, with resignations to his will. Inactivity, according to this Upanishad, would be the canker of the soul. It is only when a man spends his lifetime in doing actions in this manner that he can hope to attain the ideas of Naishish Karmya. Finally, the text goes on to say that a man who sees all beings in the self and seeing the self as existing in all beings, in fact, for whom all beings and everything that exists have become the self. How can such a man suffer infatuations? What ground would such a man have or for grief? Loathfulness, infatuation, and grief rarely proceeds from our not being able to see the Atma in all the things. But a man who realizes the oneness of all things, for whom everything has become the self, must ipso facto cease to be affected by the common foibles of humanity. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace to be to all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Dipankar, you can continue.
Om Sai.
Om Sai. So, thank you, Ramaya, Balaji. Shailaja ji, for Shraddha and Savuri group, can you please start with chapter 21?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Sai Ram. Chapter 21. Stories of V.H. Thakur, Anantarao Patankar, and Pandharpur Pleader. In this chapter, Hemad Pant relates the stories of Vinayak Harishchandra Thakur, B.A. Anantarao Patankar of Pune, and Pleader from Pandharpur. All these stories are very interesting, which, if very carefully read and grasped, will lead the readers onto the spiritual path. Preliminary. It is a general rule that it is our good luck in the form of accumulation of merits in past births that enables us to seek the company of saints and profit thereby. In illustration of this rule, Hemad Pant gives his own instance. He was a resident magistrate of Bandra, a suburb of Bombay, for many years. A famous Mohammedan saint named Pir Maulana was living there, and many Hindus, Parsis, and many others who follow different religion used to go to him and take his darshan. His Mujawar priest by name Ines pressed Hemad Pant any a time, night and day, for going to see him. But for some reasons or other, he was not able to see him. After many years, His turn came and he was called to Shirdi, where he was permanently enlisted in Sai Baba's darbar. Unfortunate fellows do not get this contact of the saints. It is only the fortunate ones that get it. Institution of saints. There have been institutions of saints in this world from time immemorial. Various saints appear, incarnate themselves in various places to carry out the missions allotted to them. But though they work in different places, they are as it were one. They work in unison under the common authority of the Almighty Lord and know full well what each of them is doing in his place and supplement his work where necessary. An instance illustrating this is given below. Mr. Thakur. Mr. V.H. Thakur, B.A., was a clerk in the revenue department, and he once came to a town named Wadgaon near Belgaum. It's an Assam country, along with a survey party. There he saw a Kanarasi saint up and bowed before him. The saint was explaining a portion from the book Vichar Sagar of Nishchal Das, a standard work on Vedanta, to the audience. When Thakur was taking his leave to go, he said to him, "You should study this book, and if you do so, your desires will be fulfilled. And when you go to the north in the discharge of your duties in future, you will come across a great saint by your good luck, and then he will show you the future path and give rest to your mind and make you happy." Then he was transferred to Junnar, where he had to go by crossing Nahani Ghat. This ghat was very steep and impassable, and no other conveyance than a buffalo was of use in crossing it. So he had to take a buffalo ride through the ghat, which inconvenienced and pained him much. Thereafter, he was transferred to Kalyan on higher post, and there he became acquainted with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He heard much about Sai Baba from him and wished to see him. Next day, Nana Sahib had to go to Shirdi, and he asked Thakur to accompany him. He could not do so as he had to attend the Thana civil court for a civil case. So Nana Sahib went alone. Thakur went to Thana, but there the case was postponed. Then he repented for not accompanying Nana Sahib. Still, he left for Shirdi, and when he went there, he found that Nana Sahib had left the place the previous day. Some of his other friends whom he met there took him to Baba. He saw Baba, fell at his feet, and was overjoyed. His eyes were full of tears of joy, and his head stood on end. Then, after a while, the omniscient Baba said to him, "The path of this place is not so easy as the teaching of the Khana received Saint Appa, or even as the buffalo ride in the Nahane Ghat. In this spiritual path, you have to put in your best exertion, as it is very difficult." When Thakur heard these significant signs and words, which none else than he knew, he was overwhelmed with joy. He came to know that the word of the Kanarasi saint has turned true. Then, joining both hands and placing his head on Baba's feet, he prayed that he should be accepted and blessed. Then Baba said, "What Appa told you was all right, but these things have to be practiced and lived. Mere reading won't do. You have to think and carry out what you read, otherwise it is of no use. Mere book learning without the grace of the Guru and self-realization is of no avail." The theoretical portion was read from the work Vichar Sagar by Thakur, but the practical way was shown to him at Shirdi. Another story given below will bring out this truth more forcibly. Anantrao Patankar. One gentleman from Pune by name Anantrao Patankar wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. His eyes were appeased. He was much pleased. He fell at Baba's feet, and after performing proper worship and said to Baba, "I have read a lot, studied Vedants and Upanishads, and heard all the Puranas, but still I have not got any peace of mind. So I think that all my reading was useless. Simple, ignorant, devout persons are better than myself. Unless the mind becomes calm, all book learning is of no avail. I have heard from many people that you easily give peace of mind to so many people by your mere glance and playful word. So I have come here. Please take pity on me and bless me." Then Baba told him a parable which was as follows. Parable of 9 balls of stool. Navavidha.
Shailaja ji,
Yeah.
Saira, can we please stop here and
Yeah.
give the remaining
Sure.
to Shraddha ji here so that
Okay. Thank you.
there is an equal distribution. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you, Sairam.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Om Sairam.
Om Saira.
Parable of 9 balls of stool, Navavidha Bhakti. Once a Saudagar merchant came here. Before him, a mare passed her stool, 9 balls of stool. The merchant, intent on his quest, spread the end of his dhota and gathered all the 9 balls in it. And thus he got concentration, peace of mind. Mr. Patankar could not make out the meaning of this story. So he asked Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kalkar, what does Baba mean by this? He replied, I too don't know all that Baba says and means, but at his inspiration I say what I come to know. The mare is God's grace, and the 9 balls excreted are the 9 forms or types of bhakti. Shravana, hearing, 2, Kirtana, praying, 3, Smarana, remembering, 4, Padasevana, resorting to the feet, 5, Archana, worship, 6, Namaskara, bowing, 7, Dasya, service, 8, Sakyatva, friendship, and 9, Atmanivedana, surrender of the self. These are the 9 types of bhakti. If any of these is faithfully followed, Lord Hari will be pleased and manifest himself in the home of the devotee. All the sadhanas, japa, vocal worship, tapa, penance, yoga, practice, and studying the scriptures and expounding them are quite useless unless they are accompanied by bhakti, that is devotion. Knowledge of the Vedas or fame as a great jnani and mere formal bhajan worship are of no avail. What is wanted is full devotion. Consider yourself as the merchant or seeker after the truth and be anxious and eager like him to collect or cultivate the 9 types of devotion. Then you will attain stability and peace of mind. Next day, when Patankar went to Baba for salutation, he was asked whether he collected the 9 balls of stool. Then he said that he, being a poor fellow, should first be graced by Baba and then he'll be easily collected. Then Baba blessed and comforted him, saying that he would attain peace and welfare. After hearing this, Patankar became overjoyed and happy. The Pandharpur pleader. We shall close this chapter with a short story showing Baba's omniscience and his using it for correcting people and setting them on the right path. Once a pleader from Pandharpur came to Shirdi, went to the masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet, and without being asked, offered some dakshina and sat in the corner eager to hear the talk that was going on. Then Baba turned his face towards him and said, how cunning the people are. They fall at the feet, offer dakshina, but inwardly give abuses behind the back. Is not this wonderful? This cap, remark, fitted the pleader, and he had to wear, take it. None understood the remark. The pleader grasped it, but kept silent. When they returned to the Vada, the pleader said to Kaka Sahib Dixit, what Baba remarked was perfectly right. The dart remark was aimed at me. It was a hint to me that I should not indulge in reviling and scandalizing others, calling by names. Only when the subject or munsif of Pandharpur, Mr. Nulkar, came and stayed here for the improvement of his health, a discussion about this matter was going on in the bar room at Pandharpur, as it ever happens in many bar rooms. It was said or discussed that whether the ailments from which the subject suffered were ever likely to be got rid of without medicines by merely going after Sai Baba, and whether it was proper for an educated man like the subject to have recourse to such methods. The subject was taken to task, and that is, he was criticized, as also Sai Baba. I also took some part in this affair, and now Sai Baba showed me the impropriety of my conduct. This is not a rebuke to me, but a favor and advice that I should not indulge in any scandal or slander of others, and not interfere unnecessarily in others' affairs. Shirdi is about 100 kos. Kos is 3 miles, that is 4.8 kilometers, away from Pandharpur. Still, Baba, by his omniscience, knew what transpired there in the bar room. The intervening places, rivers, jungles, and mountains were not a bar to his all-perceiving sight, and he could see or read the hearts of all, and there was nothing secret or veiled from him.
Everything, far or near, was plain and clear to him as broad as daylight. Let a man be far or near, he cannot avoid the all-pervading gaze of Sai Baba. From this incident, the pleader took the lesson that he should never speak ill of others, nor unnecessarily criticize them. Thus, his evil tendency was completely got rid of, and he was set on the right path. Though the story refers to a pleader, still it is applicable to all. All should therefore take this lesson to heart and profit thereby. Sai Baba's greatness is unfathomable. So are his wonderful Leelas. His life is also rich, for he is Parabrahma, Lord God incarnate. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri Sai Sadguru Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you.
Usha ji, Sunil ji, chapter 22.
Jai Sai Ram. How to meditate on Baba. No one has been able to fathom the nature of the form of Almighty. Even the Vedas and the thousand-tongued Sesha are not able to describe it fully. The devotees also cannot know, but only look at the form of the Lord. For they know that his feet are their only refuge. They know no other method of attaining the supreme goal of life except meditating on the holy feet of Hemad Pant suggests as easy way of devotion and meditation as follows. As the dark fortnight of every month wears out gradually, the moonlight also wanes in the same degree, and on the new moon day, we do not see the moon at all. Therefore, when the bright fortnight begins, people are very anxious to see the moon. On the first day, the moon is not seen. On the second day, she emerges as a thin crescent. Then the people are asked to see the moon through the opening between the two branches of a tree. And when they begin to see through this aperture eagerly, the distant small crescent of the moon comes to their side. Following this instance, let us see Baba's form. Look at Baba's posture, how fine it is. He is sitting with his legs folded, the right leg head across the left knee, the fingers of his left hand and spread on the right foot. The fingers of his left hand are spread on the right foot. On the toe are spread his two fingers, the index and the middle ones. By this posture, Baba seems to say, if you want to see my true form, be egoless and most humble, and meditate on my toe through the opening between index and middle fingers, and then you will be able to see my life. Now, let us turn to Baba's life. Shirdi had become a place of pilgrimage on account of Baba's stay there. People from all quarters began to flock there, and both the rich and poor began to be benefited in more ways than one. Who can describe Baba's boundless love and his wonderful knowledge and his all-pervasiveness? Blessed is he who could experience these. Sometimes Baba observed long silence, which was in a way his dissertation on Brahma. At other times, he was pure consciousness, bliss incarnate, surrounded by his devotees. Sometimes he spoke in parables, and at other times indulged in wit and humor. At times he was quite calm, and at times he seemed enraged. Sometimes he gave his teachings in a nutshell, at other times he argued at length. Many a time he was very direct. In this way, he gave varied instructions to many according to their requirements. His life was therefore inscrutable, beyond the ken of our mind, intellect, and speech. Our longing to see his face, to talk with him, and hear his leelas was never satisfied. Still, we were overflowed with joy. We can gaze the showers of rain, capture the wind in a leather bag, but who can measure his leelas? Now, we deal here with one aspect of them, that is, how he anticipated or forestalled the calamities of his devotees and warned them in time. Bala Sahib Mirkar. Bala Sahib Mirkar, son of Sardar Kaka Sahib Mirkar, was Mamatadar of Kapargaon. He was going on tour to Chitar. On the way, he came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba. When he went to the masjid and prostrated himself before Baba, the usual conversation regarding health and other matters commenced. When Baba sounded a note of warning, "Do you know what Dwarka Mai?" As Bala Sahib did not understand, he kept quiet, continuing, "This is our Dwarka Mai, where you are sitting. She wards off all dangers and anxieties of the children who sit on her lap. This Masidi Mai is its presiding deity, is very merciful. She is the merciful mother of the simple devotees, whom she will save in the calamities. Once a person sits on her lap, all his troubles are over. He who rests in her shade gets blessed. Then Baba gave him mudi and placed his hand on his head. When Bala Sahib was about to depart, he again said, "Do you know the Lamba Baba, long gentleman, that is serpent?" And then closing the left fist, he brought it under the right elbow and moving his left arm like the hood of a serpent said, "He is so terrible, but what can he do to the children of Dwaraka? When the Dwaraka, its presiding deity, protects, what can the serpent do?" All who were present there were curious to know the meaning of all this and its reference to Mirkar. But none had the courage to ask Baba about this. Then Bala Sahib saluted Baba and left the masjid with Shyama. Baba called Shyama back and asked him to accompany. Bala Sahib enjoyed the Chitali trip. Shyama came to Bala Sahib and told him that he would go with him, according to Baba's wish. Bala Sahib replied that he need not come and it would be inconvenient. As it would be inconvenient. Shyama returned to Baba and told him what Bala Sahib said to him. Baba said, "All right, do not go. We should mean well and do well. Whatever is destined to happen will happen." In the meanwhile, Bala Sahib thought it over again and calling Shyama, asked him to accompany him. Then Shyama went again to Baba and after taking his leave started with Bala Sahib in the Tonga. They reached Chitali at 9 p.m. and encamped in the Maruti temple. The office people had not come, so they sat in the temple talking and chit-chat. Bala Sahib was sitting on a mat reading a newspaper. His upparani, upper dhotar, was spread across his waist and on it a snake was sitting unnoticed. It began to move with a hissing sound which was heard by the peon. He brought a lantern, saw the snake and raised an alarm, "Serpent, serpent." Bala Sahib was frightened and began to quiver. Shyama was also stunned. Then he and others moved quietly and took sticks and clubs in their hands. The snake slowly came down the waist and moved away from Bala Sahib and it was immediately done to death. Thus this calamity, which was prophesied by Baba, was averted and Bala Sahib's devotion in Baba was confirmed. Bapu Sahib Bhuti. A great astrologer named Nana Sahib Dingle told Bapu Sahib Bhuti, who was then in Shirdi, "Today is an inauspicious day for you. There is danger to your life." This made Bapu Sahib restless. When they, as usual, came to the masjid, Baba said to Bapu Sahib, "What does this Nana say? He foretells death for you? Well, you need not be afraid. Tell him, let us see how death kills." Then later in the evening, Bapu Sahib went to his privy for easing himself, where he saw a snake. His servant saw it and lifted a stone to strike at it. Bapu Sahib asked him to get a big stick, but before the servant returned with the stick, the snake was seen moving away and soon disappeared. Bapu Sahib remembered Baba's words of fearlessness. Jai Sai Ram.
Jai Sai Ram. Amir Shakkar. Amir Shakkar was a native of village Korhale in Kopargaon, Kalo. He belonged to the butcher caste. He worked as a commission agent in Bandra, Mumbai, and was well known there. He once suffered from rheumatism, which gave him much pain. He then remembered Allah, God, left his business and went to Shirdi and prayed to Baba to relieve him from his malady. Baba then stationed him in the Chowdi. The Chowdi was then a damp, unhealthy place, unfit for such a patient. Any other place in the village of Korhale itself would have been better for Amir. But Baba's word was the command, the chief medicine. Baba did not allow him to come to the masjid, but fixed him in the Chowdi. Every morning and evening, every alternate day, Baba went to the Chowdi in a procession and slept there. So Amir got Baba's contact very often. Amir stayed there for full 9 months and then he got a disgust for the place. So one night he stealthily left the place and came to Kopargaon and stayed in Dharmashala. There he saw an old dying fakir who asked him for water. Amir bought it and gave it to him. As soon as he drank it, he passed away. Now Amir was in a fix. He thought that if he went and informed the authorities, he would be held responsible for the death, as he was the first and sole informant and knew something about it. He repented for his action, that is, leaving Shirdi without Baba's permission, and prayed to Baba. He then determined to return to Shirdi, and same night he retreated, remembering and muttering Baba's name all the way, and reached Shirdi before daybreak and became free from anxiety. Then he lived in the Chowdi in perfect accordance with Baba's wishes and orders and got himself cured. One night it so happened that Baba cried at midnight, "Oh Abdul, some devilish creature is dashing against the side of my bed." Abdul came with a lantern, examined Baba's bed, but found nothing. Baba asked him to examine carefully all the place and began to strike the ground with his sakta. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Amir thought that Baba might have suspected some serpent there. Amir could know by close contact with Baba the meaning of his words and actions. Baba then saw near Amir's cushion something moving. He asked Abdul to bring in the light, and when he brought it, he saw a serpent coiled up there, moving its head up and down. Thereupon, the serpent was immediately beaten to death. Thus, Baba gave timely warning and saved Amir's life. Hemat Pant, Scorpion and Serpent. At Baba's recommendation, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was daily reading the two works of Sri Ekanath Maharaj, that is, Bhagavat and Bhavartha Ramayana, and Hemat Pant had the good fortune to be one of the audience when the reading of the works was going on. Once, when a portion from the Ramayana relating to Hanuman's testing Rama's greatness according to his mother's instructions was being read, all the listeners were spellbound. Hemat Pant was on one of them, a big scorpion. None knew where it came from. Jumped and sat on the right shoulder of Hemat Pant on his upper dhotar. First, it was not noticed, but as the Lord protects those who are intent on hearing his stories, he casually cast a glance over his right shoulder and noticed it. It was dead silence, not a bit of moving here or there. It seemed as if it also enjoyed the reading. Then, by Lord's grace, Hemat Pant, without disturbing the audience, took the two ends of his dhotar, folded them, and brought them together, enclosing the scorpion within. Then he went out and threw it in the garden. On another occasion, some persons were sitting in the upper floor of Kaka Sahib's Wada just before nightfall when a serpent crept through a hole in the window frame and sat coiled up. A light was brought. Though it was first dazzled, yet it sat still and moved its head up and down. Then many persons rushed there with sticks and cudgels. But as it sat in an awkward place, no blow could be dealt. But hearing the noises of the men, the serpent went out hastily through the same hole. Then all the persons present there felt relieved. Baba's opinion. One devotee named Mukta Ram then said that it was good that the poor creature escaped. Hemat Pant challenged him, saying that serpents should better be killed. There was a hot discussion between them, the former contending the serpents and such creatures should not be killed, the latter that they should be. As night came on, the discussion came on to an end, without any decision being arrived at. Next day, the question was referred to Baba, who gave his settled opinion as follows. God lives in all beings and creatures, whether they be serpents or scorpions. He is the great wire puller of the world, and all beings, serpents, scorpions, etc., obey his command. Unless he wills, it's nobody can do any harm to others. The world is all dependent on him, and no one is independent. So we should take pity and love all creatures, leave off killings, and be patient. The Lord God is the protector of all. bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Samartha Sadguru Sri Sainath Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki
Jai.
jai.
Sairam.
Suryaji, yeah, please. The next chapter, chapter 23.
Sairam. Yoga and onion. Shama cured of snake bite. Cholera ordinance broken. Ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Preliminary. In reality, this Jiva, human soul, presents the three qualities viz. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. But being deluded by Maya, he forgets his nature, which is pure consciousness, knowledge, bliss, and thinks that he is the doer and thus entangles himself in endless miseries and does not know the way of deliverance. The only way of deliverance is the loving devotion towards the Guru's feet. The great player or actor, Lord Sai, has delighted his bhaktas and transformed them into himself, his nature. We regard Sai Baba as an incarnation of God for reasons already stated, but he always said that he was an obedient servant of God. Though an incarnation, he showed people the way to behave satisfactorily and to carry out the duties of their respective stations, varnas, in this life. He never humiliated others in any way or not asked others to have something done for him. For him, who saw the God in all movable and immovable things of this world, humility was the virtue. None he disregarded or disrespected, for he saw Narayan, Lord, in all beings. He never said, I am God, but that he was a humble servant, and he always remembered him and always uttered, Allah Malik. God is the sole proprietor or owner. We do not know the various kinds of saints, how they behave, what they do, etc. We only know that by God's grace, they manifest themselves in this world to liberate the ignorant and the bond souls. If there been any store of merits in our account, we get a desire or interest in listening to the stories and leelas of the saints, otherwise not. Let us now turn to the main stories of this chapter. Yoga and onion. Once it so happened that a sadhak of yoga came to Shirdi with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He had studied all the works on yoga, including the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, but had no practical experience. He could not concentrate his mind and attain samadhi even for a short time. He thought that if Sai Baba will be pleased with him, he will show him the way to attain samadhi for a longer time. With this object in view, he came to Shirdi. And when he went to Masjid, he saw Sai Baba eating chapati with onion. On seeing this, a thought crossed his mind. How can this man eating stale bread with raw onion solve my difficulties and help me? Sai Baba read his mind and said to Nana Sahib, Oh Nana, he who has the power to digest onion should eat it and none else. Hearing this remark, the yogi was wonderstruck and he fell at Baba's feet with complete surrender. With pure and open mind, he asked his difficulties. He got his solution from Baba. And thus being satisfied and happy, he left Shirdi with Baba's udis and blessings. Shama cured of snake bite. Before Hemantpat begins the story, he says about the jiva that it can be very well compared with a parrot and that they both are born, the one in the body and the other in a cage. Both think that their present born state is good for them. It is only when a helper, that is, Guru, comes and by God's grace opens their eyes and liberates them from their bondage that their eyes are open to a greater, larger life, compared to which their former bond and limited life is nothing. In the last chapter, it was shown how Baba anticipated the calamity that was to befall on Mr. Mirikar and rescued him from it. Now let the readers hear a story more interesting than this. Once Shama was bitten by a poisonous snake, his little finger was bitten and the poison began to spread in the body. The pain was also severe and Shama thought that he would pass away soon. His friends wanted to take him to God, Vituda, where such cases were often sent, but Shama ran to the masjid to his Vituba, Sai Baba. When Baba saw him, he began to scold and abuse. He got enraged and said, "Oh, Will, Paturja, priest, do not climb up. Beware if you do so." And then roared, "Go, get away, come down." Seeing Baba thus red with wrath, Shama was greatly puzzled and disappointed. He thought that masjid was his home and Baba his sole refuge, but he was driven away like this. Where should he go? He lost all hopes of life and kept silent. After a while, when Baba became normal and calm, Shama went up and sat near him. Then Baba said to him, "Don't be afraid, don't care of Jod. A small amount, a merciful fakir will save you, and go and sit quiet at home. Don't go out. Believe in me. Remain fearless and have no anxiety." Then he was sent home. Immediately afterwards, Baba sent Tatya Patel and Kaka Sahib Dikshit to him with instructions to the effect that he should eat what he liked, should move around in the house, but should in no case lie down and sleep. Needless to say that these instructions were acted upon, and Shama got all right in a short time. The only thing to be remembered in this connection is this: the words of Baba are the 5-syllabled mantra which "go, get away, come down" were not addressed to Shama, as it apparently looked, but they were a direct order to the snake and its poison not to rise up and circulate through Shama's body. Like others well versed in Mantra Shastra, he had not to use any incarnation, charge rice or water, etc. His words only were most efficacious in saving the life of Shama. Anyone hearing this story and other similar ones will beget firm faith in the feet of Sai Baba. And the only way to cross the ocean of Maya is to remember the feet of Baba in the heart. Cholera epidemic. Once cholera was raging virulently in Shirdi. The residents were much frightened and they stopped all communication with the outside people. The Panch of the village assembled together and decided upon 2 ordinances as a remedy to check and put down the epidemic. They were: no fuel cart should be allowed to come in the village. 2. No goat should be killed there. If anybody disobeyed this ordinance, they were to be fined by the village authorities and the Panch. Baba knew that all this was mere superstitious and therefore he cared a damn for the cholera ordinance. While the ordinance were in force, a fuel cart came there and wanted to enter the village. Everybody knew that there were dearth or scarcity of fuel in the village. Still the people began to drive away the fuel cart. Baba came to know of this. He came to the spot and asked the cartman to take the fuel cart to the masjid. None dared to raise his voice against this action of Baba. He wanted fuel for his duni and so he purchased it. Like an Agnihotri, keeping his scared fire alive throughout his life. Baba kept his duni ever burning all day and night, and for this he always stocked the fuel. Baba's home, that is the masjid, was free and open to all. It had no lock and key, and some poor people removed some wood from there for their use. Baba did not grumble about this. Baba saw that the whole universe was pervaded by the Almighty, and so he never bore enmity or ill will to anybody. Though perfectly detached, he behaved like an ordinary householder to set an example to the people. Ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Let us now see how the second cholera ordinance fared with Baba. While it was in force, somebody brought a goat to masjid. It was weak, old, and about to die. At this time, Fakir Pir Muhammad of Malagun, alias Bed Baba, was near. Sai Baba asked him to behead it with one stroke and offer it as an oblation. This Bed Baba was much respected by Sai Baba. He always sat on the right side of Sai Baba. After the chilim pipe was first smoked by him, it was then offered to Baba and others. After the dishes were served at the time of taking meals at the noon, Baba called Baba and made him sit on his left side, and then all partook of food. Baba paid him also daily ₹50 out of the amount collected as dakshina. Baba accompanied him 100 steps whenever he went away from masjid. Such was his position with Baba. But when Baba asked him to behead the goat, he flatly refused, saying why it should be killed for nothing. Then Baba asked Shyama to kill it. He went to Radha Krishna Mai and brought a knife from her and placed it before Baba. Knowing the purpose for which the knife was taken, she recalled it. Then Shyama went to bring another knife, but stayed in the Vada and did not return soon. Then came the turn of Kaka Sahib Dikshit. It was gold, not doubt, but had to be tested. Baba asked him to get a knife and kill the goat. He went to the Seth's Vada and returned with a knife. He was ready to kill it at Baba's bidding. He was born in a poor Brahmin family and never in his life knew killing. Though quite averse to do any act of violence, still he made himself bold to kill the goat. All the people wondered to see that, while Baba Muhammadin was unwilling to kill it, but this Brahmin was making preparations to do so. He tightened his dhota and with a semicircular motion raised his hand with the knife and looked at Baba for the final signal. Baba said, "What are you thinking of? Go on, strike." Then, when the hand was just about to come down, Baba said, "Stop. How cruel you are. Being a Brahmin, you are killing a goat." Kaka Sahib obeyed and kept the knife down and said to Baba, "Your word is law unto us. We do not know any other ordinance. We remember you always, meditate on your form, and obey you day and night. We do not know or consider whether it is right or wrong to kill. We do not want to reason and discuss things, but implicit and prompt compliance with Guru's orders is our duty and dharma." Then Baba said to Kaka Sahib that he would himself do the offerings and killing business. It was settled that the goat should be disposed of near a place called Thakia, where fakirs used to sit. Then when the goat was being taken to that place, it fell dead on the way. Hemant Pant closes the chapter with the classification of disciples. He says that there are of three kinds: first or best, second or average, and third or ordinary. The best kind of disciples are those who guess what their gurus want and immediately carry it out and serve them without waiting for any order from them. The average disciples are those who carry out the orders of their masters to a letter without any delay, and the third kind of disciples are those who go on postponing the carrying out of their order and make mistakes at every step. The disciples should have firm faith, backed up by intelligence, and if they add patience to these, their spiritual goal will not be distant. Control of breath in going and outgoing, or hatha yoga, or other difficult practices are not at all necessary. When the disciples get the above mentioned qualities, they become ready for further instructions, and the masters then appear and lead them on in their spiritual path to perfections. In the next chapter, we deal with Baba interesting wit and humor. Both to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri Sai Ram. Sachidananda Samadhi Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Sai Ram.
Sangeeta ji, you are on for chapter 24, but just bear in mind that when Pandit ji is online, so we will stop for the Madhyana Aarti.
So should I read or wait?
It is 4 minutes. So at least half of the story you can find, because it's just 4 pages, right?
Okay.
Thank you. Sai Ram.
Chapter 24. Baba's wit and humor. Chana Leela, Hemant Pant, Sudama, Anna Chinchanikar versus Maushibai. Preliminary. Unless we surrender our ego at the feet of our Sadguru, we will not succeed in our undertaking. If we become egoless, then our success is assured. By worshipping Sai Baba, we attain both the objects worldly and spiritual and are fixed in our true nature and get peace and happiness. Therefore, those who want to accomplish or gain their welfare should respectfully hear Sai Baba's leelas or stories and meditate on them. If they do this, they will easily attain the object of their life and get bliss. Generally, all people like wit and humor, but they do not like that jokes should be cut at their expense. But Baba's method was peculiar. When it was accompanied with good gestures, it was very interesting and instructive, and the people therefore did not mind, even if they were held up to ridicule. Hemadpant gives his own instance below. Chanak Leela. In Shirdi, a special bazaar was held every Sunday, and people from the neighboring villages came there, erected booths and stalls in the open street, and sold their wares and commodities. Every noon the masjid was crowded, but on Sunday it was crowded to suffocation. On one such Sunday, Himatpant sat in front of Baba, shampooing his legs and muttering God's name. Shama was on Baba's left, Vaman Rao to his right. Shriman Bhuti and Kakasad Dikshit and others were also present there. Then Shama laughed and said to Anna Sahib, "See that some grain seems to have stuck to the sleeve of your coat." So saying, he touched the sleeve and found that there were some grains. Himatpant straightened his left forearm to see what the matter was, and to surprise of all, some grains of gram came rolling down and were picked up by the people who were sitting there. This incident furnished a subject matter of joke. Everybody present began to wonder and said something or the other as to how the grains found their way into the sleeve of the coat and lodged there so long. Himatpant also could not guess. When nobody could give any satisfactory explanation in this matter and everybody was wondering about this mystery, Baba said as follows: "This fellow, Anna Sahib, has got the bad habit of eating alone. Today is bazaar day and he came here chewing grams. I know his habit and these grams are a proof of it. What wonder is there in this matter?" Himatpant: "Baba, I never know of eating things alone. Then why should you shoulder me with this bad habit? I have never yet seen Shirdi Bazaar. I never went to bazaar today. Then how could I buy grams and how could I eat them if I had not bought them? I never eat anything unless I share it with the others present around me at the time of my meal. Baba, it is true. You give to the person present. But if none be nearby, what could you do? You or I do. But do you remember me before eating? Am I not always with you? Then do you offer me anything before you eat? Moral. Let us mark and note carefully what Baba has taught us by this incident. He has advised us that before the senses, mind, and intellect enjoy their objects first, he should be remembered. And if this be done, it is in a way by making an offering to him. The senses, etc., can never remain without their object, but if those objects are first offered to the Guru, the attachment for them will naturally vanish. In this way, all the rittis, subtle thoughts regarding desire, anger, avarice, etc., should first be offered and directed to the Guru, and if this practice be followed, the Lord will help you in eradicating all the rittis. When before enjoyment of the objects you think that Baba is present, the question whether the object is fit to be enjoyed or not will at once arise. Then the object that is not fit to be enjoyed will be shunned, and in this way our vicious habits or vices will disappear and our character will improve. Then love for the Guru will grow and pure knowledge will sprout up. With this knowledge, when this knowledge grows, the bondage of body consciousness will snap and our intellect will be merged in spirit consciousness. Then we shall get bliss and contentment. There is no difference between Guru and God. He who sees any differences in them finds God nowhere. So, leaving aside all ideas of differences, we should regard Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru as stated above, God will be certainly pleased, and by purifying our minds, will give us self-realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any objects with our senses, etc., without first remembering our Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will be always reminded of Baba, and our meditation on Baba will grow apace. The Shagun form of Baba will ever be before our eyes, and then devotion, non-attachment, and salvation will all be ours. When Baba's form is thus fixed before our mental vision, we forget hunger, thirst, and this sansar. The consciousness of worldly pleasures will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness. Sudama's story. When the above story was being narrated, Hemadpant was reminded of a similar story of Sudama, which illustrates the same principle, and therefore it is given here. Sri Krishna and his elder brother Balram were living with a co-student named Sudama in the ashram of their Guru Sandipani. Once Krishna and Balram were sent to the forest for bringing fuel. Then the wife of Sandipani sent Sudama also for the same purpose with some quantity of grams for the three. When Krishna met Sudama in the forest, he said to him, "Dada, I want water as I am thirsty." Sudama replied, no water should be drunk on an empty stomach, so it is better to rest a while. He did not say that he had got grams with him and that Krishna should take some. As Krishna was tired, he lay down for rest on the lap of Sudama and was soon snoring. On seeing this, Sudama took out the grams and began to eat. Then Krishna suddenly asked, Dada, what are you eating? What is this chitter-chatter sound? He replied, what is there to eat? I am shivering with cold and my teeth are chattering. I can't even repeat Vishnu Sahasranam. Hearing this, the omniscient Krishna said, I just had a dream in which I saw a man eating things of another, and when asked what about this, he said, what thus should I eat, meaning thereby that he had nothing to eat. The other man said, let it be so. Dada, this is only a dream. I know you won't eat anything without me. Under the influence of the dream, I asked you what you were eating. If Sudama had known the omniscient Shri Krishna and his Leela, he would not have asked as he did. Therefore, he had to suffer for what he did. Though he was a chum of Shri Krishna, he had to pass his later life in utter poverty. But when he later offered Krishna a handful of past rice earned by his wife with her own labor, Krishna was pleased and gave him a golden estate to enjoy. This story should be remembered by those who have a habit of eating things alone without partaking them with others. The Shruti also emphasizes this lesson and asks us to offer things first to God and then enjoy themselves after they are renounced by Him. Baba also taught us the same lesson in imitable and humorous way.
Sangeeta ji, let us pause here because Pandit ji, Ram ji has just logged in, and then we'll go again after the Madhyana Arati.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
साईराम संतोष सर नमस्कार।
पंडित जी आप कीजिए, चालू कीजिए।
ओके
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। गेलुनी पंचारती करो महापांची आरती करो साई की आरती करो महापांची आरती सुखाओ भाव माधव मुआरो परमाधव साई हरे ओम यज्ञेन यज्ञमयन्तरेवास्तानि हरिमाणि रथमान्यासन्न देहनाकं महिमान् सजन्त यत्र पूर्वे साध्या सन्ति देवाः ॐ राजाधिराजाय प्रसयसागिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे समे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो दधातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः ॐ स्वस्ति साम्राज्यं भोज्यं स्वराज्यं वैराज्यं पारमेष्ठं राज्यं महाराज्यमाधिपत्यमयं समन्तवर्या ईशा सार्वभौमः सर्वायुषान्त्रादात् पृथिव्यै समुद्रपर्यन्ताय एकरायितलभ्येष श्लोकोऽभिगेत मरुतः परिवेष्टारो मरुतस्यावसङ्ग्रहे आवीक्षितस्य कामप्रे विश्वे देवाः सभासदैते श्रीनारायण वासुदेवाय सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय अनंतातुलाते कसेरे स्तवावे अनंतातुलाते कसेरे नमावे अनंतामुखाचा शिवे शेषगाथा नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथ स्मरावे मनी पदा नित्यभावे मुरावे तरे भक्तिसाठी स्वभावे करावे जगाधारुणी मायथाथ नमस्कार श्री साईनाथ मसे जो सदा मया संतलीला विषयज्ञलोकात् परिजोजनाना पर्यन्तरिज्ञान कैवल्यदाता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथ वरालादलायन् महामानवाचा नरासार्थका साधनीभूत साचा नरोसाई प्रेमागराया अन्ता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथ धरावे कलेसान अल्पज्ञबाला करावे अमाधन्य चुंबो निगाला मुखे गाल प्रेमे पराग्रास आता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथ सुरागे गजाचा पदावंदिकाते सुरागे गजाते सनातन पदेति प्रयागादि तीर्थे पदीनं प्रहोता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथ तुझ्या पदा पाहता कोपवाली सदा रंगलेचे स्वरूपे मिळाले करीरास प्रेरास वे कृष्णनाथ नमस्कार श्री साईनाथ नामान तो मागणे कजावे मना थोडितो दीन अत्यंत भावे अभी मोहनी राज हाथारि हाथ नमस्कार श्री साईनाथ ऐसा ये साई दिगंबरा जय अवतारा सर्वै व्यापक श्रुति सारा अनुसयाति कुमारा नामालिका काशी स्नान जपाल प्रतिदिवसे कोल्हापुर विशेष निर्मल नदी कुंदा जलकाशी विक्रमा मुरगेशी ऐसा जोड़ी मत से माम कहे त्रिशूल मनोधारी भक्ता अनेक जन्मार्जित पाप संशय भवेद् भवत्पाद सरोज दर्शनात् क्षमस्व सर्वान् पुण्यकान् प्रसेद साये सद्गुरो दयानिधे श्री साईनाथ चरणामृत पोत चित्तास् तत्पाद सेवन रतः सततं च भक्त्या संसार यम्य दुनितो भवनीय गतास्ते कैवल्यधाम परमं समवाप्नुवन्ते स्तोत्रमेतत्पठेद भक्त्या यो नरस्तन्मनः सदा सद्गुरो साईनाथस्य कृपापात्रं भवेद्रुवा करचरणकृतं वा कायं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनजं वा मानसं वा अपराधं विहितं वा सर्वमेतत्क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री प्रभो साईनाथ श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
अंतरिक्षगुंशिष्णोर्धौ समभक्तः तथा भूमत्सहस्रोत्रार्था लोका फलोपहारं समर्पयामि। ओम प्राणाय स्वाहा ओम प्राणाय स्वाहा ओम प्राणाय स्वाहा प्राणाय स्वाहा ओम समानाय स्वाहा ओम ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा मध्य भूस्वाम सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु श्री साईनाथ महाराज की। Activities today, Satcharitra Parayanam is going by online. All of you please take Baba Arati, Madhyana Arati. There is so many power in Baba Arati. That's why everybody wants to in SHIRDI. They want to attend any among them for Arati, any Arati. If anybody attends, really they will be blessed. Baba is blessed. सदगुरु श्री साईनाथ महाराज की। हाँ दीपंकर सर।
हाँ जी
जी आरती लीजिए और सबको शुभकामना है। आज जो है अच्छी तरह से सच्चरित्र पारायण हो रही है, तो सबको शुभकामना। ओम
ओम ओम साई राम। थैंक यू पंडित जी।
हाँ तब तक थोड़ी देर ये चालू कर सकते हैं अब।
ठीक है ठीक। ओके Sangeeta ji, if you are online, let's start.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Anna Chinchanikar versus Maushibai. Hematpal now describes another witty incident in which Baba played a peacemaker's part. There was one devotee by name Damodar Ghansham Babare, alias Anna Chinchanikar. He was simple, rustic, and straightforward. He cared for nobody, always spoke plainly, and carried all dealings in cash. Though he looked outwardly harsh and uncompromising, he was good-natured and guileless. So Sai Baba loved him. He has willed away all his property to Sri Sai Baba Sanstha Shirdi. One day, like others serving Baba in their own way, this Anna was shampooing the left arm of Baba, which rested on the kathada. On the right side, one old widow named Venubai Kojalgi, whom Baba called mother and all others called Maushibai, was serving Baba in her own way. This Maushibai was an elderly woman of pure heart. She clasped the fingers of both her hands around the trunk of Baba and was at this time massaging Baba's abdomen. She did this so forcibly that Baba's back and abdomen became flat and Baba moved from side to side. Anna on the other side was steady, but Maushibai's face moved up and down with her strokes. Once it so happened, her face came very close to Anna's. Being of witty disposition, she remarked, "Oh, this Anna is a lewd fellow. He wants to kiss me." Even being and so old with grey hair, He feels no shame in kissing me. These words enraged Anna, and he pulled up his sleeve and said, You say that I am an old, bad fellow. Am I quite a fool? It is you who has picked a quarrel with me. All the persons present there were enjoying this encounter between them. Baba, who loved both of them equally and wanted to pacify them, managed the affair very skillfully. Lovingly, he said, Oh, Anna, why are you unnecessarily raising this hue and cry? I do not understand what harm or impropriety is there when mother is kissed. Hearing these words of Baba, both of them were satisfied, and all the persons laughed merrily and enjoyed Baba's wit to their heart's content. Baba's characteristics, his dependency on bhaktas. Baba allowed his devotees to serve him in their own way and did not like any other persons interfering in this. To quote an instance, the same Maushibai was on another occasion kneading Baba's abdomen. Seeing the force used by her, all other devotees felt nervous and anxious. They said, Oh, mother, be more considerate and moderate, otherwise you will break Baba's arteries and nerves. At this, Baba got up at once from his seat, dashed his satka on the ground. He got enraged and his eyes became red like live embers. None dared to stand before Baba. Then he took hold of one end of the satka with both hands and pressed it in the hollow of his abdomen. The other hand he fixed the post and began to press his abdomen against it. The satka, which was about 2 or 3 feet in length, seemed all ready to go into the abdomen, and people feared that the abdomen would be ruptured in a short time. The post was fixed and immovable, and Baba began to go closer and closer to it and clasped the post firmly. Every moment the rupture was expected, and they were all dismayed, did not know what to do, and stood dumb with wonder and fear. The other devotees wanted only to give a hint to Maushibai to be moderate in her service and not cause any trouble or pain to Baba. They were surprised to see that their well-intentioned effort had resulted in this crisis, and they could do nothing but to wait and watch. Fortunately, Baba's rage soon cooled down. He left the satka and resumed his seat. From this time onwards, the devotees took the lesson that they should not meddle with anybody but allow him to serve Baba as he chooses, as he was capable of gauging the merits and worth of the service rendered unto him. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Priyaji, chapter number 25.
Yeah, Sairam.
Sairam.
We begin the chapter with a prostration with all our 8 limbs to Sai Baba, who is an ocean of mercy, the God incarnate, the Parabrahma, and the great Yogeshwara, Lord of Yoga. Victory be unto Sai Baba, who is the crest jewel of the saints and abode of all auspicious things, our Atma Ram, self, and the sole refuge of the devotees. We prostrate ourselves before him who has attained the aim and end of life. Sai Baba is always full of mercy. What is wanted on our part is wholehearted devotion to him. When a devotee has got firm faith and devotion, his wishes are soon fulfilled. When the desire arose in the mind of Hematpant to write the life and leelas of Sai Baba, he immediately got it written by him. When the order to keep the memos was given, Hematpant was inspired and his intellect got strength and boldness to undertake and finish the work. He was not, as he says, qualified to write the work, but the gracious blessings of Baba enabled him to complete the undertaking, and thus you have this Satcharitra, which is the crystal or a Somkant jewel, from which nectar in the form of Sai Leelas oozes out for the readers to drink to their heart's content. Whenever a devotee had complete and wholehearted devotion to Sai Baba, all his calamities and dangers were warded off and his welfare attended to by Baba. The story of Damodar Savlaram Rasane Kasar of Ahmednagar, now of Pune, alias Damonda, illustrating the above statement is given below. The readers are aware that a mention of this gentleman was made in the 6th chapter regarding the celebration of Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. He went to Shirdi about the year 1895 AD and when the Ram Navami Utsav celebrations began, and since that time he has been providing an ornamental flag for that occasion every year. He feeds the poor and the fakirs who come there for the festival. A Mumbai friend of Damonda wrote to him that they should do some cotton speculation business in partnership, which would bring them both 2 lakhs of rupees as profit. Damonda says in his statement made about the year 1936 to Mr. B.V. Narasimha Swami that the proposal about speculating at Mumbai in cotton was from a broker who was not to be a partner, and that he, Damohanna, was to be the sole adventurer. Page 75 of the Devotee's Experience, Part 2. The broker wrote that the business was good and involved no risks, and that the opportunity should not be lost. Damohanna was vacillating. He could not at once determine to venture into the speculation. He thought over this, and as he was a devotee of Baba, he wrote a detailed letter to Shama, giving all the facts and requested him to consult Baba and take his advice in the matter. Shama got the letter next day, and when he went with it at noon to the masjid and placed it before Baba, he asked Shama what the matter was and what the letter was about. He replied that Damohanna of Nagar wanted to consult him about something. Then Baba said, "What does he write and what does he plan? It seems that he wants to reach the sky and he is not content with what God has given him. Read the letter." Shama said, "The letter contains what you have just said. O Deva, you sit here calm and composed and agitate the devotees, and when they are restless, you draw them here, some in person and others through letters. If you know the contents of this letter, why do you then press me to read it?" Baba said, "O Shama, read it. I speak at random, and who believes me?" Then Shama read the letter, and Baba heard it attentively and said feelingly, "The Seth Damohanna has gone mad. Write to him in reply, nothing is wanting in his house. Let him be content with the half loaf bread he has and not bother himself about lakhs." Shama sent a reply which Damohanna was anxiously waiting for. After reading it, he found that all his hopes and prospects about lakhs of rupees as profit were dashed to the ground. He thought that he had done a mistake by consulting Baba, but Shama had hinted in the reply that there are always much difference in seeing and hearing, and that therefore he should come to Shirdi personally and see Baba. He thought it was advisable to go to Shirdi and consult Baba personally about the affair. So he went to Shirdi, saw Baba, prostrated before him, and sat shampooing his legs. He had no courage to ask Baba openly about the speculation, but he thought in his mind that it would be better if some share of the business should be assigned to Baba, and said in his mind that if Baba were to help him in this transaction, he would surrender some shares of profit to him. Damohanna was thus secretly thinking in his mind, but nothing was veiled from Baba. Everything, past, present, and future, were clear to him. A child wants sweets, but mother gives bitter pills. The former spoils health, while the latter improves it. So the mother, looking at the welfare of her infant, coaxes and gives bitter pills. Baba, kind mother as he was, knew the present and future prospects of his devotees, and therefore, reading Damohanna's mind, he openly spoke to him. "Bapu, I do not want to be entangled in any such worldly things, sharing profits." On seeing Baba's disapproval, Damohanna dropped the enterprise. Then he thought of trading in rice, wheat, and other grains. Baba read this thought also and said to him, "You will be buying in 5 years and selling at 7 years a rupee." So this business was also given up. The rise in the prices of grains was kept up for some time, and Baba's prophecy seemed to be falsified. But in a month or two, there was abundant rain everywhere, and the prices suddenly fell down, and therefore those who stored grain suffered a severe loss. Damohanna was saved from this fate. Needless to say that the cotton speculation, which was conducted by the broker with the help of another merchant, was also collapsed with a severe loss to the adventurers. After seeing that Baba had saved him from 2 severe losses in cotton and grain speculations, Damohanna's faith in Baba grew stronger, and he remained a true devotee to Baba till his passing away. Amar Leela. Once a parcel of about 300 good mangoes were received at Shirdi. It was sent from Goa to one Mamlatdar named Rale to Sai Baba in the name of Shama. When it was opened, all the mangoes were found to be in good condition. They were given in Shama's charge, and only 4 were retained and placed in the Kolamba pot by Baba. He said, "These 4 fruits are for Damohanna, let them lie there." This Damohanna had 3 wives. According to his statement mentioned above, he had not 3 but 2 wives only. He had no issue. He consulted many astrologers and himself studies astrology to some extent and found that as there was a Papi, inauspicious planet in his horoscope, there was no prospect of any issue to him in this life. But he had great faith in Baba. When he went to Shirdi 2 hours after the receipt of the mango parcel for worshipping Baba, he said, though other people are looking for the mangoes, they are damyas. Whose they are should eat and die. Damohanna, on hearing these words, was first shocked, but on Mahalsabati, a Shirdi devotee, explaining him that death meant the death of ego and to have it at Baba's feet was a blessing. Damohanna said that he could accept the fruits and eat them. But Baba said to him, "Do not eat yourself, but give them to your younger wife." This Amar Leela mango miracle of 4 mangoes will give her 4 sons and 4 daughters. This was done, and in due course it was found Baba's words turned out true and not those of astrologers. Baba's speech established its efficacy or greatness while he was living in the flesh, but it did the same even after his passing away. Baba said, "Believe me, though I pass away, my bones in my tomb would be speaking, moving, and communicating with those who would surrender themselves wholeheartedly to me. Do not be anxious that I would be absent from you. You will hear my bones speaking and discussing your welfare. But remember me always, believe in me, heart and soul, and then you will be most benefited." Hematpan closes this chapter with a prayer. O Sai Sadguru, the wish-fulfilling tree of the Bhaktas, we pray let us never forget and lose sight of your feet. We have been troubled with the ins and outs, births and deaths of this sansar. Now free us from the cycle of births and deaths. Restrain us from the outgoing of our senses to their objects and introvert us and bring us face to face with the Atma self. As long as this outgoing tendency of the senses and the mind is not checked, there is no prospect of self-realization. Neither son nor wife nor friend will be of any use in the end. It is only you who will give us salvation and bliss. Destroy completely our tendency for discussions and other evil matters. Let our tongue get a passion for chanting your name. Drive out our thoughts and make us forget our bodies and do away with our egoism. Make us ever remember your name and forget all other things. Remove the restlessness of our mind and make it steady and calm. If you just clasp us, the darkness of night of our ignorance will vanish and we shall live happily in your light. That you made us drink us the nectar of your leelas and awakened us from our slumber is due to your grace and our store of merits in past births. Note, in this connection, the following extract from Damohanna's statement mentioned above is worth perusal. Once when I sat at his feet along with many others, I had 2 questions in my mind and he gave answers to both. There are so many crowding in to Sai Baba. Do they all get benefit from him? To this he replied orally, "Look at the mango tree in blossom. If all the flowers became fruit, what a splendid crop it would be. But do they? Most fall off, either as flowers or as unripe fruits by wind, etc. Very few remain." The second question was about myself. If Baba were to pass away, how hopelessly adrift I would be, and how am I to fare then? To this Baba answered that he would be with me whenever and wherever I thought of him. That promise he kept up until before 1918 and then has been keeping up after 1918. He is still with me. He is still guiding me. This was about 1910-11 when brothers separated from me and my sister died and there was a theft and police inquiry. All these incidents made me very disturbed. When my sister died, my mind was much upset. I did not care for life and enjoyments. When I went to Baba, he pacified me with his Upadesh and made me eat a feast of Puran Poli at Appa Kulkarni's house. There was a theft in my house. A 30-year-old friend of mine stole my wife's jewel box, including her auspicious nose ring. I wept before Baba's photo. The next day, the man returned the jewel box and asked for pardon. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Sachidananda Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Shrijaji, you are next, chapter 26.
Yes, Saira.
Saira.
Stories of Bhakta Pant, Harishchandra Pitale, and Gopal Ambedkar. Preliminary. All the things that we see in the universe are nothing but a play of Maya, the creative power of Lord. These things do not really exist. What really exists is a real absolute. Just as we mistake a rope or a garland for a serpent on account of darkness, we always see the phenomena, that is, things as they outwardly appear, and not the noumenon which underlies all the visible things. It is only the Sadguru that opens the eyes of our understanding and enables us to see the things in their true light and not as they appear. Let us therefore worship the Sadguru and pray to him to give us the true vision, which is nothing but God vision, inner worship. Hemapant has given us a novel form of worship. Let us, he says, use hot water in the form of tears of joy to wash the Sadguru's feet. Let us besmear his body with sandal paste of pure love. Let us cover his body with the cloth of true faith. Let us offer 8 lotuses in the form of our 8 sattvic emotions and fruits in the form of our concentrated mind. Let us apply to his head bukka, black powder, in the form of devotion, and tie the basement of bhakti and place our head to his toes. After decorating the Sadguru with all the jewelry in this way, let us offer our all to him and wave chamar of devotion to ward off the heat. After such blissful worship, let us pray this: introvert our mind, turn it inward, give us discrimination between the unreal and the real, and non-attachment for all worldly things, and thus enable us to get self-realization. We surrender ourselves, body and soul, body, consciousness, and ego, to him. Make our eyes yours, so that we should never feel pleasure and pain. Control our body and mind as you will and wish. Let our mind get rest in your feet. Now let us turn to the stories of this chapter. Bhakta Pant. Once it so happened that a devotee by name Pant, a disciple of another Sadguru, had the good fortune of visiting Shirdi. He had no mind to go to Shirdi, but man proposes one way and God disposes the other. He was traveling in a BB&C Airalai train, where he met many friends and relations bound for Shirdi. They all asked him to accompany them, and he could not say nay. They alighted at Bombay, while Pant got down at Virar. There he took the permission of his Sadguru for the Shirdi trip, and after arranging for the expenses, left with a party for Shirdi. They all reached the place in the morning and went to the masjid at about 11 a.m. On seeing the concourse, the crowd of the devotees assembled for Baba's worship, they were all pleased, but Pant suddenly got a fit and fell senseless. They were all frightened. Still, they tried their best to revive him to his senses. With Baba's grace and with pitchers of water, which they poured over his head, he regained his consciousness and sat upright as if he was just awakened from sleep. The omniscient Baba, knowing that he was a disciple of another Guru, assured him fearlessness and confirmed him faith in his own Guru by addressing him as follows: "Come what may, leave not, but stick to your bolster, support, that is the Guru, and ever remain steady, always at one ment in union with him." Pant at once knew the significance of this remark, and thus he was reminded of his Sadguru, the kindness of Baba he never forgot in his life. Harishchandra Pitale. There was a gentleman by name Harishchandra Pitale in Bombay. He had a son who suffered from epilepsy. He tried many allopathic and Ayurvedic doctors, but there was no cure. There remained only one way of remedy, that is restoring to the saints. It has been stated in chapter, that Das Ganu, by his imitable and splendid kirtans, spread the fame of Sai Baba in the Bombay Presidency. Mr. Pitale heard some of these kirtans in 1910 AD, learned therefrom and from others that Baba, by his touch and mere glance, cured many incurable diseases. Then a desire arose in his mind to see Sai Baba. Making all the preparations and taking presents and fruit baskets, Mr. Pitale came to Shirdi with family, wife, and children. He then went to the masjid with them, prostrated before Baba, and placed his sick son on Baba's feet. No sooner Baba saw the child than an untoward thing happened. The son immediately revolved his eyes and fell down senseless. His mouth began to foam and his whole body began to perspire profusely, and it seemed as if he breathed himself out. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous and excited. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to persist long. Tears began to flow ceaselessly from the mother's eye, and she began to wail, crying that her condition was like that of a person who, being afraid of the robbers, ran into a house which collapsed on her, or like a cow fearing a tiger ran into the hands of a butcher, or like a traveler who, being tormented by the heat of the sun, went to take refuge under the tree, which fell upon him, or like a devout person going for worship into a temple which collapsed upon him. Baba comforted her, saying, "Do not wait like this. Wait a bit. Have patience. Take the boy to your lodging. He will come to his senses within half an hour." They did as directed by Baba and found that his words came true. As soon as he was taken into the wada, the boy recovered, and all the Pitale family, husband, wife, and others were delighted, and all the doubts disappeared. Then Mr. Pitale went to his wife to see Baba and prostrated himself before him very humbly and respectfully, sat shampooing his legs and mentally thanking Baba for his help. Baba then smilingly said, "Are not all the your thoughts, doubts, and apprehensions calmed down now? Hurry, the Lord will protect you. Protect him who has got faith and patience." Mr. Pitale was a rich and well-to-do gentleman. He distributed sweetmeats on a large scale and gave Baba excellent fruits and pan, bitter leaves. Mrs. Pitale was a very sattvic lady, simple, loving, and faithful. She used to sit near the post, staring at Baba with tears of joy flowing down from her eyes. On seeing her of an amicable and loving nature, Baba was much pleased with her. Like God, saints are always depend on the devotees who surrender and worship them with their heart and soul. After passing some happy days in Baba's company, the Pitale family came to the masjid to take the Baba's leave to depart. Baba gave them Udi and blessings and called Mr. Pitale closely and said to him, "Babu, I have given you before ₹2. Now I will give you ₹3. Keep these in your shrine for worship and you will be benefited." Mr. Pitale accepted these as prasad, prostrated himself again before Baba and prayed for his blessings. A thought arose in his mind that as this was his first trip to Shirdi, he could not understand what Baba meant when he said that he had given ₹2 previously. He was curious to have this mystery solved, but Baba kept silent. When Mr. Pitale returned to Bombay, he narrated to his old mother all that had happened at Shirdi and the mystery about Baba's giving him ₹2 formally. The mother also did not understand the mystery, but thinking seriously about this, she was reminded of an old incident which solved the mystery. She said to her son, "As you now went to Sai Baba with your son, so had your father done when he took you to Akkalkot for the darshan of the Maharaj there many years ago. That Maharaj was also a Siddha, perfect yogi, omniscient and liberal. Your father was pure devote and his worship was accepted. He then gave your father ₹2 for being kept in the shrine and worshipped. Your father worshipped them accordingly till his death, but thereafter the worship was neglected and the rupees was lost. After some years, the memory of these ₹2 also disappeared. And now, as you are very fortunate, the Akkalkot Maharaj has appeared to you in the form of Sai Baba, just to remind you of your duties and worship and to ward you off all your dangers. Now beware, henceforth, leave off all the doubts and bad thoughts. Follow your ancestors and behave well. Go on worshipping the family gods and rupees. Appraise properly and take pride in the blessings of saints. Sai Samrat has kindly revived the spirit of bhakti in you. Cultivate it in your benefit. To your benefit. Hearing the remarks of the mother, Mr. Pitale was very much delighted. He came to know and was convinced about the all-pervasiveness of Baba and the significance of his darshana. Therefore, he became very careful about his behavior. Mr. Ambedkar. Mr. Gopal Narayan Ambedkar of Pune was a devotee of Baba. He served for 10 years in Abkari department in Thana district in Jawahar state, from whence he had to retire. He tried to get some other job, but he did not succeed. He was overtaken by other calamities and his condition grew from bad to worse. He passed 7 years in this condition, visiting Shirdi every year and placing his grievance before Baba. In 1916 AD, his plight became worse and he decided to commit suicide in Shirdi. So he came there with his wife and stayed for 2 months. One night, while sitting in a bullock cart in front of Dikshit's Vada, he resolved to end his life by throwing himself into a well close by. He proposed to do one way, but Baba wished to do something else. A few paces from this place, there was a hotel, and his proprietor, Mr. Sagun, a devotee of Baba, came out and accosted him thus. Did you ever read this Akalkot Maharaj's life? Ambedkar took this book from Sagun and began to read it. Casually, or we may say providentially, he came across a story which was to this effect. During the lifetime of Akalkot Maharaj, a certain devotee suffered very much from an incurable disease, and when he could no longer endure the agony and pain, he became desperate. And in order to end his miseries, threw himself one night into a well. Immediately the Maharaj came there and took him out with his own hands and advised him thus: "You must enjoy the fruits, good or bad, of your past actions. If the enjoyment be incomplete, suicide won't help you. You have to take another birth and suffer again. So instead of killing yourself, why not suffer for some time and finish up your store of the fruit of your past deeds and be done with it once and for all?" Reading this appropriate and timely story, Ambedkar was very much surprised and moved. Had he not got Baba's hint through the story, he would have been no more. On seeing Baba's all-pervasiveness and benevolence, his faith in him was confirmed and he became a staunch devotee. His father was a devotee of Akalkot Maharaj, and Sai Baba wanted him to walk into his father's footsteps and continue his devotion to him. He then got Sai Baba's blessings and his prospects began to improve. He studied astrology and gained proficiency in it, and thereby improved his lot. He was able to earn sufficient money and passed his later life in ease and comfort. Both to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Srinivas ji and Lakshmi ji, chapter 27, please.
Sure, thank you. Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Sri Sai Charitra, chapter 27. Favor shown by given Bhagavat and Vishnu Sahasranamam, Dikshit Vital Vision, Gita Rahasya Kaparte. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favored his devotees by granting them religious books after he touched and consecrated them. For Parayan, there is regular reading and certain other matters. Preliminary. When a man takes a plunge into the sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the Tirthas, sacred rivers. Similarly, when a man takes a refuge at the feet of Sadguru, he gets the merit of bowing to the Trinity, that is Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, and also the Parabrahma. The victory be unto Sri Sai and the wish-fulfilling tree and the ocean of knowledge, he who gives a self-realization. O Sai, create in us the regard of your stories. Let the readers and audience endeavor them with the same relish, with which the chatak bird drinks the water from the clouds and becomes happy. While listening to your stories, let them and their families get all the sattvic emotions. That is, let their bodies perspire, let their eyes be full of tears, let their prana be steady, let their minds be composed, let their hair stand on their end, let them cry, sob, and shake, and let their hostility and their distinctions great and small vanish. If these things happen, that is a sign of the grace of the Guru dawning upon them. When these emotions develop in you, the Guru is most pleased and will be certainly lead you on your goal of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to get free of the shackles of Maya is to complete the wholehearted surrender to the Baba. Vedas cannot take you across the ocean of Maya. It is only Sadguru who can do so and make you see the Lord in all creatures. Granting the consecrated books, the varieties of imparting instructions followed by Baba has already been noticed in the previous chapter. In this, we shall deal with one aspect of it. It is the habit of some devotees to take part of the religious book of which they wanted to make a special study. to Baba and to receive the same book back from him after he touched and consecrated them. While reading daily such books, they felt that Baba was with them. Once Kaka Mahajani came to Shirdi with a copy of Eknathi Bhagavat. Shama took that book to read and taking it with him to the masjid. There, Baba took it from him, touched it, and turning some pages here and there, and gave it back to Shama and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belongs to Kaka, then and he had to return it. No, said Baba, as I have given it to you, better keep it with you for the safe custody. It will be used for you. In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajani, after some days, came back and with another copy of the same Bhagavat and gave it to Baba's hand. Then Baba gave it back as a prasad and asked him to preserve it well and assured him that he would stand with him in a good state. Kaka accepted it with a bow. Shama and Vishnu Sahasranama. Shama is very intimate devotee of Baba, and Baba wanted to do a favor in a particular way by giving him the copy of Vishnu Sahasranamam as a prasad. This was done in the following way. Once a Ramadasi, a follower of Saint Ramadasa, came to Shirdi to stay for some time. The routine he followed daily was as follows. He got up in the morning, washed his face, bathed in, and then wearing a saffron-colored coat, besmearing himself with the sacred hashes, read the Vishnu Sahasranama, a book giving 1,000 names in the praise of Vishnu, and held second in the importance of Bhagavad Gita and Adhyatmic Ramayana with the faith. He read these books often, and then after some days, Baba thought of favoring and initiating the Shama with the Vishnu Sahasranama. He therefore called Ramadasi to him and said to him he was suffering from the intense stomach pain. Unless he took some Saint Potts, Sonamukhi, a mild privative drug, and the pain would not stop. So he would please to go to the bazaar and bring the drug. Then the Ramadasi closed the book and went to the bazaar. Then Baba descended from his seat and came to the Ramadasi's place of the reading and took the copy of Vishnu Sahasranamam and came back to his seat and said to Shama, "Oh Shama, this book is very valuable and efficacious. So I thought of giving it to you. You read it." Once I suffered intensively and my heart began to palpitate and my life was in danger. At that critical time, I hugged this book to the heart and then, Shama, what a relief it gave to me. I thought that Allah himself came down and saved me. So I gave this to you. Read slowly, little by little. Read daily one name and at least it will do the good. Shama replied that he would not take it as he is not the owner of it. And the Ramadasi, who was mad, an obstinate and irritable person, and would certainly pick up a quarrel with him. Besides being rustic himself, he could not read distinctly. You want to read? So, one second. Sadhguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Will continue from here.
Sanskrit Devanagari letters of the book. Shama thought that Baba wanted to set him up against Ramadasi by this act of his, but he had no idea of what Baba felt for him. Baba must have thought to tie this necklace of Vishnu Sahasranama around the neck of Shama, as he was an intimate devotee, though a rustic, and thus save him from the miseries of the worldly existence. The efficacy of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendencies, frees us from the cycle of births and deaths. There is no easier sadhana than this. It is the best purifier of our minds. It requires no paraphernalia and no restrictions. It is so easy and so effective. The sadhana Baba wanted Shama to practice, though he did not crave for it. So Baba forced this on him. It is also reported that long ago, Eknath Maharaj similarly forced this Vishnu Sahasranam on a poor Brahmin neighbor and thus saved him. The reading and study of this Vishnu Sahasranam is a broad, open way of purifying the mind, and hence Baba thrust this on his Shama. The Ramadasi returned soon with the Senapads. Anna Chinchanikar, who was then present and who wanted to pay the part of Narada, the celestial rishi who is well known for setting up quarrels between gods and demons and vice versa, informed him of what had happened. The Ramadasi at once flared up. He calmed down at once on Shama with all fury. He said that it was Shama who set Baba to send him away under the pretext of stomachache for bringing the medicine, and thus got the book. He began to scold and abuse Shama and remarked that if the book be not returned, he would dash his head before him. Shama calmly remonstrated with him, but in vain. Then Baba spoke kindly to him as follows: O Ramadasi, what is the matter with you? Why are you so turbulent? Is not Shama our boy? Why do you scold him unnecessarily? How is it that you are so quarrelsome? Can you not speak soft and sweet words? You read daily these sacred books, and your mind is unpure, and your passions uncontrolled. What sort of Ramadasi you are? You ought to be indifferent to all things. It is not strange that you shall covet this book so strongly. A true Ramadasi should have no mamata attachment, but have samata equality towards all. You are not quarreling with the boy Shama for a mere book. Go, take your seat. Books can be had in plenty for money, but not men. Think well and be considerate. What worth is your book? Shama had no concern with it. I took it up myself and gave it to him. You know it by heart. I thought Shama might read it and profit thereby, and so I gave it to him. How sweet were these words of Baba, soft, tender, and nectar-like. Their effect was wonderful. The Ramadasi calmed down and said to Shama that he would take Pancharatmi Gita in return. Shama was much pleased and said, why one? I shall give 10 copies in return. So the matter was ultimately compromised. The question for consideration is, why should the Ramadasi press for Pancharatmi Gita, the God in which he never cared to know? And why should he, who daily read religious books in the masjid in front of Baba, quarrel with Shama before him? We do not know how to apportion the blame and whom to blame. We only say that had this procedure been not gone through, the importance of the subject, the efficacy of God's name, and the study of Vishnu Sahasranam would not have been brought home to Shama. So we see that Baba's method of teaching and initiating was unique. In the cases, Shama did gradually study the book and mastered its contents to such an extent that he was able to explain it to Professor G.G. Narke, M.A. of the College of Engineering, Pune, the son of Lord Sriman Bhuti and of devotee of Baba. One day, when Kaka Sahib Dikshit was in meditation after his morning bath in his wada at Shirdi, he saw a vision of Vittal. When he went to see Baba afterwards, Baba asked him, "Did Vittal Atil come? Did you not see him? He is very elusive. Hold him fast, otherwise he will give you the slip and run away." Then at noon, a certain hawker came there with 20 or 25 pictures of Vittal Vandarpur for sale. Mr. Dikshit was surprised to see that the form of Vittal he saw in his meditation exactly tallied with that in the picture, and he was also reminded of Baba's words. He therefore bought one picture most willingly and kept it in his shrine for worship. Gita Rahasya. Baba always loved those who studied Brahma Vidya, metaphysics, and encouraged them. To give an instance, once Babu Sahib Jog received a post parcel. It contained a copy of Gita Rahasya by Lokamanya Tilak. Taking it under his armpit, he came to the masjid and prostrated him before Baba. When the parcel fell at Baba's feet, Baba inquired what it was. It was opened then and there, and the book was placed in Baba's hand. He turned some pages here and there for a few minutes and took out a rupee from his pocket, placed it on the book, and handed the same with the rupee to Jog and said to him, "Read this completely and you will be benefited." Sadhguru Sahib Maharaj ki jai.
Jai Sai Ram.
Jai Sai Ram. Let us close this chapter with a description of the Kapartes. Once Dada Sahib Kaparte came with his family and lived in Shirdi for some months. Dada Sahib was not an ordinary man. He was the richest and the most famous advocate of Virar and was a member of the Council of State Delhi. He was very intelligent and a very good speaker. Still, he dared not open his mouth before Baba. Most devotees spoke and argued with Baba off and on, but only three, viz. Kaparte, Nulkar, and Bhuti, kept always silent. They were meek, modest, humble, and good-natured. Dada Sahib, who was able to expound Panchadasi, a well-known Sanskrit treatise on Advaita philosophy by the famous Vidyaranya. Two others said nothing or uttered no word when he came to the masjid before Baba. Really, a man, however learned he may be even in Vedas, fades away before one who has realized Brahman and become one with it. Learning cannot shine before self-realization. Dada Sahib stayed for 4 months, but Miss Kaparti stayed for 7. Both were highly pleased with their Shirdi stay. Miss Kaparti was faithful and devout and loved Baba deeply. Every noon she brought Naivedya herself to the masjid, and after it was accepted by Baba, she used to return and take her milk. Seeing her steady and firm devotion, Baba wanted to exhibit to others. One noon, she bought a dish containing sanza, wheat pudding, puris, rice soup, and kheer, sweet rice, and other sundry articles to the masjid. Baba, who usually waited for hours, got up at once, went up to his dining scene, removed the outer covering from the dish, began to partake of those zealously. Shama then asked him, "Why this partiality? You throw away dishes of others and do not care to look at them. But this you draw to you earnestly and do justice to it. Why is the dish of this woman so sweet? This is a problem to us," Baba then explained. "This food is really extraordinary. In former birth, the lady was the merchant's fat cow, yielding much milk. Then she disappeared and took birth in a gardener's family. Then in Kshatriya family and married a merchant. Then she was born in a Brahmin family. I saw her after a very long time. Let me take some sweet morsels of love from her dish." Saying this, Baba did full justice to her dish, washing his mouth and hands, and gave out some belches and as a mark of satisfaction and resumed his seat. Then she make a bow and began to shampoo Baba's legs. And Baba began to talk with her and knead her arms, which were shampooing his legs. On seeing the reciprocal service, Shama began to joke and said, "It is going on well. It is wonderful sight to see God and his bhaktas serving each other." After being pleased with her sincere service, Baba asked her in low and fascinating tone to chant Raja Rama, then and always, and said, "If you do this, your life object will be gained and your mind will attain peace, and you will be immensely benefited." To persons unfamiliar with spiritual matters, this might appear as affair, but really it was not so. It was a case of technically called Shaktipat, transference of power from the guru to the discipline. How forcibly and effectively were Baba's words! In instant they pierced her heart and found lodgment there. This case illustrates the nature of relations that should not subsist between the guru and the discipline. Both should love and serve each other as one. There is no distinction nor any difference between them. Both are one, and one cannot live without the other. The discipline placing his head on the guru's feet is a grosser outward vision. really and eternally. They are both one and the same. Those who see any difference between them or their unripe and unripe Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Jai Sai Ram, Sadhguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Jai. Rajinikanth ji.
This is Sanjit and Sanjit Kakarla. Sanjit is done. Srikar is done. This is the Srinivas Kakarla. Chapter
Yeah,
18.
Deepankar ji, I'm there.
Chapter 28.
This is chapter 27 is done, right?
Yeah, chapter 27 is done. Then the chapter 28, there is Sanjit Kakarla is there, right? So we switched to actually Sanjit with Srinivas. So I need to read the 3 pages, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, then Rajnikant ji, I think he will read the next 3 pages of chapter 28.
Okay. Thank you.
Jai Sai Ram. Sachidananda Sadhguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Chapter 28. Sparrows drawn to Shirdi. Lakshmi Chand, Burhanpur Lady, and Mega. Preliminary. Sai is not finite or limited. He dwells in all beings, from ants and insects to the god Brahma. He pervades all. Sai was well versed in the knowledge of the Vedas, as well as in the science of self-realization. As he was proficient in both these, he was well fitted to be the Sadguru. Anyone, though learned but not able to awaken the disciples and establish them in self-realization, does not deserve to be called as a Sadguru. Generally, the father gives birth to the body, and the death invariably follows life. But Sadguru does away with the both life and death, and so he is more kind and merciful than anybody. Sai Baba often said that let his man, devotee, be at any distance, 1,000 cos away from him, he will be drawn to Shirdi like a sparrow with a thread tied to its feet. This chapter describes the stories of three such sparrows. First one, Lala Lakshmi Chand. This gentleman was first serving in the railways and afterwards Sri Venkateshwara Press in Bombay, and thereafter in the form of Messrs. Raleigh Brothers as a Munshi clerk. He got the contact of Baba in 1910. 1 and 2 months before Christmas, he saw in his dream at the Santa Claus, a suburb of Bombay, an old man with a beard standing and surrounded by his bhaktas. Some days later, he went to the house of his friend, Mr. Dattatreya Manjunath Bijur, to hear the curtain of Das Ganu. It was always the practice of Das Ganu to keep Baba's picture in front of the audience while making the kirtan. Lakshmi Chand was surprised to see that the features of the old man he saw in his dream tallied exactly with those in the picture. And thus, he came to the conclusion that the old man he saw in his dream was Sai Baba himself. The sight of his picture, Das Ganu's Kirtan, and the life of Saint Tukaram, on which Das Ganu discoursed, all these things made a deep impression on his mind, and he pinned to go to Shirdi. It is always the experience of the Bhaktas that God always helps them in their search of Sadguru and other spiritual endeavors. That very night at 8 p.m., a friend named Shankarao knocked at his door and asked him whether he would accompany him to Shirdi. His joy knew no bounds, and he at once decided to go to Shirdi. He borrowed rupees 15 from his cousin, and after making due preparations, left to Shirdi. In the train, he and his friend Shankar Rao did some bhajan, sang religious songs, and inquired about Sai Baba with some fellow passengers, 4 Mohammedans, who were returning to their place near Shirdi. They all told them that Sai Baba was a great saint living in Shirdi for many years. Then, when they reached Kopargaon, he wanted to buy some good govas for offering to Baba. But he was so much enraptured with the scenery and sights there. Then he forgot to purchase them. When they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the govas. Just then, he saw an old woman with a gova basket on her head, running after the tanga. The tanga was stopped, and he gladly purchased some selected fruits. When the woman said, "Take all the rest and offer them on my behalf to Baba," The facts, that is, that he had intended to purchase Govas, but that he had forgotten to do so. The old woman's encounter and her devotion to Baba, all these were surprise to both the friends. And Lakshmi Chand thought in his mind that the old woman might be some relation to the old man he saw in his dream. Then they drove on and came near Shirdi. And seeing the flags on the masjid, they saluted them. With the puja materials in hand, they went to masjid and worshipped Baba with the due formality. Lakshmi Chand was much moved and was extremely happy to see Baba. He was enwrapped with the Baba's feet as a bee with a sweet-smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke as follows: "Cunning fellow, he does bhajan on the way and inquiries from others. Why ask others? Everything we should see with your own eyes. Where is the necessity to question others? Just think for yourself whether your dream is true or not. Where was the necessity of the darshan by taking a loan from Marwari? Marwari, is the heart's desire now satisfied?" Hearing these words, Lakshmichand was wonderstruck at Baba's omniscience. He was at a loss to know how Baba came to know about all the things that had happened en route from his house to Shirdi. The chief thing to note in his respect is that Baba never liked people to run into debt for taking his darshan or celebrating any holiday or making any pilgrimage. Sanza. At noon, when Lakshmi Chand was sitting for meals, he got some sanja, wheat pudding, from a devotee as prasad. He was pleased to have it. Next day, also he expected it, but got nothing. So he was anxious to get it again. Then on the third day at noon, Aarti time, Babu Sahib Jog asked Baba what Naivedya he should bring. Baba told him to bring sanja. Then the Bhaktas brought two big potfuls of sanja. Lakshmi Chand was very hungry and there was some pain in his back. Then Baba said to him, "It is good that you are hungry. Take sanja and make some medicine from the pain in the back." He was again word struck to see that Baba again read his mind and spoke out what was passing therein, how omniscient he was. Evil eye. On the occasion, he once witnessed one night the procession to the Chavdi. Baba then suffered much from cough. He thought his suffering of Baba might be due to somebody's evil eye. Next morning, when he went to masjid, Baba spoke to Shama as follows: "I suffered last night from cough. Is it due to some evil eye? I think somebody's evil eye was worked on me, and I'm suffering." In this case, Baba spoke out of what was passing in Lakshmichand's mind. On seeing these proofs, Baba's omniscience and kindness to his bhaktas, he fell prostrate at Baba's feet and said, "I am much pleased with your darshan. Ever be kind and merciful to me and protect me always. There is no other God to me in this world except your feet. Let my mind be ever wrapped in your bhajan and feet. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world and let me ever chant your name and be happy." After getting Baba's udi and blessings, he returned home with his friend, much pleased and contented, and singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained a staunch devotee of Baba afterwards and always sent garlands and flowers, camphor and dakshina with any person of his acquaintance bound for Shirdi. Samat Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Jai Sai Ram.
Jai Sai Ram. Rajnikant ji, from page 145, 149, please.
From 49, or I have to start from the Darpanpur lady?
No, Buranpur lady. According to my book, there is just Buranpur lady, and then it goes to page 149. You might be referring to some other book also, but it is from the Buranpur lady. You are right.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Om Sachidananda Sadguru Sairat Maharaj ki Jai. Buranpur lady. Now let us turn to another sparrow. Baba's words meaning devotee. One lady in Buranpur saw in her dream Sai Baba coming to her door and begin khichdi, rice cooked with dal and salt, for his meal. On awakening, she saw uh, nobody at her door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told it to all, including her husband. He was employed in the postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife, who were devout, decided to go to Shirdi. Then, on a suitable day, they left for Shirdi, and after visiting Gomati Tirth on the way, reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day they went to the masjid, performed Baba's worship, and passed their time happily. The, the couple time came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as naivedya, but for the first 14 days, somehow or other, it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay. Then on the 15th day, she came at noon on the masjid with her khichdi. There she found that Baba and others were already sitting for meal and that the curtain was down. Nobody dared enter in when the curtain was let down. But the lady could not wait. She threw up the curtain with her hand and entered. Strange to say that Baba seemed that day hungry for khichdi and wanted the thing first. A- And when the lady came in with the dish, Baba was delighted and began to eat morsel after morsel of khichdi. On seeing that earnestness of Baba in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck and those who heard the story of Khichdi were convinced about this extraordinary love for his devotee, Megha. Now let us go to the third and the bigger sparrow, Megha of Viram was a simple and illiterate Brahmin cook of Rao Bahadur, H.V. Sathe. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted the five syllabed mantra Namah Shivaya. He did not know the Sandhya nor its chef mantra, the Gayatri. Rao, Rao Bahadur Sathe was interested in him, got him taught the Sandhya and the Gayatri. Sathe told him that the Sai Baba of Shirdi was the embodied form of the god Shiva and made him start for Shirdi. At the Broch railway station, he learned that Sai Baba was a Muslim and his simple and orthodox mind was much perturbed at the prospect of bowing to a Muslim, and he prayed to his master not to send him there. His master, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction to his Sate's father-in-law Ganesh Damodar alias Dade Khelkar at Shirdi to introduce him to Sai Baba. When he reached Shirdi and went to the masjid, Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. Kick out the rascal, wrote Baba, and then said to Megha, now you are a high caste Brahmin and I am a low Muslim. Now you will lose your caste by coming here. So get away. Hearing these words, Megha began to tremble. He was wondering as to how Baba had come to know about what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for some days, serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. Then he went home. After that, he went to Trayambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for a year and a half. Then again he returned to Shirdi, this time at the intercession of Dada Khelkar. He was allotted to enter the masjid and stay in Shirdi. Sai Baba helped to Megha was not through any oral instruction. He worked upon Megha internally, mentally, with the result that he was considerably changed and benefited. Then Megha began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, Bela leaves are required, and Megha used to go miles and miles every day to bring them and worship his Shiva Baba. His practice was to worship all the gods in the village and then came to the masjid, and after saluting Baba's Gadi Asan, He worshipped Baba, and after doing some service, shampooing his legs, drank the washing teeth of Baba's feet. Once it is so happened that he came to the masjid without worshipping God Gondoba. As the door of the temple was closed, Baba did not accept his worship and sent him again, saying that the door was open then. Mega went, found the door open, worshipped the deity then returned to Baba as usual. Ganges bath. On one Makar Sankranti day, Mega wanted to besmear the body of Baba with sandal paste and bath him with Ganges water. Baba was first unwilling to undergo this operation, but at his repeated request, he consented. Mega had to traverse a distance of 8 kos going and returning to bring the sacred water from the Gomati river. He bought the water, made all preparations for the bath at noon, and asked Baba to get ready for the same. Then Baba again asked him to be freed from his bath, saying that as a fakir he had nothing to do or gain with the Ganges water. But Mega did not listen. He knew that Shiva is pleased with a bath of Ganges water and that he must give his Shiva Baba that bath on that auspicious day. Baba then consented, came down and sat on a pat wooden board and protruding his head said, "O Mega, do at least this favor. Head is the most important organ of the body, so pour the water over that only. It is equivalent to the full or whole bath." All right, said Mega, and lifting the water pot up, began to pour it on the head. But in doing that, he was so much overwhelmed with love that he cried out, "Har Gange," and emptied and the pot on the emptied the pot on the whole body. He kept the pot aside and began to look at Baba, but to his surprise and amazement, he found that Baba's head was only drenched, but the body quite dry. Trident and Pindi. Mega worshipped Baba in two places. In the masjid, he worshipped Baba in person, and in the Wada, Baba's big picture given by Nana Saheb Chandorkar. This he did for 12 months. Then, in order to appreciate his devotee and confirm his faith, Baba gave him a vision. Early one morning, when Mega was still lying down on his bed with eyes closed but internally awake, he was clearly Baba's form. Baba, knowing him to be awake through Akshata, rice grains marked red with kumkum, and said, "Mega, draw a trident," and disappeared. Hearing Baba's words, he eagerly opened his eyes, did not see Baba, but saw only rice grains spread here and there. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked permission to draw trident. Trident. Baba said, "Did you not hear my words asking you to draw trident? It was so. It was no vision, but direct order, and my words were always pregnant and with meaning and never hollow." Mega said, "I thought you woke me up, but all the doors were closed. So I thought it was a vision." Baba rejoined, I I require no door to enter. I have no form nor any extension. I always live everywhere. I carry on as a wipe, wire puller, but all the actions of the man who trust me and merge me in. Mega returned to the Wade and drew a red trident on the wall near Baba's picture. Next day, a Ramadasi Bhakta came from Pune, saluted Baba, and offered him Pindi, an image of Shiva. At this time, Mega also turned up there. Baba said to him, "See, Shankar has come. Protect, that is, worship him now." Mega was surprised to see Pindi following Trident immediately. Then also in the Wade, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was standing with a towel on his head after having taken his bath and was remembering Sai when he saw a pindi before his mental vision. While he was wondering about this, Mega came and showed him the pindi presented to him by Baba. Dikshit was happy to know that the pindi exactly tailed with the one he saw a few minutes before in his vision. In a few days after the drawing of the trident was complete, Baba installed the pindi near the big picture which Mega was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was dear to Mega, and by arranging the drawing of the trident and the installation of the pindi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuous serving of Baba for many years doing regular worship and arti every noon and evening, Mega passed away in 1912. Then Baba passed his hands over his corpse and said, "This was a true devotee of mine." Baba also ordered that at his own expense the usual funeral dinner should be given to the Brahmins, and this order was carried out by Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Botu Shri peace to be all. Om Sai Ram.
Om Sachidananda Sadguru Shri Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Jai.
Sahasra, you are next, reading chapter 29. Sairam.
Om Sairam. Chennai's Bhajan Mela. It was the year of 1916 when at Chennai's Bhajan Mela party of the Ramdasi Panth started on a pilgrimage to hold the city of Benara. And the party consisted of a man, his wife, daughter, and sister-in-law. Unfortunately, their names are not mentioned. On their way to the party, herd that lived in church. Ahmednagar district, a great saint named Sai Baba, who was God, realized and who was very generous, who wanted to show their talent there. A lot of money in the form of dakshina was collected daily by Sai Baba, and out of this amount, he gave daily 1 rupee to a 3-year-old girl, Amani, the daughter of Bhakta Kodaji, and rupees 2 to 5 to some, rupees 6 to Jamali, the mother of Amani, and rupees 10 to 20, or even rupees 50 to other bhaktas, as he pleased. On hearing all this, the party came to Shirdi and stayed there. The Mela desired money. The Mela did a very good bhajan and sing good songs, but inwardly they desired money. 3 of the party were full of avaras, but the lady or mistress was of a different nature. She had regarded and love for Baba. Once it so happened that the noonday arati was going on. Baba was much pleased with her faith and devotion and gave her a vision of Ishta, chosen lady. To her, Baba appeared as Saitanath Ram, while to all others the usual On seeing her beloved Deepti, she was much moved. Tears began to flow from her eyes, and she clapped her hands in joy. The people began to wonder at her joyful mood, but were not able to guess its cause. Later in the afternoon, she disclosed everything to her husband. She told him how she saw Sri Ram in Sai Baba. He thought that he was very simple and devout woman, and her seeing Ram might be a creation of her mind. He ignored her, saying that it was not possible that she alone should see Ram, while they all saw Sai Baba there. She did not resent this remark, as she was she was fortunate enough to get Ram darshan, and when her mind was calm and composed and free of all wonderful vision. Things were going on like this when the husband got a strange vision in his dream one night. He was in a big city. The police there had arrested him, tied his hands with a rope, and put him in a cage. Lock. As the police were tightening the grip, he saw Sai Baba standing quiet outside near the cage. On seeing Sai Baba so close, he said in a plaintive tone, after hearing your fame, I resorted to your feet. Then why should a calamity befall me when you're standing here in person? Baba said, you must suffer the consequences of your action. Yes, I've not done anything in this life which should bring such a misfortune on me. If not in this life, you must have committed some sin in your past life. I do not know anything of my past life, but assuming that I did commit some sin then, why should it not be burnt and destroyed in your presence as happens to dry grass before fire? Baba, have you got such faith? Yes. Baba then asked him to close his eyes. No sooner did he shut them than he heard a thumping sound of something falling down, and after opening his eyes, he saw that he was free, the police fallen down bleeding. Being much frightened, he began to look at Baba, who said, now you are well caught, officers. Officers will now come and arrest you. Then he begged, there is no savior except you. Save me anyhow. Then Baba again asked him to close his eyes. He did so, and when he opened them again, he saw that he was free out of the cage. And then Baba was by his side. He then fell at Baba's feet. Baba then asked, is there any difference between this namaskar and your previous ones? Think well and then reply, he said. There is a lot of difference. My former namaskars were offered with the object of getting money from you, but the present namaskar is one offered to you as God. Besides, earlier I thought resentfully that you, being a Mohammedan, were spoiling us, the Hindus. Do you not believe in your mind in Mohammedan gods? He said, no. Then Baba said, have you not got a panja and Burana in your house, and do not worship the same in Dabut, i.e. Muharram festival? And also there is in your house another deity by name Gadbidi, whom to propitiate and appease on marriage occasion and other festivals. Is not so. Then admitted all this, then Baba said, what more do you want? This desire arose in his mind to get the darshan of Guru Ramdas when Baba asked him to turn back and speak. When he turned around, Ramdas was in front of him. Baba inquiringly asked Baba, you look old, do you know your age? Baba, what, do you say I'm old? Just race with me and see. On saying this, Baba began to run and he too fell. Baba disappeared in the dust raised by his footsteps while running, and at that moment, man was awakened. After waking up, he began to think seriously about the dream vision. His mental attitude was completely changed, and he realized the greatness of Baba. After this, his doubting tendencies disappeared, and the pure devotion to Baba's feet descended on his mind. The vision was a mere dream, but the questions answered therein were most significant and interesting. The next morning, when all assembled in the blessed it for the arati. Baba gave him a prasad, 2 rupees worth of sweetmeats, and also 2 rupees from his pocket, and blessed him. He made him stay there for a few more days and gave him his blessings, saying, Allah God will give you plenty and he will do you all good. He did not get more money there, but he got far better things. Baba's blessing, which stood him in a great stead all along. The party got plenty of money afterwards, and their pilgrimage was successful as they did not suffer any trouble or inconvenience during their journey. They all returned home safe, thinking of Baba's words and blessings and the anand bliss they experienced by his grace. This story illustrates one of the methods which Baba followed in some cases to improve and reform his life.
Om Sairam, this is Samatha. I'm continuing after from page 155.
Yeah, please do.
Om Sairam. Tendulkar family. There lived in Bandra a Tendulkar family, all the members of which were devoted to Baba. Mrs. Savitri Bai Tendulkar has published a Marathi book named Sri Sainath Bhajan Mala, containing 800 abhangas and padas, describing the Leelas of Baba. It is a book worth reading by those who are interested in Baba. The son Babu Tendulkar was studying hard day and night and wanted to appear for the medical examination. He consulted some astrologers. On examining his horoscope, they told him that the stars were not favorable that year and that he should appear for the examination next year when he would be certainly successful. This cast a gloom over him and made him restless. A few days afterwards, his mother went to Shirdi and saw Baba. Among other things, she mentioned the gloomy and morose condition of her son, who was to appear for the examination in a few days. To her, tell me to throw aside horoscopes and predictions of astrologers and palmists and go on with his studies. Let him appear for the examination with a calm mind. He is sure to pass this year. Ask him to trust me and not to get disappointed. The mother returned home and communicated Baba's message to her son. Then he studied hard and in due course appeared for the examination. In the written papers, he did well, but
This is mute, right? This is mute, right? It's not.
Paid to appear for the oral examination, but the examiner was after him. He sent word through a fellow student stating that he had passed in the written examination and that he should appear for the oral. The son, being thus encouraged, appeared for the oral examination and was successful in it also. Thus, he got through the examination that year successfully by Baba's grace, though the stars were against him as indicated. It is to be noted here that doubts and difficulties surround us just to move us and confirm our faith. We are tested as it were. If we only hold on steadily to Baba with full faith and continue our endeavors, our efforts will be ultimately crowned with success. The father of this boy, Raghunathara, was serving in some foreign mercantile firm in Mumbai. As he grew old, he was not able to attend to his work properly, and so he had to take leave and rest. As he did not improve during the period of leave, a further extension of leave or premature retirement from service was inevitable. The chief manager of the firm decided to retire him on pension as he was an old and reliable servant. The question regarding the amount of a pension to be given was under consideration. He was getting rupees 150 and his pension, that is half of the amount, was rupees 75, would not be enough to meet the expenses of the family. So they were all anxious about this matter. 15 days before the final settlement, Baba appeared to Mrs. Tendulkar in a dream and said, I wish that rupees 100 should be settled as pension. Will this satisfy you? She replied, Baba, why ask me this? We fully trust in you. Though Baba said 100 rupees, still he was given 10 rupees more, that is rupees 110 as a special case. Such wonderful love and care did Baba exhibit towards his bhaktas. Captain Harte. Captain Harte, who was staying in Bikaner, was a great devotee of Baba. Once Baba appeared to him in his dream and said, "Did you forget me?" Harte then immediately held Baba's feet and replied, "If a child forgets his mother, how could he be saved?" Then Harte went to the garden and took out fresh walpapadi vegetables, and after arranging Siddha, ghee, wheat flour, and dal, etc., and Dakshina, was about to offer all this to Baba when he was awakened and came to know that the whole thing was a dream. Then he decided to send all these things to Baba at Shirdi. When he came to Gwalior some days afterwards, he sent rupees 12 by money order to a friend with instructions that rupees 2 should be spent in buying Siddha articles and walpapdi vegetables, and those should be offered to Baba with rupees 10 as Dakshina. The friend went to Shirdi and purchased the things mentioned, but walpapdi was not available. In a short time, a woman turned up with a basket on her head, which curiously enough contained the walpapadi vegetables. It was purchased, and then all the things were offered to Baba on behalf of Captain Harte. Mr. Nimonkar prepared the Naivedya, rice and walpapdi vegetables next day and offered the same to Baba. All the people were surprised to see that Baba, while dining, took and ate walpapdi and did not touch rice and other things. Harte's joy knew no bounds when he learned this from his friend. Consecrated rupee. At another time, Captain Harte wished that he should have in his house a rupee consecrated by Baba with his touch. He came across a friend who was bound for Shirdi. Though him hate, through him, Harte sent his rupee. The friend went to Shirdi and after the usual salutation gave first his dakshina which Baba accepted. Then he gave Harte's rupee which Baba took in his hand and began to gaze at it. He held it in front, tossed it up with his right thumb and played with it. Then he said to the friend, "Return this to its owner with the prasad of Udi. Tell him that I want nothing from him. Ask him to live in peace and contentment." The friend returned to Gwalior, handed over the consecrated rupee to Harte and told him all that happened at Shirdi. This time Harte was much pleased and realized that Baba always encouraged good thoughts, and as he wished intently, Baba fulfilled the same accordingly. Vaman Narvekar. Now let the readers hear a different story. A gentleman named Vaman Narvekar loved Baba very much. He once bought a rupee. On one side of it were engraved the figures of Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita, and the other side was engraved the figure of Maruti with folded hands. He offered it to Baba with the hope that he should consecrate it with his touch and return it to him with Udi. But Baba immediately pocketed it. Then Shama spoke to Baba regarding Vaman Rao's intention and requested him to return it. Then Baba spoke in the presence of Vaman Rao. Why should it be returned to him? We should keep it ourselves. If he gives rupees 25 for it, it will be returned. Then for the sake of that rupee, Vaman Rao collected rupees 25 and placed them before Baba. Then Baba said, "The value of that rupee far exceeds 25 rupees. Shama, take this rupee, let us have it in our store. Keep this in your shrine and worship it." No one had the courage to ask Baba why he followed this peculiar action. He only knows that is best and most suitable to each and all. Both to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sai.
Jai Sara.
Oh, Sachidananda Sadguru Sri Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Jai.
Shrini sir, you are on chapter 30.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Chapter 30, Drawn to Shirdi. Kakaji Vaidya of Vani and Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai. In this chapter, the story of two more devotees who were drawn to Shirdi is narrated. Both to the kind Sai who is abode of mercy and who is affectionate towards his devotees. By his mere darshan, he does away with their fear of worldly illusions, that is sansar, and destroys their calamities. He was first nirgun, that is formless, but on account of the devotion of his bhaktas, he was obliged to take a form. To give liberation, self-realization to the bhaktas is the mission of the saints, and for Sai, the chief of them, that mission is inevitable. Those who take refuge in his feet have all their sins destroyed and their progress is certain. Remembering his remembering his feet Brahmins from holy places come to him and read scriptures and chant the Gayatri mantra in his presence. Who are weak and without any merits do not know what bhakti is. But we know this much, that though all others may leave us, Sai won't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Who are weak and without any merits do not know what bhakti is. But we know this much, that though all others may leave us, Sai won't forsake us. Those whom he favors get enormous strength, discrimination between the unreal and the real, and knowledge. Sai knows fully the desire of his devotees and fulfills the same. Hence, they get what they want and are grateful. So we invoke him and prostrate ourselves before him. Forgetting all our faults, let him free us from all anxieties. He who, being overcome with calamities, remembers and prays to Sai thus, will get his mind calmed and pacified through his grace. This Sai, the ocean of mercy, says Hemad Pant favored him, and the result of this is the present work Sai Satcharitra. Otherwise, what qualifications had he to undertake this enterprise? But as Sai took all the responsibility, Hemad Pant felt no burden nor any care about this. When the powerful light of knowledge was there to inspire his speech and pen, why should he entertain any doubt or feel any anxiety? Sai got the service in the form of this book done by him. This is due to the accumulation of his merits in the past births, and therefore he thinks himself fortunate and blessed. The following story is not a mere tale, but pure nectar. He who drinks it will realize Sai's greatness and all pervasiveness. Those who want to argue and criticize should not go in for this. What is wanted here is not discussion, but unlimited love and devotion. Learned, devout, and faithful believers, or those who consider themselves as servants of the saints, will like and appreciate these stories. Others will take them to be fables. The fortunate bhaktas of Sai will find the Sai Leelas as the Kalpataru, wish-fulfilling tree. Drinking in or devouring this nectar of Sai Leelas will give liberation to the ignorant jivas, satisfaction to the householders, and a sadhana to the aspirants. Now, we come to the story of this chapter. Kakaji Vaidya. There lived in Vani, Nasik district, a man named Kakaji Vaidya. He was the priest of the goddess Saptashringi there. He was so overpowered by adverse circumstances and calamities that he lost peace of mind and became quite restless. And under such circumstances, one evening he went into the temple of the goddess and prayed unto her from the bottom of his heart and invoked her aid to free him from anxiety. The goddess was pleased with his devotion, and the same night appeared to him in his dream and said to him, "You go to Baba, and then your mind will become calm and composed." Kakaji was anxious to know from her who this Baba was, but before he could get any explanation, he was awakened. Then he began to think as to who might be this Baba, to whom the goddess had asked him to go. After some thinking, he resolved that this Baba might be Trayambakeshwar, Lord Shiva. So he went to the holy place of Trayambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for 10 days. During this period, he bathed early in the morning, chanted the Rudra hymns, did the Abhishek, and did other religious rites, but with all this, he was as restless as before. Then he returned to his place and again invoked the goddess most pitifully. That night, she again appeared in his dream and said, "Why did you go to Triambakeshwar in vain? I mean by Baba Sri Sai Samadh of Shirdi." The question before Kakaji now was how and when to go to Shirdi and how to see Baba. If anybody is in real earnest to see a saint, not only the saint, but God also fulfills his wish. In fact, the Sant, that means saint, and the Anant, that is God, are one and the same. There is not the least difference between them. If anybody thinks that he will go on his own wish and see a saint, that will be a mere boast. Unless the saint wills it, no one is able to go and see him. Even the leaf of the tree won't move without his bidding. The more anxious a bhakta is for the visit to the saint, the more devout and faithful he is, the more speedily and effectively is his wish satisfied to his heart's content. He who invites anybody for a visit also arranges everything for his reception, and so it happened with Kakaji. Shama's oath. When Kakaji was thinking about his intended visit to Shirdi, a guest came to him and at his place to take him to Shirdi. He was no other than Shama, a very close and intimate devotee of Baba. How he came to Vani at this juncture, we shall just see. Shama was severely ill when he was very young, and his mother had taken an oath to her family goddess Saptashringi at Vani that if her son got well, she would bring and dedicate him at her feet. Then after some years, the mother herself suffered much from ringworms on her breasts. At that time, she again took another vow to her deity that if she got all right, she would offer her 2 silver breasts. These 2 vows remained unfulfilled. At her deathbed, she called her son Shama and drew his attention to the vows. And after taking a promise from him that he would fulfill them, she breathed her last. After some time, Shama forgot about these 2 vows, and thus 30 years elapsed. About this time, a famous astrologer had come to Shirdi and stayed there for a month. His predictions in the case of Shriman Bhuti and others came true, and everybody was satisfied. Shama's younger brother, Bapaji, consulted him and was told about his mother's vows, which his elder brother had promised to fulfill at her deathbed and not yet fulfilled. Hence, the goddess was displeased with them, and that was bringing troubles on them. Bapaji told this to his brother, Shama, who was then reminded of the unfulfilled vows. On thinking that any further delay would be dangerous, he called a goldsmith and got a pair of silver breasts prepared. Then he went to the masjid, prostrated himself before Baba, and placing before him the 2 silver breasts, requested him to accept them and free him from the oaths. As to him, he was his Saptashringi goddess. Then Baba insisted upon him to go himself to the temple of Saptashringi and offer them at the feet of the goddess. Thus, after taking Baba's permission and Rudi, he left for Vani, and while searching for the priest, reached Kakaji's house. Kakaji was then very anxious to visit Baba, and Shama went there to see him at that very time. What a wonderful coincidence was this. Kakaji asked him who he was and when did he come. When did he come? And on learning that he came from Shirdi, he at once embraced him. So overwhelmed was he with love. Then they talked about Sai Leelas, and after finishing the rites of Shama's oath, They both started for Shirdi. On reaching the place, Kakaji went to the masjid and fell at Baba's feet. His eyes were soon bedewed with tears and his mind attained calmness. According to the vision of the goddess, no sooner did he see Baba than his mind lost all its restlessness and became calm and composed. Kakaji began to think in his mind, what a wonderful power is this? Baba spoke nothing. There was no question and answer, no benediction pronounced. The mere darshan itself was so conducive to happiness. The restlessness of my mind disappeared by his mere darshan. Consciousness of joy came upon me. This is what is called the greatness of darshan. His vision was fixed on Sai's feet and he could utter no word. Hearing Baba's leelas, his joy knew no bounds. He surrendered himself completely to Baba, forgot his anxiety and cares, and got undiluted happiness. He lived happily there for 12 days, and after taking Baba's leave, Udi and blessings returned home. Kushal Chand of Rahata. It is said that a dream which we get in the wee hours of the morning generally comes out true in the waking state. This may be so, but regarding Baba's dream, there is no restriction of time. To quote an instance, Baba told Kaka Sahib Dikshit one afternoon to go to Rahata and fetch Kushal Chand to Shirdi, as he had not seen him since long. Kaka Sahib accordingly took a tanga and went to Rahata. He met Kushal Chand and gave him Baba's message. On hearing it, Kushal Chand was surprised and said that while he was taking a noon nap after meals, Baba appeared in his dream and asked him to come to Shirdi immediately, and that he was anxious to go as he had no horse of his own nearby. He had sent his son to inform Baba. When his son was just out of the village border, Dikshit's tanga turned up. Dikshit then said that he was sent specially to bring him. Then they both went in the tanga back to Shirdi. Kushal Chand saw Baba and all were pleased. Seeing this leela of Baba, Kushal Chand was much moved. Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai. Once a Punjabi Brahmin of Mumbai named Ramlal got a dream in which Baba appeared and asked him to come to Shirdi. Baba appeared to him as a Mahant, that is saint, but he did not know his whereabouts. He thought that he should go and see him, but as he did not have his address, he did not know what to do. But he who calls anybody to him also makes the necessary arrangements for the same. The same happened in this case. The same afternoon, when he was strolling in the street, he saw a picture of Baba in a shop. The features of the Mahant he saw earlier in the dream tallied exactly with those of the picture. Then on making inquiries, he came to know that the picture was of Sai Baba of Shirdi. He went soon after this to Shirdi and stayed there till his death. In this way, Baba brought his devotees to Shirdi for darshan and satisfied their wants, material as well as spiritual. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sai Maharaj Ki Jai. Saira.
Om Saram. Thank
Senthil,
you.
sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Dibankar.
Thanks.
We will continue with chapter 31 and Savitaji, you can start.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah. Om Sairam, chapter 31, the passing away in Baba's presence of Sannyasi Vidyanand, Balaram Mankar, Nulkar, Megha, the tiger. In this chapter, Hemantpad describes the passing away of certain devotees and a tiger in Baba's presence. Preliminary, the last wish or thought that a man has at the hour of death determines his future course. Sri Krishna has said in Gita that he who remembers me in his last moments comes verily to me, and he who meditates otherwise at that time goes to what he longs for. We cannot be certain that we can entertain a particular good thought in our last moment. For more often than not, we are more likely to be frightened and terrified by death. Hence, constant practice is necessary for enabling us to fix our mind or any desired good thought at any moment. All saints therefore recommend us to remember God and to chant his name always, so that we may not be perplexed or perturbed when the time of departure comes. The devotees on their part surrender themselves completely to the saints, fully believing that the saints would guide and help them in their last moments. A few such cases will be noted here. Vijay Anand. A Chennai sannyasi named Vijay Anand started on pilgrimage to Mansarovar. En route, on hearing Baba's fame, he halted at Shirdi. There he met one Soma Devaji, Swami of Haridwar, and inquired from him about the Mansarovar trip. The Swami told him that the Sarovar was 500 miles from Gangotri and described to him the difficulties of the journey, meaning plenty of snow and the change of dialect every 50 kos and the suspicious nature of the local people who give a lot of trouble to the pilgrims on the way. On hearing this, the sannyasi was dejected and cancelled the trip. Then when he went to Baba and prostrated himself before him, Baba got enraged and said, "Drive out this useless sannyasi, his company is of no use." The sannyasi did not know Baba's nature. He felt discomforted, but sat there watching things that were going on. It was the morning darbar and the masjid was overcrowded. Baba was being worshipped in various ways. Some were washing his feet, some taking the teeth and drinking it heartily, and some touching their eyes with it. Some were applying sandal paste and some scents to his body. All were doing these things, forgetting the distinction of caste and creed. Though Baba got enraged with him, he was filled with affection for Baba and he did not feel like leaving the place. He stayed in Shirdi for 2 days. When he got a letter from Chennai stating that his mother was very ill, he felt very dejected and wanted to be by his mother's side. But he could not leave without Baba's permission to return home. The omniscient Baba, knowing the future, said to him, "If you so loved your mother, why did you take sannyas? Attachment makes misuse of an org carb. Go and sit quiet at your lodging. Wait with patience for a few days. In the Vada, there are many robbers. Bolt your doors and be very vigilant. The thieves will carry everything. Wealth and prosperity are transient, and the body is subject to decay and death. While knowing this, do your duty, leaving all attachment with the things of this world and next. He who does this and surrenders himself to the feet of Hari will become free from all troubles and attain bliss. The Lord runs and helps him who remembers and meditates on him with love and affection. Your store of past merits is considerable, so you have come here. Now attend to what I say and realize the goal of your life. Begin from tomorrow the study of Bhagavad. Do 3 saptahas, 3 readings during 3 weeks conscientiously. The Lord will be pleased with you and will destroy your sorrow. Your illusions will vanish and you will get eternal peace. On seeing that his end was approaching, Baba prescribed this remedy and made him read Rama Vijaya, which pleases the god of death. Next morning, after bathing and other purifying rites, he commenced to read Bhagavad at a secluded spot in the Lendi garden. He completed 2 readings and thereafter felt much exhausted. He returned to the Vada, stayed in his lodgings for 2 days. On the 3rd day, he breathed his last in Fakir Badi Baba's lap. Baba asked the people to preserve the body for a day for a reason. The police afterwards came and, on making proper inquiries, gave permission for the disposal of the body. It was buried in a proper place with due rites. In this way, Baba helped the sannyasi and ensured him Sadgati. Balram Mankar. There was a householder devotee of Baba by name Balram Mankar. When his wife passed away, he got dejected and, entrusting his household to his son, left home and came to Shirdi and lived with Baba. Being pleased with his devotion, Baba wanted to give a good turn to his life, and he did it in this way. He gave him rupees 12 and asked him to go live in Machint Dragad. Mankar was first unwilling to go and stay away from Baba. But Baba convinced him that he was giving the best course for him and asked him to practice meditation thrice a day in the gut. On believing in Baba's words, Mankar went to the gut. He was much pleased with the serenity, pure water, healthy air, and the surroundings of the place and began to practice assiduously the meditations as recommended by Baba. After some days, he got a revelation. Generally, bhaktas get revelation in their samadhi or trance states, but in Mankar's case, he got it when he came down to his ordinary consciousness from his trance. Baba appeared to him in person. Not only that Mankar saw him, but he also asked him why he was sent there. Baba replied, "In Shirdi, many thoughts and ideas began to rise in your mind, and I sent you here to bring your unsteady mind to rest. You thought that I was in Shirdi with a half composed of the 5 elements and 3.5 cubits in length. Now you see and determine for yourself whether the person you see here now is the same you saw at Shirdi. It is for this reason that I sent you here." Then, after the period was over, Mankad left the Gad and proceeded to his native place, Bandra. He wanted to travel by rail from Pune to Dadar, but when he went to the booking office to get a ticket, he found it very much crowded. He could not get his ticket soon. When a villager with a langoti on his waist and kambli on his shoulder turned up and said, "Where are you going?" "To Dadar," replied Mankar. Then he said, "Please take this Dadar ticket of mine. As I have some urgent work here, I have cancelled my Dadar trip." Mankar was very glad to receive the ticket and was taking out money from his pocket when the rustic disappeared in the crowd. Mankar tried to find out in the crowd, but in vain. He waited for him till the train left the station, but found no trace of him. This was the second revelation Mankar got in a strange form. Then Mankar, after visiting his home, again returned to Shirdi and remained there at Baba's feet, following his bidding and advice. In the end, he was very fortunate to leave this world in the presence of Baba. Tatya Sahib Nulkar. Hemant Pant gives no particulars regarding Tatya Sahib Nulkar except the bare mention of the fact that he gave up his ghost in Shirdi. A brief summary of his account that appeared in the Sai Leela magazine is given here. Tatya Sahib was a sub-judge at Pandharpur in 1909 when Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mamladar there. Both met often and exchanged words. Tatya Sahib did not believe in saints while Nana Sahib respected them. Nana Sahib often told him the Leelas of Sai Baba and pressed him to go to Shirdi and see Baba. Nulkar finally agreed to go to Shirdi on 2 conditions. He must get a Brahmin cook and he must get good Nagpur oranges for presentation. Both these conditions were providentially fulfilled. A Brahmin came to Nana Sahib for service and he was sent to Tatya Sahib, and a fruit parcel containing 100 beautiful oranges was received by Tatya Sahib, the consigner being unknown. As the conditions were fulfilled, Tatya Sahib had to go to Shirdi. At first, Baba was much enraged with him, but by and by, Tatya Sahib got such experiences that he was convinced that Baba was God incarnate. So he was enamored of Baba and stayed there till his death. As his end was approaching, sacred literature was read out to him, and at the last hour, Baba's Padatirth was brought and given to him for drinking. Baba, on hearing of his death, said, "Oh, Tatya went ahead of us. He won't be reborn." Megha. The story of Megha has already been described in chapter 28. When Megha died, all the villagers followed the funeral procession. Baba also accompanied them and showered flowers on Megha's body. After the obsequies were performed, tears flowed from Baba's eyes. Like an ordinary mortal, Baba showed himself overcome with grief and sorrow. Then, covering the body with flowers and crying like a near relation, Baba returned to the masjid. Many saints have been seen giving sadgati to men, but Baba's greatness is unique. Even an animal like tiger came to Baba's feet for being delivered from demerits. It is this story which will be narrated now. Tiger. 7 days before Baba passed away, a wonderful incident occurred at Shirdi. There came a country cart and stopped in front of the masjid. A tiger was on the cart, fastened with iron chains, with its agonized face turned to the rear. It was suffering from some painful malady. Its keepers, 3 dervishis, had been taking it from place to place and making money by exhibiting it. It was the means of their subsistence. They tried all sorts of remedies to cure it from the malady it was suffering from, but all in vain. Then they heard of Baba's fame and came to him with the animal. They got it down with the chains in their hands and made it stand at the door. It was naturally fierce, besides being disease-ridden. So it was restless. The people began to look at it with fright and amazement. The Dev Rishis told Baba everything about the animal and with his consent brought it before him. As it approached the steps, it retreated on account of the awe of Baba and hung its head down. When both saw each other, it got on to the step and looked at Baba with affection. Immediately, it moved the tuft of its tail and dashed it thrice against the ground, and then fell down senseless. On seeing it dead, the Dev Rishis were much dejected and full of sorrow, but on proper thought, they came to terms with it. They considered that as the animal was diseased and nearing its end, it was very miraculous on its part that it met its death at the feet of Baba. It was their debtor, and when the debt was paid off, it was free and met its end at Sai's feet. When any preachers bow down their heads at saints' feet and meet their debt, they are liberated. Unless they have got a good store of merit on their account, how could they get such a miraculous end? Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru, Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Yeah. Next, chapter 130. Kritika.
Om Sai Ram, Sindhilji.
Sairam, we can start,
Sachin
yeah.
is going to start and I'm going to continue later. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sri Sai Satcharitra, Chapter 32. In Quest of Guru and God, Fasting Disapproved. In this chapter, Hemant Pant describes two things. One, how Baba met his Guru in the woods and through him God. And two, how Baba made one Mrs. Gokhale, who had made up her mind to fast for 3 days, eat Puran Polis. Preliminary. In the beginning, Hemant Pant describes the samsara by the allegory of Ashwatha tree, which has, in the phraseology of the Gita, roots above and branches below. Its branches are spread downwards and upwards and are nourished by the gunas, and its sprouts are the objects of the senses. Its roots leading to actions are extended downwards to this world of men. Its form cannot be known in this world, nor its end, its beginning, nor its support. Cutting this Ashwatha tree of strong roots with the sharp weapon of non-attachment, one should seek the path beyond, treading which there is no return. For traversing this path, the help of a good guide, Guru, is absolutely necessary. However learned a man may be, or however deep his study of Vedas and Vedangas may be, he cannot go to his destination safely. If the guide be there to help him and show him the right way, he would avoid the pitfalls and the wild beasts on the journey, and everything will be smooth sailing. Baba's experience in this matter, the story which he gave out himself, is really wonderful, which, when attended to, will give you faith, devotion, and salvation. The Quest. Once 4 of us were studying religious scriptures and other books, and, being thus enlightened, we began to discuss the nature of the Brahman. One of us said that we should raise the self by the self and not depend on others. To this, the second replied that he who controls his mind is blessed. We should be free from thoughts and ideas, and there is nothing in the world without us. The third said that the world is always changing, the formless is eternal, so we should discriminate between the unreal and the real. And the fourth, Baba himself, urged that bookish knowledge is worthless and added, let us do our prescribed duty and surrender our body, mind, and 5 pranas to the Guru's feet. Guru is God, all-pervading. To get this conviction, strong, unbounded faith is necessary. Discussing in this wise, we 4 learned men began to ramble through the woods in the quest of God. The 3 wanted to make the quest with their free and unaided intellect. On the way, a Vanjari, a man who trades in certain things such as grain, etc., by carrying them on bullock, met us and asked us, "It is hot now. Where and how far are you going?" "To search the woods," we replied. He inquired, "On what quest are you bound?" We gave him an ambiguous and evasive reply. Seeing us rambling aimlessly, he was moved and said, "Without knowing the woods fully, you should not wander at random. If you want to walk through forests and jungles, you should take a guide with you. Why do you exert yourselves unnecessarily at this sultry noontime? You may not give out to me your secret quest. Still you can sit down, eat bread, drink water, take rest, and then go. Be always patient at heart." Though he spoke so tenderly, we discarded his request and marched on. We thought that we were self-contained men and needed nobody's help. The woods were vast and trackless. The trees therein grew so close and tall that the sun's rays could not penetrate through them. So we lost our way and wandered here and there for a long time. Ultimately, through sheer good luck, we came back to the place from where we started. The Vanjari met us again and said, "Relying on your own cleverness, you missed your way. A guide is always necessary to show us the right way in small or great matters, and no quest can be successfully carried out on an empty stomach. Unless God wills it, no one meets us on the way. Do not discard offers of food. Served dish should not be thrust away. Offers of bread and food should be regarded as auspicious signs of success. Saying this, he again offered us food and asked us to be calm and patient. Again, we did not like this good hospitality and discarded his offer and went away. Without doing any quest and without taking any food, the three began to move out. So obstinate were they. I was hungry and thirsty, and I was moved with the Vanjari's extraordinary love. We thought ourselves very learned, but were quite strangers to pity and kindness. The Vanjari was a quite illiterate and unqualified fellow, and belonged to a low caste. Still he had love in his heart, and asked us to eat the bread. In this way, he who loves others disinterestedly is really enlightened, and I thought acceptance of his hospitality was the best beginning of getting knowledge. So very respectfully, I accept the loaf of bread offered, ate it, and drank water. Then too, the Guru at once came and stood before us. What was the dispute about? He asked, and I told him everything that had happened. Then he said, would you like to come with me? I will show you what you want. But he alone who believes in what I say will be successful. The others did not agree to what he said and left him, but I bowed to him reverently and accepted his dictum. Then he took me to a well, tied my feet with a rope and hung me, head downwards and feet up, from a tree near the well. I was suspended 3 feet above the water, which I could not reach with my hands, nor which could go into my mouth. Suspending me in this manner, he went away. No one knew where. After 10 or 12 gatakas, he returned, and taking me out quickly, asked me how I fared. In bliss supreme I was. How can a fool like me describe the joy I experienced? I replied. On hearing my answer, the Guru was much pleased with me, drew me near him, and stroking my body with his hand, kept me with him. He took care of me as tenderly as a mother bird does of her young ones. He put me into his school. How beautiful it was. There I forgot my parents, all my attachment was snapped, and I was liberated easily. I thought that I should embrace his neck and remain staring at him always. If his image were not fixed in my pupils, I would like better to be blind. Such was the school. No one who entered it once could return empty-handed. My Guru became my all in all, my home and property, mother and father, everything. All my senses left their places and concentrated themselves in my eyes, and my sight was centered on him. Thus was my Guru, the sole object of my meditation, and I was conscious of none else. While meditating on him, my mind and intellect were stunned, and I had thus to keep quiet and bow to him in silence.
There are other schools where you see an altogether different spectacle. The disciples go there to seek knowledge and spend their money, time, and labor. But ultimately, they have to repent. The Guru there boasts of his secret knowledge and his straightforwardness. He makes a show of his sacredness and holiness, but he is not tender at heart. He speaks a lot and sings his own glory, but his own words do not touch the disciples' hearts, and they are not convinced. So far as self-realization is concerned, he has none. How can such schools be of any use to the disciples, and how can they be benefited? The master Guru mentioned above was of different type. By his grace, realization flashed upon me of itself without effort or study. I had not to seek anything, but everything became clear to me as broad daylight. The Guru alone knows how the topsy-turvy suspension with head down and feet up can give happiness. Among the four, one was a karmada, ritualistic, who only knew how to observe and abstain from certain rites. The second was Jnani, who was puffed up with the pride of knowledge. And the third was a bhakta, who surrendered himself completely to God, believing that he was a soul doer. When they were discussing and arguing, the question of God turned up, and they, depending on their unaided knowledge, went in search of him. Sai, who was discrimination and dispassion incarnate, was one of the four. Being himself Brahman incarnate, some may ask, why did he mix with them and act foolishly? He did this for attaining the good of the public and setting them an example to follow. Though an incarnation himself, he respected low Vanjari by accepting his food with the firm belief that food is Brahman, and showed how those who rejected Vanjari's hospitable offer suffered, and how it was impossible to get jnana without a guru. The Shruti exhorts us to honor and worship mother, father, preceptor, and how to study, learn, and teach the sacred scriptures. These are the means of purifying our minds, and unless this purification is effected, self-realization is not possible. Neither the senses nor the mind and intellect reach the self. Modes of proof, such as perception and inference, will not help us in this matter. It is the grace of the Guru that counts. The objects of our life, such as dharma, artha, kama, are attainable with our effort. But the fourth object, moksha, liberation, can only be had with the help of the Guru. In the darbar of Sri Sai, many personalities appear and play their part. Astrologers come and give out their predictions. Princes, noblemen, ordinary and poor men, sannyasis and yogis, songsters, and others come for darshan. Even a mahar comes and making a johar, his salutations, says, "This Sai is the my Bhap, true parents, who will do away with our rounds of births and deaths." So many others, such as jugglers, gundhalis, the blind and the lame, nathpantis, dancers, and other players come and they are given suitable reception. Biding his own time, the Vanchari also appeared and played the part assigned to him. Let us now revert to the other story. Fasting and Mrs. Gokhale. Baba never fasted himself, nor did he allow others to do so. The mind of the faster is never at ease. Then how could he attain his paramartha, goal of life? God is not attained on an empty stomach. First, the soul has to be appeased. If there is no moisture of food in the stomach and nutrition, with what eyes should we see God? With what tongue should we describe his greatness? And with what ears should we hear the same? In short, when all our organs get the proper nutrition and are sound, we can practice devotion and other sadhanas to attain God. Therefore, neither fasting nor overeating is good. Moderation in diet is really wholesome both to the body and mind. One Mrs. Gokhale came to Shirdi with an introductory letter from Mrs. Kashibai Kanitkar, a devotee of Baba, to Dada Kelkar. She came to Baba with a determination to sit at Baba's feet, observing a 3 days fast. The day previous, Baba said to Dada Kelkar that he would not allow his children to starve during the Shimga, that is, holy holidays, and that if they had to starve, why was he there? Next day, when the woman went with Dada Kelkar and sat at Baba's feet, Baba at once said to her, "Where is the necessity of fasting? Go to Dada Bhatt's house, prepare the dish of Puran Polis, feed his children and yourself too." Shimga holidays were on. Mrs. Kelkar was there in her menses and there was nobody to cook in Dada Bhatt's house. So Baba's advice was very timely. Then Mrs. Gokhale had to go to Dada Bhatt's house and prepare the dish as directed. She cooked that day, fed others and herself. What a good story and how beautiful its import. Baba Sirkar. Baba gave a story of his boyhood as follows. When I was a youngster, I was in search of bread and went to Beatcom. There I got embroidery work. I worked hard, sparing no pains. The employer was very much pleased with me. 3 other boys worked before me. The first got rupees 50, the second rupees 100, and the third 150, and I was given twice the whole of this amount, rupees 600. After seeing my cleverness, the employer loved me, praised me, and honored me with a full dress, a turban for the head, and a shell for a body, etc. I kept this dress intact without using it. I thought that what a man might give does not last long, and it is always imperfect. But what my Sarkar God gives lasts to the end of time. No other gift from any man can be compared to his. My Sarkar says, "Take, take," but everybody comes to me and says, "Give, give." Nobody attends carefully to the meaning of what I say. My Sarkar's treasury, spiritual wealth is full. It is overflowing, I say. Dig out and take away this wealth in cart loads. The blessed son of a true mother should fill himself with this wealth. The skill of my fakir, the leela of my Bhagavan, the aptitude of my Sarkar is quite unique. What about me? Body, earth will mix with earth, breath with air. This time won't come again. I go somewhere, sit somewhere. The hard Maya troubles me much. Still, I feel always anxiety for my men. He who does anything spiritual endeavor will reap its fruit, and he who remembers these words of mine will get invaluable happiness. Both to Shri Sai, peace to be all.
Om Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj
Maharaj
Ki
ki jai.
Jai.
Om Shri Sai.
Anita, you can read up
Thank
to page number 177. Okay. Yeah.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, till the end of 177 and 178, Kasturi will start.
Kasturi will start from Mr. B video. Yeah.
Yeah, 178. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, mid of the
Om,
paragraph. Yeah.
Yeah. Om Shri Sai Ram. Shri Sai Satcharitra, chapter 33. In the last chapter, we described the greatness of the Guru, and now in this one, we will describe the greatness of Udi. Preliminary. Let us now bow before the great saints. Their merciful glances will destroy mountains of sins and do away with all the evil streaks in our character. Their casual talk gives us valuable lessons and confers on us imperishable happiness. Their minds do not know any difference such as this is ours and that is yours. Such differentiation never arises in their minds. Our obligation to them will never be repaid by us in this birth as well as in many future births to come. Udi. It's well known that Baba asked for or received dakshina from devotees who visited him. And out of the amount thus collected, he spent a lot on charity and purchased fuel with this remaining amount. He fed this fuel into the Duni, the sacred fire, which he always kept burning. The ash from this fire was called Udi, and it was freely distributed to the devotees at the time of their departure from Shirdi. What did Baba teach by this Udi? Baba taught us that all the visible phenomenon in the universe is as transient as ash. Our bodies, composed of the 5 elements, will perish after all the worldly enjoyments are over and will be reduced to ashes. In order to remind the devotees of this, Baba distributed Udi to them. Baba also taught through Udi that the Brahman is the only reality and that the universe is ephemeral and that no one in this world, son, father, or wife, is really ours. We came into this world alone and we have to leave alone. While Udi also cured many physical and mental maladies, Baba wanted to teach his devotees the principles of discrimination between the unreal and real and non-attachment for the unreal. The Udi taught us discrimination and Dakshina taught us detachment. Unless we have two things, it is not possible for us to cross over the sea of mundane existence. So Baba asked for and received Dakshina. And when the devotees took leave, he gave them Udi as prasad. This smeared some of it on their foreheads and placed his boon conferring hand on their heads. When Baba was in a cheerful mood, he used to sing merrily. One of the songs he sang was about Udi. The chorus of the song was, "Ho playful Rama, come and bring with you sacks of Udi." Baba used to sing the song in a very clear and sweet tone. Udi also had its material significance. It conferred health, prosperity, freedom from anxiety, and many other worldly gains. Thus, Udi helped us to gain both our ends, material as well as spiritual. Inspired by Baba, we shall now begin to tell you the stories about Udi. The scorpion sting. Narayan Motiram Jani of Nasik was a devotee of Baba. He was working for another devotee of Baba named Ramachandra Vaman Modak. Once he went to Shirdi with his mother and saw Baba. Then Baba told the mother that her son should not work for anyone and should start his own business. A few days after this, Baba's prophecy came true. Narayan Jani quit his job and started a boarding house, which later thrived. Once, a friend of Narayan Rao's was stung by a scorpion and the pain caused by it was severe and unbearable. Udi is very efficacious in such cases and should be applied to the area of the pain. So Narayan Rao searched for it but found none. Then he stood before Baba's picture, invoked Baba's aid, chanted Baba's name, and taking a pinch of the ashes of the incense burning in front of the Baba's picture and thinking it to be Baba's Udi, he applied it to the area that had been stung. As soon as he applied it, the pain vanished and both persons were moved and were grateful to Baba. The bubonic plague case. A devotee in Bandra came to know that his daughter, who was living in another place, was down with bubonic plague. He had no Udi with him, so he sent word to Nana Sahib Chandorkar to send the same. Nana Sahib got this message on a road near the Thana railway station when he was traveling with his wife to Kalyan.
He had no Udi with him at that time. He therefore took some earth from the road, meditated upon Sai Baba, invoked his aid, and applied it to the forehead of his wife. The devotee heard about this and then he went to his daughter's house. He was very glad to learn that his daughter, who had been suffering for 3 days, had begun to improve from the very moment Nana Sahib invoked Baba's aid. The Jamnar miracle. About the year 1904, Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mamlatadar at Jamnar, which is more than 100 miles from Shirdi. His daughter Mainatai was pregnant and was about to deliver. The case was very serious and she had been suffering from labor pains for about 2 or 3 days. Nana Sahib tried all sorts of remedies, but they proved in vain. He then remembered Baba and invoked his aid. In Shirdi at about the same time, a man named Ramgir Bua, who Baba called Bapugir Bua, wanted at this time to visit his native place in Khandesh. Baba called him and told him to rest a little at Jamnar on his way home and gave the Udi and Aarti to Nana Sahib. Ramgir Bua said that he only had 2 rupees with him and that this amount was barely sufficient for the railway fare up to Jalgaon. And thus it was not possible for him to go from Jalgaon to Jamnar, a distance of about 30 miles. Baba assured him that he need not worry, as everything would be provided for him. Then Baba asked Shama to write out the well-known Aarti, composed by Madhav Adkar, a translation of which is given at the end of this work, and give a copy of it with Udi to Ramgir Bua. He then asked Ramgir Bua to deliver this to Nana Sahib. Relying on Baba's words, Ramgir Bua left Shirdi and reached Jalgaon at about 2:45 a.m. He had no money left with him and was in hard plight. To his great relief, he heard somebody calling out, "Who is Bapugir Bua of Shirdi?" He went to the man and told him that he was Bapugir Bua. Then the peon, claiming to be sent by Nana Sahib, took him out to an excellent tanga with a good pair of horses. The tanga drove fast, and early in the morning they came to a brooklet. The driver took the horses to water them, and then the peon asked Ramagir Bua to partake of some vegetables. On seeing the beard, moustache, and the livery of the peon, Ramgir Bua suspected he was a Muslim and was thus unwilling to take any refreshments from him. But the peon satisfied him by saying that he was a Hindu. The peon also said that Nana Sahib had sent us refreshments and there should be no hesitation or doubt about accepting them. Then both of them ate and started on the journey again. They reached Jamnar at dawn. Ramgir Bua alighted to attend the call of nature and returned with a few minutes, but found that there was no tanga, driver, or peon. He was dumbfounded. Then he went to the nearby village office and upon making inquiries, learned that the Mamlatadar was at home. He went to Nana Sahib's house, introduced himself and gave Nana Sahib Baba's Udi and Aarti. At this time, Mainatai's case was very serious and everyone was very anxious about her. Nana Sahib called out to his wife and asked her to give the Udi mixed with water to their daughter and sing Baba's Aarti. He thought that Baba's help was very timely. In few minutes, she delivered safely and the crisis had passed. When Ramgir Bua thanked Nana Sahib for the peon, tanga and the refreshments, Nana Sahib was rather surprised. He had not sent anyone to the station as he did not know someone was coming from Shirdi. Om Shri Sai Nadanam. Kasturi.
Yes. Om Shri Sai Ram. Mr. B.V. Dio of Thana, retired Mamlatadar, made inquiries about this matter with Bapurao Chandorkar, son of Nana Sahib and Ramgir Bua of Shirdi, and after satisfying himself wrote an elaborate article, part prose and part poetry in the Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 13, numbers 11, 12 and 13. Brother B.V. Narasimha Swami has also taken down the statements of 1 Mainatai, number 5, page 14 and 2 Bapu Sahib Chandorkar, number 20, page 50 and Ramgir Bua, number 27, page 83, dated 1st June 1936, 16th September 1936 and 1st December 1936 respectively, and published them in his Devotees' Experiences Part 3. The following is quoted from Ramgir Buva's statement. One day, Baba called me to him and gave me a packet of udi and a copy of Baba's Aarti. I had to go to Khandesh at the time. Baba directed me to go to Jamner and told me to deliver the Aarti and udi to Nana Sahib Chandorkar at Jamner. I said to Baba that all I had was ₹2 and asked him how that could take me by train from Kopargaon to Jalgaon and next by cart from Jalgaon to Jamner. Baba said, God will give. That was a Friday and I started at once. I reached Manmad at 7:30 p.m. and Jalgaon at 2:45 a.m. At that time, plague regulations were enforced and I had much trouble. I was to discover what I should do to get to Jamner. At about 3 a.m., a peon in boots, turban, and well equipped with other details of good dress came to me and took me to a tanga and drew me on. I was in terror. On the way at Baghur, I took refreshments. We reached Jamner early in the morning, and by the time I attended my call of nature, the tanga and its driver had disappeared. Page 83. Narayan Rao. Bhakta Narayan Rao, father's name and surname are not given, had the good fortune to see Baba twice during the latter's lifetime. 3 years after passing away of Baba in 1918, he wanted to come to Shirdi but could not. Within a year of Baba's Mahasamadhi, he felt sick and suffered much. All ordinary remedies gave him no relief. So he meditated on Baba day and night. One night he had a vision in his dream. Baba came through a cellar, comforted him, saying, Don't be anxious. You will be improving from tomorrow, and within a week, you will be on your legs. Narayan Rao got perfectly well, and within the time mentioned in the vision. Now the point for consideration is this. Was Baba living because he had the body, or was he dead because he left it? No, Baba is ever alive, for he transcends both life and death. He who loved him once wholeheartedly gets response from him at any time and at any place. He is always by our side and will take any form and appear before the devout bhakta and satisfy him. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. In 1917, the chance of one Appa Sahib Kulkarni came. He was transferred to Thana and began to worship Baba's picture presented to him by Bala Sahib Bhate. In real earnest, he did the worship. He offered flowers, sandal paste, and Naivedya daily to Baba in the picture and longed intently to see him. In this connection, it may be remarked that seeing Baba's picture earnestly is equivalent to seeing him in person. The following story illustrates this statement. Bala Bhuva Sutar, a saint of Bombay named Bala Bhuva Sutar, who on account of his piety, devotion and bhajan was called modern Tukaram, came to Shirdi for the first time in 1917. When he bowed before Baba, the latter said, I know this man since 4 years. Bala Bhuva wondered and thought, how could that be, as that was his first trip to Shirdi? But thinking about it seriously, he recollected that he had prostrated himself 4 years ago before Baba's portrait at Bombay and was convinced about the significance of Baba's words. He said to himself, how omniscient and all-pervading are the saints and how kind they are to their bhaktas. I merely bowed to his photo, but this fact was noticed by Baba, and in due time he made me realize that seeing his photo is equivalent to seeing him in person. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. To return to Appa Sahib's story, while he was in Kana, he had to go on tour to Bhiwandi and was not expected to return within a week. In his absence, the following wonderful thing took place on the third day. At noon, a fakir turned up at Appa Sahib's house. His features resembled exactly those of Baba's photo. Mrs. Kulkarni and the children all asked him whether he was Sai Baba of Shirdi. He said no, but that he was an obedient servant of his and came there at his order to inquire after the health of the family. Then he asked for dakshina. The lady gave him a rupee. He gave her a small packet of udi and asked her to keep this in the shrine along with the photo for worship. Then he left the house and went away. Now hear the wonderful Leela of Sai. Appa Sahib could not proceed with his tour as his horse fell sick at Bhiwandi. He returned home that afternoon and learned from his wife about the fakir's visit. He smarted his mind as he did not get the darshana of fakir and he did not like that 1 rupee was paid as dakshina. He said that had he been present, he would have paid not less than rupees 10. Then he immediately started in quest of the fakir and searched for him in the masjid and other places without taking any food. His search was in vain. He then returned home, took his food. The reader may remember that Baba's dictum in chapter 32 that God's quest should not be made on an empty belly. Appa Sahib got a lesson from this. Hear about this. Then after the meals, he went out for a walk with a friend, Mr. Chitre. After going some distance, they saw a man approaching them rapidly. Appa Sahib thought that he must be the fakir that came to his house at noon, as his features tallied with those of Baba in the photo. The fakir immediately put forth his hand and asked for dakshina. Appa Sahib gave him a rupee. He demanded again and again, and so Appa Sahib gave him 2 more. Still he was not satisfied. He then borrowed rupees 3 from Mr. Chitre and gave to him. He wanted still some more. Appa Sahib asked him to accompany him to his home. Then they all returned home and Appa Sahib then gave him again 3 rupees, in all 9. He looked unsatisfied and demanded again. Then he told him that he had a currency note of rupees 10. The fakir asked for the same and took it and returned the 9 rupees in cash and went away. Appa Sahib had said that he would pay rupees 10 and that sum was taken from him and 9 rupees consecrated by Baba's touch were returned to him. The figure 9 is significant. It denotes the 9 types of devotion, namely chapter 21. It may also be noted that Baba gave rupees 9 to one Lakshmibai Shinde at his last moment. Appa Sahib examined the udi packet and found it contained some flowers, leaves, and akshata. Then, some time afterwards, he got a hair from Baba when he saw him at Shirdi. He put the udi packet and the hair in a talisman and wore it always on his arm. Appa Sahib realized the power of udi. Though he was very clever, he got rupees 40 as pay in the beginning. But after he secured Baba's photo and his udi, he got many times 40 rupees and also got much power and influence. And along with these temporal benefits, his spiritual progress was also rapid. So those who are fortunate enough to get Baba's udi should after bath apply it on the forehead and take some little of it mixed with water in the mouth as holy tirth. Haribhav Karnik. In 1917, Haribhav Karnik of Dahanu, Thana district, came to Shirdi on one Guru Purnima day in the month of Ashada and worshipped Baba with all formality. He offered clothes and dakshina, and after taking Baba's leave through Shama, got down the steps of the masjid. Then he thought that he should offer 1 more rupee to Baba and was just turning to climb up when Shama informed him by signs that as he had got Baba's leave, he should go and not return. So he started home. On his way, when he went into the temple of Kalarama at Nasik for darshana, the saint Narsingh Maharaj, who used to sit just inside the big door of the temple, left his bhaktas there, came to Haribhav, caught his wrist and said, "Give me only 1 rupee." Karnik was surprised. He paid the rupee most willingly and thought that Sai Baba recovered the rupee which he intended in his mind to give through shows how they work in unison. This story illustrates the fact that all saints are one and shows how they work in unison. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj
Nath Maharaj ki jai.
Chapter 34.
Yes,
Sairam, Nilesh here. Chapter 34. Greatness of Udi continued. Doctor's nephew, Dr. Pillai, Shama's sister-in-law, Irani girl, Harda gentleman, Bombay lady. This chapter continues the subject of greatness of Udi and describes the cases in which the application of Udi was most efficacious. Doctor's nephew. At Melgaon, Dr. Nasik, there lived a doctor, qualified and degree holder. His nephew suffered from an incurable disease, tubercular bone abscess. Okay, the doctor himself and his brothers, the medical practitioners, tried all sorts of remedies and even an operation. There was no relief, and there was no end to little boy's suffering. Friends and relatives advised the parents of the boy to seek divine aid and recommend them to try Sai Baba, who was known to have cured such incurable diseases by his mere glance. The parents therefore came to Shirdi. They prostrated themselves before Baba, placed the boy before him, and pleaded humbly and respectfully, implored him to save their son. The merciful Baba comforted them, saying, "Those who resort to this masjid shall be free." Okay, apply Udi, shall never suffer anything in this life and to the end. Be now carefree. Apply Udi to the abacus. Within a week, he will recover. Believe in God. This is no masjid but Dwarka Mai. Who steps here will soon get health and wellness, health and happiness, and his sufferings will come to an end. The boy was made to sit before Baba, who moved his hands on the affected part and cast his loving glance on him. The patient was pleased, and with the application of Udi, he began to recover and was all right after some days. The parents then left Shirdi with their boy, thanking Baba for the cure, which was affected by Udi and Baba's grace. And Baba's gracious looks. After knowing this, the doctor, the uncle of the boy, became wonderstruck and desired to see Baba while he was on his way to Bombay for some business. But at Malagam and Manmad, someone spoke to him against Baba and poisoned his ears. He therefore dropped the idea of visiting Shirdi and went to Bombay direct. He wanted to spend the rest of his leave at Alibag, but at Bombay he heard 3 successive nights a voice crying out, "Still you disbelieve me." Then the doctor changed his mind and resolved to go to Shirdi. He had to attend in Bombay to a case of infectious fever, which showed no signs of abatement soon. So he thought that the Shirdi trip would be postponed. He, however, proposed to test in his mind and said, "If the patient gets all right today, I start to Shirdi tomorrow." The wonder is that exactly at the time when the determination was taken, the fever began to abate, and the temperature became normal. Then he went to Shirdi as per his determination, took Baba's darshan, prostrated himself before him. Baba gave him such experiences that he became his devotee. He stayed there for 4 days and returned home with Baba's Udi and blessings. With a fortnight, he was transferred on promotion to Bijapur. His nephew's case gave him an opportunity for seeing Baba, and this visit engendered in him a never-failing love for the saint's feet. Dr. Pillai. One Dr. Pillai was an intimate bhakta of Baba. He was much liked by Baba, who always called him brother. Baba talked with him off and on and consulted him in all matters and wanted him always at his side. This Pillai suffered once very badly from Ginwa wounds. He asked to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, "This pain is most excruciating and unbearable. I prefer death to it. This pain, I know, is for repaying past karma. But go to Baba. Tell him to stop the pain and transfer the working of my past karma to 10 future births of mine. Mr. Dikshit went to Baba and told him his request. Then Baba, being moved by his request, said to Dikshit, tell him to be fearless. Why should he suffer for 10 births? In 10 days, he can work out the sufferings and consequences of all the past karma. While I'm here to give the temporal and spiritual welfare, why should he pray for death? Bring him here on someone's back and let us work and finish off his sufferings once for all. The doctor was brought in a condition and was seated on Baba's right side, where Fakir Baba always sat. Baba gave him his bolster and said, lie calmly here and be at ease. The true remedy is that the result of past actions has to be suffered and got over. Our karma is the cause of our happiness and sorrow. Therefore, put up with whatever comes to you. Allah, God, is the sole dispenser and protector, and always think of him. He will take care of you. Surrender to his feet with body and mind, wealth and speech. That is completely. Then see what he does. Dr. Pillai said in written, Nana Sahib put a bandage over the leg, but he found no relief. Nana is a fool, replied Baba. Take off that bandage or else you will die. Now a crow will come and peck you, then you will recover. While this conversation was going on, one Abdul, who always cleaned the masjid and trimmed the lamps and turned up, while he was attending to his work of training, his foot accidentally fell upon stretched leg of Dr. Pillai. The leg was already swollen, and when Abdul's foot fell upon it, pressed it at all the 11 Ginwa worms were squeezed out at once. The pain was unbearable, and Dr. Pillai bawled out loudly. After some time, he calmed down and began to sing and cry alternatively. Then Pillai inquired when the crow was coming and picking. Baba said, did you not see the crow? He won't come again. Abdul was the crow. Now go and rest yourself in the wada and you will be soon all right. By application of the udi and by taking it in the stomach with water and without taking any other treatment or any medicine, the disease was completely cured in 10 days as predicted by Baba. Shama's sister-in-law. Shama's younger brother, Bapaji, was studying near Saul well. Once his wife was attacked with bubonic plague. She had high fever and 2 bubbles in her groins. Bapaji rushed to Shama at Shirdi and asked him to come and help. Shama was frightened, but according to his wont, he went to Baba, prostrated himself before him, invoked his aid, requested him to cure the disease. He also asked his permission to go to his brother's house. Then Baba said, don't go there at this late hour and send her the udi. Why care of the fever and bubbles? God is our protector, father and master. She will be all right easily. Do not go now. Go in the morning and return immediately. Shama had full faith in Baba Sudi. It was sent with Babaji. It was applied on the bubbles. Some of it was mixed with water and given to the patient for drinking. No sooner was it taken in than the precipitation set it profoundly. The fever abated and the patient had a good sleep. Next morning, Bapaji was surprised to see his wife all right and refreshed with no fever and bubbles. When Shama went there next morning, Baba's permission, he was also surprised to see at her hearth and preparing tea. On questioning his brother, he learned that Baba Sudi cured her completely in one night. Then Shama realized the significance of Baba's word. Go there in the morning and return immediately. After taking tea, Shama returned and after saluting Baba, Deva, what is this play of yours? You first raise a storm and make us restless and then calm it down and ease us. Baba replied, you see mysterious path in the path of action. You see mysteries in the path of action. Though I do nothing, they hold me responsible for all the actions which take place on the account of Adrista, destiny. I'm only their witness. The Lord is the sole doer and inspirer. He is also merciful. Neither I am God nor Lord. I am an obedient servant and remember him often. And remember him often. He who casts his egoism thanks him, and he who trusts him entirely will have shackles removed and will obtain liberation. Irani's daughter. Now read the experience of Irani's gentleman. His young daughter got fits every hour. When convulsions came, she lost the power of speech. Her limbs got shrunk and contrasted, and she fell down senselessly. No remedy gave her any relief. Some friend recommended Baba's Udi for her father and asked him to get it from Kakat Sahib Dikshit at Ville Parle, suburb of Bombay. Then the Irani gentleman got the Udi and gave it mixed with water to go to his daughter daily for drinking. In beginning, the convulsions, which were coming hourly, came every 7 hours, and after a few days, the daughter recovered completely. Had the gentleman, okay, and an old gentleman, Harda CP, was suffering from a stone in the bladder. Such stones were generally removed by surgical operations, and people recommended him to undergo one. He was old and weak, lacked strength of mind, could not think of submitting himself, could not think of such okay, could not think of submitting himself to surgical treatments. His suffering was soon to end in another way. The inamdar of the town happened to come there at the time. He was a devotee of Baba, had always a stock of Udi. On the recommendation of his friends, his son got some Udi from and mixing it with water, gave it to the old father to drink. Within 5 minutes, the Udi was assimilated, the stone was dissolved and came out through his urine, and old man was so relieved. Bombay lady.
A woman of the Kaisata Prabhu caste in Bombay always suffered terribly pain at her delivery. She was very much frightened. Each time she became pregnant and did not know what to do, she Ramaduti of Kalyan, who was a devotee of Baba, advised her husband to take her to Shirdi for a painless delivery. When she next became pregnant, both husband and wife came to Shirdi, stayed there for some months, and worshipped Baba and got all the benefits of his company. After some time, the hour of delivery came as usual. There was an obstruction in the passage from the womb. She began to suffer labor pains, did not know what to do, but began to pray to Baba for relief. In meantime, some neighboring woman turned up and after invoking Baba said, gave her pain Udi mixture to drink. In 5 minutes, the woman delivered safely and painless. The issue was stillborn according to the faith, but the mother who got rid of the anxiety and pain thanks Baba for all the safe delivery and ever remained grateful to him.
Bow to Shri Sai, peace to all. Om Shri Samasta Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Sairam.
Sairam. So it is the next chapter is also yours, right? And
Yeah,
Nilesh?
my wife is actually doing it.
I'm reading.
Sai-
Chapter 35. Tested and never found wanting. Kaka Mahajani's friend and master Bandra insomnia case Bala Patil Navaskar. This chapter also continues the subject of the importance and effectiveness of the Udi. It also gives 2 cases in which Baba was tested and not found wanting. These cases will be taken up first. In spiritual matters or endeavors, sectarianism is the greatest bar to our progress. Those who believe that God is without form are heard saying that to believe that God is with a form is an illusion, and that the saints are only human beings. then why should they bow down their heads before them and offer dakshina? Persons belonging to other sects will also raise objections and say, why should they bow and offer allegiance to other saints, leaving their own gurus? Similar objections regarding Sai Baba were heard before and even now. Some said that when they went to Shirdi, Baba asked for dakshina from them. Is it good that saints should collect money in this fashion? If they do so, where is their sainthood? But there are many instances where men went to Shirdi to scoff but remained there to pray. To such instances are given below. Kaka Mahajani's friend. A friend of Kaka Mahajani was a worshipper of Nirgun, God without form, and was averse to idolatry. Idolatry. Out of curiosity, he agreed to go to Shirdi with Kaka Mahajani on two conditions: that he would neither bow down to Baba nor pay him any dakshina. Kaka agreed to these conditions and they both left Mumbai on a Saturday night and reached Shirdi the next morning. As soon as they put their feet on the steps of the masjid, Baba, looking at the friend from a little distance, addressed him in sweet words as follows: Oh, welcome, sir. The tone in which he uttered these words was very peculiar one. It exactly resembled the tone of the friend's father. It reminded him of his departed father and sent a thrill through his body. What an enchanting power the tone had! Being surprised, the friend said, This is no doubt the voice of my father. Then he at once went up and, forgetting his resolution, placed his head upon Baba's feet. Then Baba asked for dakshina twice, once in the morning and again at noon, at the time of their taking leave, but he asked it from Kaka only, and not from the friend. The latter whispered to Kaka, Baba asked for dakshina from you twice. I am with you. Why does he ignore me? You ask Baba yourself. Was Kaka's reply. Baba asked Kaka what his friend was whispering. Then the friend asked Baba himself whether he should pay any dakshina. Baba replied, You had no mind to pay, so you were not asked. But if you want to pay now, you may. Then the friend paid rupees 17 as dakshina, the same amount that Kaka paid. Baba then addressed him a few words of advice. You destroy the telesworld sense of difference between us so that we can see and meet each other face to face. Then Baba allowed them to leave. Though the weather was cloudy and rough, Baba assured them of their safe journey, and both of them reached Mumbai safely. When he reached home and opened the door and windows of his house, he found two sparrows dead on the ground and one just flying out through a window. He thought that if he had left the windows open, two sparrows would have been saved. But though again that they had met their lot, and that Baba had sent him back soon just to save the third sparrow. Kaka Mahajani's master. Kaka was the manager in the firm of Takkar Dharamsi Jetabai, a solicitor of Mumbai. Both the master and the manager were on intimate terms. Mr. Thakkar knew that Kaka was often going to Shirdi, staying there for some days and returning. When Baba permitted him out of curiosity, Mr. Thakkar decided to go to Shirdi with Kaka during Shimga holidays. As Kaka's return was uncertain, he took another man with him for his company. The three started together and Kaka bought 2 seers of raisins, dried grapes with seed, on the way for presentation to Baba. They reached Shirdi in due time and went to the masjid for darshan. Baba Sahib Tarkat was also there and Mr. Thakkar asked him why he came there for darshan. Tarkat replied, Mr. Thakkar asked if miracles took place there. Tarkat replied that it was not the concern, the earnest intentions of the bhaktas were satisfied there. Then Kaka prostrated himself before Baba and offered the raisins to him. Baba ordered them to be distributed. Mr. Thakkar also got a few of them. He did not want to have the raisins, as he was advised by his doctor not to eat them without washing and cleaning them. So he was in a fix. He did not want to eat them, nor could he reject them. To keep up formalities, he put them into his mouth but did not know what to do with the seeds. He could not spit them out on the floor of the masjid, so he pocketed them against his wish. He then said in his mind that if Baba was a saint, how could he be ignorant of his dislike for the raisins, and how could he force them on him? When this thought arose in his mind, Baba again gave him some more raisins. He could not eat them, but held them in his hand. Then Baba asked him to eat them up. He obeyed and found to his surprise that they were all seedless. He wanted to see miracles, and there was one. He knew that Baba read his thought and, as per his wish, converted raisins into seedless grapes. What a wonderful power! Again, to test further, he asked Harkad, who was sitting by and who also got some raisins, what kind of grapes you got? He replied, the variety with seeds. Mr. Thakkar was still more surprised to hear this. Then, to confirm his faith further, Thakkar thought in his mind that if Baba was a real saint, the raisins should be now given to Kaka first. Reading this thought also, Baba ordered that distribution should be commenced from Kaka. These proofs were sufficient for Thakkar. Then Shama introduced Mr. Thakkar as the master of Kaka, upon which Baba said, how could he be his master? He has got a different master altogether. Kaka appreciated this reply. After forgetting his resolve, Thakkar saluted Baba and returned to the Wada. After the noon arti was over, they all went to the masjid for taking Baba's leave for their departure. Shama spoke for them. Baba then spoke as follows. There was a fickle-minded gentleman. He had health and wealth and was free from both physical and mental afflictions. But he took on needless anxieties and burdens and wandered thither, thus losing his peace of mind. Sometimes he dropped the burdens and at other times carried them again. His mind knew no steadiness. On seeing his state, I took pity on him and said, now keep your faith on one place you like. Why roam like this? Thakkar at once understood that this was an exact description of himself. He wished that Kaka should also return with him, but no one expected that Kaka would be allowed to leave Shirdi. So soon, Baba read this thought also and permitted Kaka to return with his master. Then Baba asked Kaka for rupees 15 as dakshina and received it. He said, if I take 1 rupee as dakshina from anybody, I have to return tenfold to him. I never take anything gratis. I never ask anyone indiscriminately. I also ask and take from him, who the fakir, my guru points out. If anyone is indebted formally to the fakir, dakshina is received from him, the donor gives. That it shows his seeds only to reap a rich harvest in future. Wealth should be the means to work out dharma. If it is used for personal enjoyment, it is wasted unless you have given it before, you do not get it now. So the best way to receive is to give. The giving of dakshina advances vairagya and thereby bhakti and dhanya. Give one and receive tenfold. On hearing these words, Mr. Thakkar himself gave rupees 15 in Baba's hand, forgetting his earlier resolve not to do so. He thought it was good that he came to Shirdi, as all his doubts were solved and he learned so much. Baba's skill in handling such cases was unique. Though he conducted all that, he was totally non-attached to him. Whether anybody assaulted him or not, or whether anybody gave him dakshina or not, all was same to him. He felt no pleasure if he was worshipped and felt no pain if he was disagreed. He had transcended the pairs of opposites, pleasure and pain, etc. Insomnia case. A Kayastha Prabhu gentleman of Bandra suffered from insomnia for long. As soon as he lied down for sleep, he His departed father appeared to him in his dream, abused and scolded him severely. This disturbed his sleep and made him restless the whole night. Every night, this went on, and the man did not know what to do. One day, he consulted a devotee of Baba in this respect. He recommended the Udi as the only infallible remedy he knew. He gave him some of the Udi and asked him to apply a little on his forehead before going to bed and keep the Udi packet under his pillow. He tried this remedy and found to his great surprise and joy that he had a sound sleep and there was no disturbance of any kind. He continued the remedy and always remembered Sai. Then he got a picture of Sai Baba, which he hung on the wall near his pillow and started worshipping it daily. And on Thursdays offered garland, naivedya, etc. Then he got well and forgot his trouble altogether. Balaji Patil Navaskar. This man was a great devotee of Baba. He rendered excellent and selfless service. Every day he swept and kept clean all the passages and streets in Shirdi, though which Baba passed in his daily routine. After him, this work was done equally well by another devotee, Radha Krishnamai, and after her by Abdullah. When Balaji with his corn every year, he brought the whole quantity and presented it to Baba. He returned with what Baba gave him back and maintained himself and his family with it. This course was followed by him for many years and after him by his son also. Power and efficacy of Udi. Once it happened that at Balaji's death anniversary, a certain number of guests were invited and the dinner was prepared for them. But at the dinner time, it was found that thrice the number of people invited turned up. Mr. Navaskar was in fix. She thought that the food would not suffice for the people assembled, and if it is fell short, the honor of the family would be at stake. Her mother-in-law confirmed her by saying, "Don't be afraid. It is not ours, but Sai's food. Cover every vessel with cloth, putting some udi in it, and serve from the same without opening it. Sai will save us from ignominy." She did as she was advised, and it was found to their surprise and joy that not only did the food suffice for all, but plenty of it remained after serving. As one feels intensely, so her realizes accordingly was proved in this case. Sai appearing as serpent. Once Rahu Patil of Shirdi went to Balaji Patil as News. That evening he found that a serpent entering the cowshed hissing. As the cattle were afraid and become restless, the inmates of the house were frightened, but Balaji thought that it was Sai who appeared in his house as a serpent. Without being afraid in the least, he brought a cup of milk and placing it before the serpent said, "Baba, why do you hiss like this? Do you want to frighten us? Take this cup of milk and drink it with calm mind." Saying this, he sat down close by. The other members were frightened and did not know what to do. In a short time, the serpent disappeared of its own, and nobody knew where it went. It was not found, though a thorough search was made in the cowshed. Balaji had 2 wives and some children. They sometimes went to Shirdi from New Ways for taking Baba's darshan. Then Baba bought saris and other clothes which were given to them with his blessings. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Jai Bolo Sri Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Sai Ram.
Yeah, chapter 36.
Sairam, yeah, carry on.
Yeah, wonderful stories of 2 Goa gentlemen and Mrs. Aurangabadkar. This chapter relates the wonderful stories of 2 gentlemen from Goa and Miss Aurangabadkar of Sholapur. 2 gentlemen. Once 2 gentlemen came from Goa for taking darshan of Sai Baba and prostrated themselves before him. Though both came together, Baba asked only one them to give him rupees 15 as dakshina, which was paid willingly. The other man voluntarily offered rupees 35. This sum was rejected by Baba to astonishment of all. Shama, who was present, asked Baba, "What is this?" Both came together. Once Dakshina you accept, the other, though voluntarily paid, you refuse. Why this distinction? Baba replied, "Shama, you know nothing. I take nothing from anybody. The Masjidi Mai calls for the debit, the donor pays it and becomes free. Have I any home, property, or family to look after? I require nothing." Sorry. One second, yeah. I require nothing. I am ever free. David, enmity and murder have to be atoned for. There is not escape. Baba then continued in his characteristic way as follows. As first he was poor and took a oath to his God that he would pay his first month's salary if he got an appointment. He got one on rupees 15 p.m. and then he steadily got promotions. From rupees 15, he got rupees 30, 60, 100, 200, and ultimately rupees 700 per month. But in his prosperity, he forgot clean the oath he took. The force of his karma has driven him here, and I asked that amount from his dakshina. Another story. While wandering by the seaside, I came to a huge mansion and sat on its veranda. The owner gave me a good reception and fed me sumptuously. He showed me a neat and clean place near a cupboard for sleeping. I slept there. While I was sound asleep, the man removed a laterite slab and broke the wall, entered in, and scissored off all the money from my pocket. When I woke up, I found that rupees 30,000 were stolen. I was greatly distressed and sat weeping and mourning. The money was in currency notes, and I thought that the Brahmin had stolen it. I lost all interest in food and drink and sat for a fortnight on the veranda, bemoaning my loss. After the fortnight was over, a passing fakir saw me crying and made enquiries regarding the cause of my sorrow. I told him everything. He said, "If you act according to my bidding, you will recover your money. Go to a fakir. I shall give his whereabouts. Surrender yourself to him. He will get back your money. In the meanwhile, give up your favorite food till you recover your money." I followed the fakir's advice and got my money. Then I left the Wada and went to the seashore. There was a steamer, but I could not get into it as it was crowded. There, there a good-natured peon interested for me, and I got in luckily. That brought me to another shore where I caught a train and came to the Masjidi Mai. The story finished, and Baba asked Shama to take the guests and arrange for their feeding. Then Shama took them home and fed them. At dinner, Shama said to the guests that Baba's story was rather mysterious, as he had never gone to the seaside, never had any money, never traveled, never lost any money, and never recovered it, and inquired whether they understood it and caught its significance. The guests were deeply moved and were shedding tears in a choking voice. They said that Baba was omniscient, infinite, the one without a second. The story he gave out is exactly our story. What he spoke has already taken place in our case. How he knew this is a wonder of wonders. We shall give all the details after the meals. Then after the meals, while they were chewing betel leaves, the guests began to tell their stories. One of them said, "A hill station on the Ghats is my native place. I went to Goa to earn my living by securing a job. I took a oath to God Datta that if I got any service, I would offer him my first month's salary. By his grace, I got an appointment of rupees 15, and then I got promotion as described by Baba. I did forget all about my oath. Baba has just reminded me of it in this way and recovered rupees 15 from me. It is not dakshina as one many think it to be, but a repayment of any old debit and fulfillment of long forgotten moral. Baba never, in fact, actually begged any money, nor allowed his bhaktas to beg. He regarded money as a danger or bar to spiritual progress and did not allow his bhaktas to fall into its clutches. Bhagat Malasapati is an instance on this point. He was very poor and could hardly make both ends meet. Baba never allowed him to make any money, nor gave him anything from the dakshina amount. Once a kind and liberal merchant named Hamsaraj gave a large amount of money to Malasapati in Baba's presence, but Baba did not allow him to accept it. Then the second guest began his tale by Brahmin was serving the faithfully for 35 years. Unfortunately, he fell into bad ways. His mind changed and he robbed me of my treasure. By removing a laterite slab from my wall where my cupboard is fixed, he came in while we were all asleep and carried away all my accumulated wealth, rupees 30,000 in currency notes. I know not how Baba mentioned the exact amount. I sat crying day and night. My enquiries came to nothing. I spent a fortnight in great anxiety. As I sat on the veranda, sad and dejected, a passing fakir noted my condition and inquired of its cause, and I told him all about it. He told me that an Avalia by name, a Sai, lives in Shirdi, Kopargaon Taluk. Make oath to him and give up any food that you like best, and say to him mentally that I have given up eating that food till I take your darshan. Then I took the O and gave up eating rice and said, Baba, I will eat after recovering my property and after taking your darshan. 15 days passed after this. The Brahmin of his own accord came to me, returned my money and apologized, saying, I went mad and acted thus. I now place my head on your feet. Please forgive me. Thus everything ended well. The fakir that met me and helped me was not seen again. An intensive desire to see Sai Baba, whom the fakir pointed out to me, arose in my mind. I thought that the fakir who came all the way to my house was no other than Sai Baba. Would he who saw me and helped me to get my lost money ever covet to get rupees 35? On the contrary, without expecting anything from us, he always tries his best to lead us on the path of spiritual progress. I was overjoyed when I recovered my stolen property and being infatuated. I forgot all about my oath. Then, when I was at Kolaba, one night I saw Sai Baba in my dream. This reminded me of my promised visit to Shirdi. I went to Goa and from there wanted to start for Shirdi by taking a steamer to Bombay en route. But when I came to the harbor, I found that the steamer was crowded and there was no place. The captain did not allow me, but on the intercession of a peon who was stranger to me, I was allowed to get into the steamer which brought me to Bombay. From there, I got in the train and came here. Surely, I think that Baba is all pervading and all knowing. What are we and where? Where is our home? How great
Right,
our
Sai Ramji. Yeah, and from here, Shubha, Subhahar can start, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Om Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram. Yeah, Subhahar, you can start from here. 195.
Hi, Om Sai Ram. 195, right?
Yeah, page number 195. Yeah.
Okay, Om Sai Ram. Is our home, how great our good fortune that Baba got back our money and drew us here to himself. You Shirdi folk must be initiative superior and more fortune than we. For Baba has played, laughed, and talked and lived with you for so many years. I think that your store of good merits must be identified. For its attached Baba into Shirdi, Sai is our Datta. He ordered the O. He gave me a seat in a steamer and brought me here, and thus gave proof of his omniscience and omnipotence. Mrs. Aurangabadkar, a lady from Solapur, wife of Sankaram Aurangabadkar, has no issue during the long period of 27 years. She had made a number of vows of God and goddesses for an issue, but was not successful. She then became almost hopeless. To make a last attempt in this matter, she came to Shirdi with her stepson Vishwanath and stayed there for 2 months serving Baba. Whenever she went to masjid, she found it full of Baba surrounding by devotees. She wanted to see Baba alone fall at his feet and open her heart and pray for an issue. But she got no suitable opportunity. Ultimately, she requested Shama to introduce with Baba for her when he was alone. Shama said to her that Baba Darbar was open. Still, we would try to her that the Lord might bless her. He asked her to sit ready with a coconut and juice sticks on open courtyard at the time of Baba's meal, and when he beckoned to her, she should come up. One day after dinner, Shama was turning Baba wet hands with a towel when the later pitched Shamas finding anger and Deva. Is it proper for you to pinch me like this? We don't wait such a mischievous God who pinches us thus. Are we your dependents in this fruit of our intimacy? Baba replied, O Shama, during the 72 generations that you are with me, I never punched you till now, and now you resent my touching you. Shama, we want a God that will give us our kisses and sweets to eat. We do not want any respect from you or heaven balloon etc. Let our faith unto your feet be ever wide awake. Baba, yes, I have indeed come for that. I have been feeding and nursing you and have got love and affection for you. Then Baba went up and took his seat. Shama beckoned to the lady. She came up, bowed and presented the coconut and joss sticks. Baba shook and coconut which was dry. The kernel within rolled and made a noise. Baba said, Shama, this is ruling. This is ruling. See what it says. Shama, the woman prays that a child might be similarly ruling and quickening in the womb. So give her coconut with your blessing. Baba will the coconut give her any issues? How people are foolish and fancy such things. Shama, I know the power of your word and blessing. Your word will give her a string or series of children. You are wangling and not given real blessing. The parley went on a while. Baba repeatedly ordering it to break the coconut and Shama pleading for the gift if the unbroken fruit to the lady. Finally, Baba yielded and said, she will have an issue. When asked Shama in 12 months, was the reply. The coconut was there for broken into two parts. One was eaten by the two, and other was given to the lady. The Shama turned up to the lady and said, Dear madam, you are a witness to my words. If within 12 months you do not get any issue, I will break coconut against this Deva's head and drive him out on his masjid. If I fail in this, I will not call yourself Madhav. You will soon realize that I say. She delivered son in 1 year time, and the son was brought to Baba's in his fifth month. Both husband and wife and prostrated themselves before Baba and the grateful father. Mr. Arunga Badkar paid a sum of 500 rupees, which was spent in constructing a shed for Baba's house, Shamakarma. Om Sai Ram. So can I continue?
Om Sai Ram. Yeah, Sai Ram.
Yeah.
So chapter
37?
Yeah, chapter 37. Rohini. Yeah.
Yeah, chapter 37, Chavadi procession. In this chapter, Hemant Pant, after making some preliminary observations on some points of Vedanta, describes the Chavadi procession. Preliminary. Blessed in Sai's life, blessed is his daily routine. His ways and actions are indescribable. Sometimes he was intoxicated with Brahmanda, divine joy, and at other times content with self-knowledge. Doing so many things, sometimes he was unconcerned with them. Though he seemed at times quite actionless, doing nothing, he was not idle or dozing. He always abided in his own self. Though he looked calm and quiet as the placid sea, he was deep and unfathomable. Who can describe his ineffable nature? He regarded men as brothers, women as sisters and mothers. He was a perfect and perpetual celibate, as everybody knows. May the understanding, knowledge we got in his company last long unto death. Let us ever serve him with wholehearted devotion to his feet. Let us see him, God, in all beings, and let us ever love his name. Hemant Pant, after making some lengthy dissertations on some topics of Vedanta, which he himself considers as a digression, goes on to describe the Chavadi procession. Chavadi procession. Baba's dormitory has been already described. One day he slept in the masjid, and on the next in the Chavadi, a small building containing a room or two near the masjid. This alternate sleeping in both these buildings went on till Baba's Mahasamadhi.
From 10 December 1909, devotees began to offer regular worship to Baba in the Chavadi. This we will now describe with His grace. When the turn of retiring to the Chavadi came, people flocked to the masjid and made bhajan in the mandap courtyard for a few hours. Behind them was a beautiful ratha, small cart. To the right, a tulsi vrindavan, and in front, Baba. And between these, the devotees fond of bhajan. Men and women who had a liking for the bhajan came in time. Some took tal, chiplis, and kartal, mridang, kanjiri, and ghol, all musical instruments, in their hands, and conducted the bhajan. Sai Baba was a magnet who drove all the devotees to him there. Outside in the open, some trimmed their divatyas, torches, some decorated the palanquin, some stood with cane sticks in their hands and uttered cries of victory to Baba. The corner was decorated with buntings. Round about the masjid, rows of burning lamps shed their light. Baba's horse, Shamakarna, stood fully decorated outside. Then Tatya Patil came with a party of men to Baba and asked him to be ready. Baba sat quiet in his place till Tatya came and helped him to get up by putting his arm under Baba's armpit. Tatya called Baba by the name of Mama. Really, their relationship was extremely intimate. Baba wore on his body the usual kafni, took his satka, short stick, under his armpit, and after taking his chilim, tobacco pipe, and tobacco, placing a cloth over his shoulder, became ready to start. Then Tatya threw a golden embroidered beautiful shawl over his body. After this, Baba, moving a little the bundle of fuel sticks lying behind with his right toe and then extinguishing the burning lamp with his right hand, started for the Chavadi. Then all sorts of musical instruments, tashi, band, and horns and mridang gave out the different sounds, and fireworks exhibited the different and various colored views. Man and woman singing Baba's name started walking, making bhajan to the accompaniment of mridang and veena. Some danced with joy and some carried various flags and standards. The baldars announced Baba's name when he came on the steps of the masjid. On the two sides of Baba stood persons who held chavaris and others who fanned Baba. On the way were spread folds of cloth on which Baba walked on. Being supported by devotees' hands, Tatya Patil held the left hand and Mahalsapati the right. And Bahu Sahib Jog held the chatra umbrella. Over his head, in these fashion, Baba marched onto the Chavadi. The fully decorated red horse named Shamakarna led the way, and behind him were all the carriers, waiters, musical players, and the crowd of devotees. Harinama, the name of the Lord, chanted to the accomplishment of music, rent the skies, and also the name of Sai. In this manner, the procession reached the corner when all the persons that joined this party seemed well pleased and delighted. On coming to this corner, Baba stood facing the Chavadi and shone with a peculiar luster. It seemed as if the face of Baba glittered like dawn or like the glory of the rising sun. Baba stood there with a concentrated mind facing the north as if he was calling somebody. All the instruments played their music while Baba moved his right arm up and down for some time. Kalka Sahib Dikshit at this time came forward with a silver plate containing flowers besmeared with gulal, red powder, and threw them on Baba's body off and on. The musical instruments played their best at this juncture, and Baba's face beamed with steady and added radiance and beauty. And all the persons drank this luster to their heart's content. Words fail to describe the scene and splendor of this occasion. Sometimes Mahalsapati began to dance, being possessed or obsessed by some deity, but all were surprised to see that Baba's concentration was not in the least disturbed. With a lantern in his hand, Tatya Patil walked on Baba's left side and Bhagat Mahalsapati on the right, holding with his hand the hem of Baba's garment. What a beautiful procession and what an expression of devotion. To witness this, men and poor and rich, men and women, poor and rich, flocked together there. Baba walked very slow. Bhaktas followed on both sides with love and devotion. With joy pervading the whole atmosphere of the place, the procession reached the Chavali. That scene and those days are gone now. Nobody can see them now or in the future. Still, remembering and visualizing that scene and sight, we can bring solace and comfort to our minds. The Chavadi was also fully decorated with a good white ceiling, mirrors, and many sorts of lamps. On reaching it, Tatya went ahead and spread on a asan and placing a bolster made Baba sit there and made him wear good Angaraksha coat. Then the devotees worshipped him in various ways. They put on his head a mugat crown with a tuft above, placed garlands of flowers and jewels round his neck, and marking his forehead with musk mixed vertical lines and a dot, a Vaishnav devotees do. They started at him for long to their heart's content. They changed his head dress now and then and held it aloft on the head. Fearing that Baba might throw it away, Baba knew the heart of them all and meekly submitted to all their methods without objections. With these decorations, he took wonderfully beautiful. Senthilji, my daughter
Yeah.
is going to read the last paragraph. She wanted to try for the first time. Is it okay? Within my reading.
No, you're reading until the last page, your chapter,
yes.
the whole chapter, right?
Yes, yeah. Within that only, she just wanted to try one paragraph. Is it okay?
Yeah, yeah. No, it's all right. Yeah, within your chapter, you can do.
Okay, thank you so much, Nana Sahib.
Nana Sahib
Nimonkar
held the chhatra umbrella with its beautiful pendants, which moved in a circle with its supporting stick.
Bapu
Sahib Jog washed the feet of Baba in a silver dish and offered arghya and worship with due formalities. The basemaid his arms with sandal paste and offered tambul betel leaves. Baba sat on the asan gadi with Tatya, while Tatya and the others kept standing and falling at his feet. When Baba sat on the gadi supporting himself against the bolster, devotees on both sides were charmas, the fans. Shama then prepared the chillam and handed it over to Tatyaba, who drew a flame out of his breath and then gave it to Baba. After Baba had his smoke, it was given to Bhagat Mahal Sapati, and then it was passed round to all. Blessed was the inanimate chillam. It had first to undergo many ordeals of penance, such as being treated by pot maker, dried in the open sun, and burnt in fire. And then it had the good fortune to get the teeth of put garlands of flowers on his neck and gave him nosegays and bunches of flowers for smelling. Baba, who was dispassion or non-attachment, incarnate, carved a fig for all necklaces of jewels and garlands of flowers and other decorations. But out of real love to his devotees, he allowed them to have their own way and to please themselves. Finally, Bapu Sahib Jog waved the arati over Baba, observing all formalities. the music instrument playing their auspicious tunes. When this arati was over, the devotees returned home, one by one, saluting Baba and taking his leave. When Tatya Patil after offering chile, after scent and rose water, rose to depart, Baba said to him lovingly, me go. Lovingly, me go if you like, but return something at night and inquire after me. Replying in the affirmative, Tatyaba left the Chavadi and went home. Then Baba himself prepared his bed. He arranged 50 or 60 white chadars one upon another, and thus making his bed went to rest. We should also now take rest and close this chapter with a request to the readers that they should remember Sai Baba and his Chavadi procession daily before they retire and go to bed.
Move to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidanand
Guru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Very nice. Yeah, thank you. Very nice. It is very good. Yep. The next chapter, Mr. Yogi.
Hi, Santilji.
Yeah, chapter 38.
Chapter 38.
Yeah.
Om Sai Ram. Baba's handi, disrespect of shrine, kala or hodgepodge, cup of buttermilk. In the last chapter, we described Baba's Chavadi procession. In this, we take up Baba's handi and some other objects. Preliminary. O blessed Sadguru Sai, we bow to you, who have given happiness to the whole world, accomplished the welfare of the devotees, and have removed the affliction of those who have resorted to your feet. By very liberal and being the protector and savior of the bhaktas who surrender themselves to you, you incarnate yourself in this world to oblige the people and do them good. The liquid essence of pure self was poured into the mold of Brahma, and out of this has come out the crest jewel of the saints, Sai. This Sai is Atmaraman himself. He is the abode of perfect divine bliss. Having himself attained all the objects of life, he made his devotees desireless and free. Baba's handi. Different sadhanas are prescribed in our scriptures for different ages. Tapa is recommended for Krita age, Jnana for Treta age, Yajna for Dwapara age, and Dana for Kali age. Of all the charities, giving food is the best one. We are much perturbed when we get no food at noon. Other beings feel similarly under similar circumstances. Knowing this, he who gives food to the poor and hungry is the best donor or charitable person. The Taittiriya Upanishad says that is Brahma. From food, all the creatures are born, and having been born by food, they live, and having departed into food again, they enter. When an Atiti comes to our door at noon, it is our bounden duty to welcome him by giving him food. Other kinds of charities, such as giving away wealth, property and clothes, etc., require some discrimination, but in the matter of food, no such consideration is necessary. Let anybody come to our door at noon, he should be served forthwith. And if lame, crippled, blind, and diseased paupers come, they should be fed first, and the able-bodied persons and our relations afterwards. The merit of feeding the farmer is much greater than that of feeding the latter. Other kinds of charities are imperfect without this annadana, as stars are without the moon, a necklace without its central medal, a crown without pinnacle, a tank without a lotus, bhajan without love, a married lady without the kumkum mark, singing without a sweet voice, or buttermilk without salt. Just as Varan excels all other dishes, annadana is the best of all merits. Now let us see how Baba prepared food and distributed it to others. It has been stated before that Baba required very little food for himself, and what little he wanted was obtained by begging from a few houses. But when he took it into his mind to distribute food to all, he made all the preparations from beginning to end himself. He depended on nobody and troubled none in this matter. First, he went to the bazaar and bought all the things, corn, flour, spices, etc. for cash. He did also the grinding. In the open courtyard of the masjid, he arranged a big hearth, and after lighting a fire underneath, kept the handi over it with a proper measure of water. There were two kinds of handi, one small and the other big. The former provided a food for 50 persons and the latter for 100. Sometimes he cooked meete chawal and other times pulava with meat. At times in the boiling varuns, he left in small balls of thick or flat bread of wheat flour. He pounded the spices on a stone slab and put the thin pulverized spices into the cooking pot. He took all the pain to make the dishes very palatable. He prepared ambil by boiling jawari flour in water and mixing it with buttermilk. With food, he distributed this ambil to all alike. To see whether the food was properly cooked or not, Baba rolled up the sleeves of his kafni and his bare arm and put his bare arm in the boiling cauldron without the least fear and churned the whole mass from side to side and up and down. There was no mark of burn on his arm nor fear on his face. When the cooking was over, Baba got the parts in the masjid and had them duly consecrated by the Maulvi. First, he sent part of the food as prasad to Malsapati and Tacha Patil, and then he served the remaining contents with his own hand to all the poor and helpless people to their heart's content. Really blessed and fortunate must be those people who got food prepared by Baba and served by him. Somebody may raise a doubt here and ask, Baba distributed vegetable and animal food as prasad alike to all his devotees? The answer is plain and simple. Those who were accustomed to take animal food were given food from the handi as prasad, and those who were not so accustomed were not allowed to touch it. He never created in them any wish or desire to indulge in this food. There is a principle well established that when a guru himself gives anything as prasad, the disciple who thinks and doubts whether it is acceptable or otherwise goes to perdition. In order to see how any disciple had imbibed this principle, Baba at times proposed tests. For instance, on an Ekadashi day, he gave some rupees to Dada Kelkar and asked him to go in person to Koralha to get mutton from there. This Dada Kelkar was an orthodox Brahmin and kept all orthodox manners in his life. He knew that offering wealth, grain and clothes, etc. to a Sadguru was not enough, but the implicit obedience to and prompt compliance with his order was the real dakshina that pleased him most. So Dada Kelkar dressed himself and started for the place. Then Baba called him back and said, don't go yourself, but send somebody. Then Dada sent servant Pandu for the purpose. Seeing him starting, Baba said to Dada to call him back and cancel the program. On another occasion, Baba asked Dada just to see how the saltish pulava was done. The latter said casually and formally that it was right. Then Baba said to him, you have seen it with your eyes, not tasted it with your tongue. Then how do you say that it's good? Just take out the lid and see. Saying this, Baba caught his arm and thrust it into the pot and added, put your arm and taking a ladle, put some quantity in the dish without caring for your orthodoxy and without blustering. When wave of real love arises in mother's mind, she pinches her child with her hand, and when it begins to cry and shout, she hugs it close to her bosom. Similarly, Baba, in a true motherly way, pinched Dada Kelkar in this fashion. Really, no saint or guru will ever force his orthodox disciple to eat forbidden food and defile herself thereby. Sandilji, my daughter Sahasra will continue the last paragraph.
So which one?
The honey base.
The honey business went on for some time till 1910 and was stopped thereafter. As stated before, Das Ganu spread the fame of the Baba by his kirtans far and wide in the Bombay presidency, and people from that part of the country began to flock to Shirdi, which became a place of pilgrimage. The devotees brought with them various articles for presentation and offered various dishes of food as Naivedya. The quantity of Naivedya offered by them was so much that the fakirs and paupers could feed themselves to their heart's content, leaving some sulphurs behind. Before stating how Naivedya was distributed, we all should refer to Nana Sahib Chandorkar's story, showing Baba's regard and respect for local shrines and deities.
Thank you, Sairam.
Thank you. Om Sairam.
Sairam. So next, Shanti, you can start from page number 204, first paragraph.
Om Sairam, Chapter 3 continuation. Nana Sahib's disrespect of a shrine. By drawing inference of guessing in their own way, some people said that Sai was a Brahmin and some that he was a Muslim. Really, he belonged to no caste. No one know definitely when he was born and in what community and who were his parents. Then how could he be a Muslim or Brahmin? If he were a Muslim, how could he keep Duni fire ever burning in the masjid? How could there be a Tulasi Vrindavan there? How could he allow the blowing of conches and the ringing of bells and the playing of the musical instruments? How could he allow all the different forms of Hindu worship there? Had he been a Muslim, could he have pierced ears and could he have been spent money from his pocket for repairing Hindu temples? On the contrary, he never tolerated his slightest disrespect of Hindu shrines and deities. Once Nana Sahib Chandorkar came to Shirdi with his sadhu, husband of his sister-in-law, Mr. Bini Wale. When they went to the masjid and sat before Baba talking, the latter suddenly got angry with Nana Sahib and said, "Are so long in my company, and how do you behave like this?" Nana Sahib then at first did not understand anything and humbly requested Baba to explain. Baba asked him when he came to Kopargaon and how he came to Shirdi from thence. Nana Sahib then at once realized his mistake. He usually worshipped the shrine of Datta on the banks of the Godavari at Kopargaon on his way to Shirdi, but this time he disordered his relation who was a Datta Bhakta from going to that shrine to avoid delay and drew straight. He confessed all this to Baba and told him that while bathing in the Godavari, a big thorn went into his foot and gave him much trouble. Baba said that that was the slight punishment be met and warned him to be more careful in future. Kala, hodgepodge. To revert to the distribution of the Naivedya, after the Arati was over and after, Baba sent away all the people with Udi and blessings. He went inside and sat with his back to the Nimbar for meals, with 2 rows of the Bhaktas, one on each side. The Bhaktas who brought Naivedya thrust inside their dishes containing a variety of foods such as puris, mande, polis, basundi, sanja, fine rice, etc., and kept waiting outside for prasad consecrated by Baba. All the foods were mixed in a hodgepodge and placed before Baba. He offered it all to God and consecrated it. Then portions of the same were given to the persons waiting outside, and the rest was served to the inner party with Baba at the center. The Bhaktas sitting in 2 rows then dined to their hearts' content. Baba asked Shama and Nana Sahib Nimnokar daily to serve the consecrated food to all the persons sitting inside and look to their individual needs and comforts. This they did very carefully and willingly. Every morsel of the food thus partaken gave them nutrition and satisfaction. Such sweet, lovely, and consecrated food it was, ever auspicious and every holy. Senthilji, my daughter will continue cup of buttermilk.
Yeah, Saramji, please.
Okay.
Once Hemad Pant had eaten his full in this company when Baba offered him a cup of buttermilk. Its white appearance pleased him, but he was afraid that there was no space inside for it. However, he took a sip, which proved very tasty. Seeing his flattering attitude, Baba said it all, you won't get any such opportunity hereafter. He drank it off, then but found that Baba's words were prophetic, for he passed away soon. Now, readers, we have certainly to thank Hemad Pant. He drank the cup of buttermilk, but has supplied us with sufficient quantity of nectar in the form of Baba's lilies. Let us drink cups and cups of this nectar and be satisfied and happy. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Sai Ram. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Krishna ji can start 39.
Om Sai Ram. Baba's knowledge of Sanskrit. His interpretation of a verse from Gita. Construction of the Samadhi Mandir. This chapter 39 deals with Baba's interpretation of a verse from the Bhagavad Gita, as some people believed that Baba knew not Sanskrit, and the interpretation was Nana Sahib Chandorkar's. Hemant Pant wrote another chapter 50 refuting that objection. As the chapter number 50 deals with the same subject matter, it is incorporated in this chapter. Preliminary. Blessed in Shirdi and blessed in Dwarka Mai, where Sri Sai lived and moved until he took Mahasamadhi. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, whom he obliged and for whom he came such long distance. Shirdi was a small village first, but it attained great importance on account of his contact and because of Tirtha, holy place of pilgrimage. Equally blessed are the women folk of Shirdi, blessed in their whole and undivided faith in him. They sang the glories of Baba while bathing, grinding, pounding corn, and doing other household work. Blessed in their love, for they sang sweet songs which calm and pacify the minds of the singers and listeners. Baba's interpretation. Nobody believed that Baba knew Sanskrit. One day, he surprised all by giving a good interpretation of verse from the Gita to Nana Sahib Chandorkar. A brief account about the matter was written by B.V. Dio, retired Mamaltadar, published in Marathi in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 4, and Sputa Vishya, page 563. Short accounts of the same are also published in Sai Baba's Charter and Saying, page 61, and in the Wondrous Saint Sai Baba, page 36, both by brother B.V. Narasimha Swami. Mr. B.V. Dio has also given an English version of this in his statement, dated 26/9/1936, and published on page 66 of Experiences. Part 3, published by the said Swami. As Mr. Dio has got first-hand information about this subject from Nana Sahib himself, we give below his version. Nana Sahib Chandorkar was a good student of Vedanta. He had read Gita with the commentaries and prided himself on his knowledge of all that. He fancied that Baba knew nothing of all this or of Sanskrit. So Baba one day pricked the bubble. These were the days before crowds flocked to Baba, when Baba had solitary talks at the mosque. Crowds at the mosque with such devotees. Nana was sitting near Baba and massaging his legs and muttering something. Baba, Nana, what are you mumbling yourself? Nana, I am reciting a sloka, verse from Sanskrit. Baba, what sloka? Nana, from Bhagavad Gita. Baba, utter it loudly. Nana then recited BG 4:34, which is as follows. Tat vidhi Pranipatena Pariprashnena Sevaya Upadekshanti Te Gnanam Gnanin Tatta Vadarshinai. Baba, Nana, do you understand it? Nana, yes. If you do, then tell me. Nana, it means this satsang namaskar, that is prostration, questioning the Guru, serving him, learn with this gnana is. Then those gnanis that have attained the real knowledge of Sat Vastu Brahma will give you Upadesha, instruction of Gnana. Baba, Nana, I do not want this sort of collected purport of the whole stanza. Give me each word its grammatical force and meaning. Then Nana explained it word by word. Baba, Nana, is it enough to make prostration merely? Nana, I do not know any other meaning for the word pranipata than making prostration. Baba, what is pariprashna? Nana, asking questions. Baba, what does prashna mean? Nana, the same questioning. Baba, if pariprashna means the same as prashna, question, why did Vyasa add the prefix pari? Was Vyasa of his age? Nana, I do not know of any other meaning for the word pariprashna. Baba, seva, what sort of seva is meant? Nana, just what we are doing always. Baba, is it enough to render such service? Nana, I do not know what more is signified by the word seva. Baba, in the next line of Nanam, can you so read it as to read any other word in lieu of Nanam? Nana, yes. What word? Nana, Gnanam. Baba, taking that word instead of Gnana, is any meaning made out of the words? Nana, no, Shankara Bhashya gives no such construction. Baba, never mind if it does not. Is there any objection to using the word court if it gives a better sense? Nana, I do not understand how to construe by placing court in it. Baba, why does Krishna refer Arjuna to Gnanis or Tattvadarshis to do his prostration, interrogation, and service? Was not Krishna Tattvadarshi? In fact, Gnana himself? Nana, yes, he was, but I do not make out why he referred Arjuna to Gnanis. Baba, have you not understood this? Nana was humiliated, his pride was knocked on the head. Then Baba began to explain. It is not enough merely to prostrate before the Gnanis. We must make Sarvasva Sharangati, complete surrender to Sadguru. Mere questioning is not enough. The question must not be made with any improper motive or attitude or to trap the Guru and catch at mistakes in the answer or out of idle curiosity. It must be serious and with a view of achieve moksha or spiritual progress. Seva is not rendering service, retaining still the feeling that one is free to offer or refuse service. One must feel that he is not the master of the body, that the body is Guru's and exists merely to render service to him. If this is done, the Sadguru will show you what the Gnana referred to it the previous stanza is. Nana did
Sairam.
not.
Krishnagi.
Sairam,
Yeah. Yeah. From here, Mr. Sudhakar will take her. Yeah. Sairam. Yeah, Sudhakar, you can start.
Okay, thank you. So Nana did not understand what is meant by saying that a guru teaches ajnana. Baba, how is jnana upadesh, that is imparting of realization, to be affected? Destroying ignorance is jnana, of verse OV 1396 of Jnaneshwari. Commenting on Gita 1866 says, removal of ignorance is, O Arjuna, if dream and sleep disappear, you are yourself. It is like that. Also, OV 83 on Gita 5:16 says, is there anything different or independent in jnana besides the destruction of ignorance? Expelling the darkness means light, destroying the duality, dvaita, means non-duality, Advaita. Whenever we speak of destroying the Dvaita, we speak of Advaita. Whenever we talk of destroying the darkness, we talk of light. If we have to realize the Advaita state, the feeling of Dvaita in ourselves has to be removed. That is the realization of the Advaita state. Who can speak of Advaita while remaining in Dvaita state? Unless one gets into that state of non-duality, how can one know and realize it? Again, the Shishya, disciple, like the Sadguru, is the embodiment of jnana. The difference between the two lies in the attitude, high realization of Sadguru and his marvelous superhuman sattva, beingness and unrivaled capacity, and Aishwarya Yoga, divine powers. The Sadguru is Nirguna, Sachidananda. He has indeed taken human form to elevate the mankind and raise the world, but his real Nirguna nature is not destroyed thereby even a bit. His existence or reality, divine power and wisdom remain undiminished. The disciple also is in fact of the same Swarupa, but it is overlaid by the effect of the samskaras of innumerable births in the shape of ignorance, which veils his view that he is the Shuddha Chaitanya. As stated therein, he gets the impressions, I am Jiva, a creature meek and poor. The Guru has to root out these offshoots of ignorance and has to give Upadesh or instruction. So the disciple held spellbound for endless generations by the ideas of this being Jiva, the Guru imparts the teaching, you are God, you are mighty and opulent. Then he realizes that he is God really. The perpetual delusion under which the disciple is laboring, that he is the body, that he is the creature, Jiva, or ego, that God, Paramatma, and the world are different from him, is an ignorance inherited from innumerable past births. From actions based on it, he has derived his joy, sorrows, and mixtures of both. To remove this delusion, this error, the root ignorance, he must start the inquiry. How did the ignorance arise? Where is it? And how? And to show him, this is called the Guru's Upadesh. The following are the instances of Ajnana. I am Jiva, the creature. Body is the soul, I am the body. God, world, and Jiva are different. I am not God. Not knowing the body is not soul. Not knowing that God, world, and Jiva are one. Unless these errors are exposed to his view, the disciple cannot learn what is God, Jiva, world, body, how they are interrelated, and whether they are indifferent from each other and are one and the same. To teach him these and destroy his ignorance is this instruction in Jnana or Ajnana. Why should Jnana be imparted to a Jiva who is Jnana Murti? Upadesh is merely to show him his error and destroy his ignorance. Baba added, Pranipata implies complete surrender. Surrender must be of body, mind, and wealth. Why should Krishna refer to other jnanis? Sadbhakta takes everything to be Vasudeva. Bhagavad Gita chapter 7:19, that is, any guru would be Krishna to the devotee, and guru takes disciple to be the Vasudeva. Bhagavad Gita 7:18. As Sri Krishna knows that there are such gurus and disciples, he refers Arjuna to them so that their greatness be known. Construction of the Samadhi Mandir, Baba never made any fuss about things which he wanted to accomplish, but he so skillfully arranged the circumstances that the people were surprised at the slow but sure results attained. The construction of the Samadhi Mandir is an instance. Sriman Babasaheb Bhuti, the famous multimillionaire of Nagpur, lived in Shirdi with his family. Once an idea arose in his mind that he should have the building of his own there. Sometime after this, while he was sleeping in Dikshit Vada, he got a vision. Baba appeared in his dream and ordered him to build a Vada with a temple. Shama, who was sleeping there, also got a similar vision. When Babasaheb awoke, he saw Shama crying and asked later as to why he was in tears. Shama replied that in his vision, Baba came to him and ordered distinctly, build a Vada with a temple, I shall fulfill the desires of all. On hearing the sweet and loving words of Baba, I was overpowered with emotion. My throat was choked, my eyes were overflowing with tears, and I began to cry. Babasaheb was surprised to see that both their visions tallied. Being a rich and capable man, he decided to build a Vada there and drew up a plan with Shama, mother of. The Kagasaheb Dikshit also approved of it, and when it was placed before Baba, he also sanctioned it immediately. Then the construction work was duly started, and under the supervision of Shama, the ground floor, the cellar, and the well were completed. Baba, on his way to and from Lendi, also suggested some improvements. Further work was entrusted to Babasaheb Jog, and when it was going on, an idea struck Babasaheb Bhuti's mind that there should be an open space or platform, and in the center, the image of Muralidhar, Lord Krishna with the flute, to be installed. He asked Shama to refer this matter to Baba and get his consent. The later asked Baba about this when he was just passing by the Vada. On hearing Shama, Baba gave his consent, saying, after the temple is complete, I will come there to stay. And staring at the Vada, he added, after the Vada is complete, we shall use it ourselves. We shall live, move, and play there, embrace each other, and be happy. Then Shama asked Baba whether this was the auspicious time to begin the foundation work for the central room of the shrine. Baba answered in the affirmative. Then Shama got a coconut broken there and started the work. In due time, the work was completed and an order was also placed for making a good image of the Murlidhar. But before it was ready, a new situation turned up. Baba became seriously ill. Baba Sahib became very sad and dejected, thinking that if Baba passed away, his Vada would not be considered by the holy touch of the Baba's feet and all his money, about a lakh of rupees, would be wasted away. But the words, keep me in the Vada, which came out of the Baba's mouth just before his passing away, consoled not only Baba Sahib, but one and all. In due time, Baba's whole holy body was placed and preserved in the central shrine meant for Muralidhar, and Baba himself became the Muralidhar, and the Vada thus became the Samadhi Mandir of Sai Baba. His wonderful Leela is unfathomable. Blessed and fortunate is Babsai Bhuti, in whose Vada lies the holy and the pure body of Baba. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Saram. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Suresh, we can start with 40, chapter 40.
Actually, Pravesh, Suresh will be like his son will be reading. Pravesh, you can start. Suresh, I think you log in from Pravesh, right? Hello?
Yeah, chapter 40. Yeah, Parvesh, yeah.
Yeah, you can start, yeah.
On mute, I think.
One
Hello.
minute. I'll call him 1 minute.
Yeah. On mute. Mute.
Yeah, I'm calling him. I'm calling him.
And I was telling on video.
Yeah, he's getting mute actually. Yeah. Yeah, he's joining back.
Yeah, I think he got dropped from Zoom. Let's give him that for him.
He's rejoining from.
Yeah, no issue.
Something like we can't hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm muted.
Okay,
I was telling Parvesh is muted and I'm telling him
okay.
that's on mute.
Okay.
I think Harigar is also
Sir, I
joining.
am giving you the to the readers who is.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Andy. Sorry, it was unable to
Sairam.
collect. Sairam.
No problem. Yeah, it's okay, Saramji. Continue. Chapter 40.
Chapter 40 Stories of Baba. Attending Miss Dev's Udyapan ceremony, the sannyasi with two others, visiting Hemadpant's house in the form of his picture. In this chapter, we give two stories. How Baba attended the Udyapan ceremony organized by Mr. B.V. Dev's mother at his house at Danu, and how Baba attended the Shimga dinner party Hemad Pant's house at Bandra. Preliminary. Blessing Sri Sai Mata, who gives instructions in both temporal and spiritual matters to his devotees and make them happy by enabling them to achieve the goals of their life. Sai, when places his hand on their head, transfers his powers to them and thus destroying the sense of differentiation, makes them attain the attainable thing. He who embraces the bhakta prostrate themselves before him with no sense of duality or differentiation. He becomes one of the bhaktas at the sea with the rivers. Now to revert to the stories of this chapter. With Dev Japan ceremony, Mr. B.V. Dev was the Malapada at no. His mother observed 25 or 30 religious vows and Japan concluding ceremony in connection therewith was to be performed. This ceremony included the feeding of 100 or 200 Brahmins. Mr. Dev fixed the date for the ceremony and wrote a letter to Babu Sahib Jog asking him to request Sai Baba on his behalf to attend the dinner ceremony as without his presence. And the ceremony would not be duly completed. Baba Sahib Jog read out the letter to Baba. One noted carefully the pure heart invitation and said, I always think of him who remembers me. I require no conveyance, carriage, tongue, or train, or aeroplane. I manifest myself to him who lovingly calls me. Write to him a reply that three of us, myself, you, self, and the third person will go and attend it. Mr. Jack informed Mr. Dev of what Baba said. Mr. Dev was much pleased. He knew that Baba never went to any place except Rahata, Ru, and Nimagan in person. He also thought that nothing was impossible for Baba as he resolved forbidding that night. He might certainly come in any form and fulfill his work. A few days before this, a sannyasi in Bengali dress and profession to work for the cause of the protection of the cow came to the station master at Danu to collect donations. The station master told him to go into the town and see the Mamlatadar and with his help collecting collect funds. Just then the Mamlatadar happened to come there. The Tejamatu then introduced the sannyasi to him. Both sat talking on the platform. Mr. Dev told him that a subscription lay for some other charitable cause
been prepared by the leading citizen Rahul Sahib Rotam Shari, and so it was not proper to start another subscription list, and that it would be better if he will visit the place after 2 or 4 months. Hearing this, the sannyasi left the place. Not a month afterward, the sannyasi came in a tanga which he stopped in front of Mr. Dear Sir's about 10 a.m. Dear thought for donation. Seeing him busy with preparation money, the sannyasi said that he had come not for money but for meals. They said, all right, you are welcome in the house. The sannyasi said, 2 lads are with me. They said, well, come with me. As there was about 2 hours for the meal to be served, inquired where he should send for them. He said that it was not necessary as he would come himself at the appointed time. They asked him to come at noon, exactly at 12 noon, and Trio came, joined the party, and after feeding themselves, went away. After ceremony was finished, they wrote a letter to Baba Sahib Jog, complaining of Baba's breach of promise. Jog went to Baba with the letter, but for it was open Baba spoke. He said that I promised him to come, but deceived him. Tell him that I did attend his dinner with 2 others, but he failed to recognize me. Then why did he call me at all? He thought that the sannyasi came to for the money. Did I not remove his doubt, respect, and I did not say that would come with 2 others, and did not the trio came in time and had their me. See, to keep my word, I will sacrifice my life. I will never be untrue to my word. This reply pleased Jock's heart, and he communicated the whole reply to Dave. As soon as he read it, he burst into tears of joy. But he took himself to task mentally for mainly blaming Baba. He wondered how he was deceived by Nyasi prior visiting and coming to him for subscription. How he also failed to catch the significance of the sannyasi's word. He would come with 2 others for meal. This story clearly shows that when the devotees surrender themselves completely to the Sadguru, he sees to the religious functions in their house and duly executed and apply it with all the necessary formalities. Hematpan Shimga dinner. Now let us take another story which shows how Baba appeared in the form of his teacher and fulfilling desire of his devotees. In 1917, the morning of full moon day, Hemad Pant had a vision. Baba appeared to him in his dream in the form of well-dressed sannyasi, woke him up and said that he would come to him for meal that day. The vision constituted a part of the dream. When he fully woke up, he saw neither Sai nor a sannyasi. But when But when he began to recollect the dream, he remembered each and every word the sannyasi uttered in his dream. Though he was in contact with Baba for 7 years and always meditated on Baba, he never expected I would come to his house for me. However, being much pleased with the day a sannyasi was coming for me, then that some more rice should be prepared. He inquired about the guest who he was and where he was coming from. Then, not to cause any misunderstanding, he gave her the truth and told her about the dream. He doubted whether it was possibly that Baba should come there from Shirdi leaving the dainty dishes there to accept their coursework. Hemappan then assured her that Baba might now come in person. He might attend in the form of a guest, and that they would lose nothing if they cooked some more rice. After the preparation for the dinner went on, and it was ready at noon, the Holika worship was done and leaves were spread and arranged with rangoli around the 2 rows were arranged with a central seat between them for the honorable guest. All members of the family, sons, grandsons, daughters, and son-in-law, etc., came and occupied their seats, and the serving the various items commented what this day this was being done. Everybody was watching for the guest, but no one turned up. Though it was past noon, then the entrance was closed. Diana's Shirdi was served. He was served. This was the signal to start eating. Formal offering to the Vaishva and Navya Deva, Naivedya to Sri Krishna were also over, and the members were above Hemat Pant and went immediately and opened the door to men there. Ali Muhammad and Maulana
Ali Muhammad Maulana.
Maulana Yusuf Mumuja, but these two persons see that meals were laid out and all the members were about to be in eating, apologized to Hemapant and requested him to excuse their interference. They say, you left your seat and came running to us. Others are waiting for you. So please take this thing and I shall talk about it later at your convenience. Saying so, he took out from under his arm a packet wrapped in old newspaper and placed it on the table. Hemad Pant uncovered the packet and saw to his great wonder and pleasant surprise the big and nice picture of Sai Baba. On seeing it, he was much moved. Tears ran down from his eyes and hair stood on and all over his body, and he bent and placed his head on the feet of Baba in the picture. He thought that Baba had blessed him by this miraculous leela. Out of curiosity, he asked Ali Muhammad how he got this picture. He said that he brought it from a shop and that he would give all the details about it afterwards, and wished that as Hemapan thanked him, bade him goodbye and returned to the dining hall. He have a plate on central seat reserved for the guest, the making due offering of the Naivedya. The whole party commenced eating and finished it proper time. On seeing the beautiful form of Sai in the picture, everybody was extremely pleased and wondered how all this happened. This is how Sai Baba fulfilled his word uttered by him in dream of Hematpan. The story shared with all its details how Ali Muhammad got it, why he brought it and gave it to Hemapant is reserved for the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Thank you.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you. Yeah, Santu.
Thank you, Suresh Garu. Thank you, Pravesh.
I'll start with 41.
Yeah.
Chapter 41. Story of the picture, stealing the rag and reading of Janeshwari. As stated in the last chapter, we continued here the story of the picture. 9 years after the occurrence of incident displayed in the last chapter, Ali Muhammad saw Himmat Pant and related to him the following story. One day, while wandering in the street of Bombay, he bought the picture from a street hacker. Then he framed and set it on a wall in his house at Bandra, a suburb of Mumbai. As he loved Baba, he daily took darshan of it. 3 months before he gave the picture to Himmat Pant, he was suffering from an abscess or swelling on his leg, for which an operation was performed, and he was convalescing in the house of his brother-in-law, Mr. Noor Muhammad Febuary in Bombay. For 3 months, his house in Bandra was closed, and nobody was living there. Only the picture of famous Baba Abdul Rahman, Maulana Sahib Muhammad Hussain, Baba Sai, Baba Tajuddin, and other saints living were there. The wheel of time did not even spare these. He was lying sick and suffering in Bombay. Why should the picture suffer there in Bandra? It seems that they have also their ins and outs, birth and deaths. All pictures met their fate. But how Sai Baba's picture escaped it, nobody had been able to explain to me up till now. It shows the all preservance, omnipresence of Sai and his irresistible power. He got a small picture of Sai Baba Abdul Rahman from Muhammad Hussain Tariopan Ratrai many years ago. He gave it to his brother-in-law Noor Muhammad Febuary, and it was lying on his table for 8 years. Once the latter saw it, took it to a photographer and got it enlarged to life size and distributed copies of the same among his relations and friends, including Ali Muhammad, who fixed it up in his Bandra's house. Nur Muhammad was a disciple of Saint Abdul Rahman, and when he went to present the picture to his guru in an open darbar held by him, the guru got wild and ran to beat him and drove him out. He felt very sorry and dejected. He thought that he lost so much of his money and incurred his guru's displeasure and anger. As his guru did not like the image worship, he took the enlarged picture with him to the Apollo Bandar, and after hiring a boat went in and rowed it in the sea. He requested the friends and relations to return their copies, and after getting them back, six in all, had them thrown by a fisherman in Bandra Sea. At this time, Ali Muhammad was in his brother-in-law's house. He was told by him and that his suffering would come to an end if he would soon draw the picture of the saints in the sea. Hearing this, Ali Muhammad sent his Mehta, the manager, to Bandra house and got all pictures of saints in his house thrown into the sea. Ali Muhammad returned home after 2 months. He was surprised to find Baba's picture on the wall before. He did not understand how his Mehta took away all pictures except this. He immediately took it out and kept it in his cupboard, fearing that if his brother-in-law saw it, he would be away with it. While he was thinking how it should be how it should be disposed of and who would keep it and guard it well. Sai Baba himself, as it were, suggested to him that he should see and consult Maulana Ismu Mujawar and abide by his opinion. He saw the Maulana and told him everything. After mature consideration, that both decided that picture should be presented to Anna Sahib Hemant Pant and that he would protect it well. Then they both went to Hemant Pant and presented the picture in the nick of time. This story shows how Baba knew all the past, present, and future, and how skillful he pulled the wire and fulfilled desire of his devotees. The following story shows that Baba liked very much those persons who took real interest in matters spiritual, and that he removed all their difficulties and made them happy. Sairam, 1 minute. Jaya will continue rest.
Sairam.
Jai Sairam.
Can I start?
Stealing the rags and reading Jnaneshwari. Mr. B.V. Dev, who was Mamlatar of Dahanu, Thana district, wished for a long time to read Jnaneshwari, the well-known Marathi commentary on the Bhagavad Gita by Jnaneshwar, along with other scriptures. He could read daily one chapter of the Bhagavad Gita and some portion of other books, but when he took Jnaneshwari in hand, some difficulties cropped up and he was precluded from reading it. He took 3 months leave, went to Shirdi and thence to his home at Pound for rest. He could read there other books, but when he opened Jnaneshwari, some evil or stray thoughts came crowding in his mind and stopped him in the effort. Try however he might, he was not able to read even a few lines of the book with ease. So he resolved in his mind that when Baba would create love for the book and would order him to read it, he would begin and not till then. Then in the month of February 1914, he went with his family to Shirdi. There, Jog asked him whether he daily read Jnaneshwari. Dio said that he was desirous of reading it, but he was not successful, and that only when Baba would order him to read it, he would commence. Jog then advised him to take a copy of the book and present it to Baba and to start the reading after it was consecrated and returned by him. Dio then replied that he did not want to resort to this device as Baba knows his heart. Would he not know his desire and satisfy it by giving him a clear order to read? Dio then saw Baba and offered 1 rupee as dakshina. Baba asked for rupees 20, which he gave. At night, he saw one Balakram and inquired how he secured Baba's devotion and grace. Balakram told him that he would communicate everything next day after Arati. When Dio went for darshana next day, Baba asked for rupees 20, which he gave willingly. As the masjid was crowded, Dev went aside and sat in a corner. Baba asked him to come close and sit with a calm mind, which Dev did. Then after the noon Arati was over, and after the men dispersed, Dio saw again Balakram and asked him his previous history, what Baba told him and how he was taught meditation. Balakram was going to reply when Baba sent one Chandru, a leper devotee, to call Dio to him. When Dio went to Baba, the latter asked him when and with whom and what he was talking. He said that he talked with Balakram and heard from him his fame. Then Baba asked again rupees 25 as dakshina, which Dio gladly gave. Then Baba took him inside and sitting near the post charged him, saying, stole away my rags without my knowledge. Dio denied all knowledge of the rags, but Baba asked him to make a search. He searched but found none. Then Baba got angry and said, is nobody here? You are the only thief, so grey-haired and old, you came here for stealing. After this, Baba lost his temper, got terribly wild, gave all sorts of abuses and scoldings. Dio remained silent and watching, and thought that he might get a beating also. After about an hour or so, Baba asked him to go to the Vada. He returned to the Vada and told Jog and Balakram all that had happened. Then in the afternoon, Baba sent for all and Dio also, and said that his words might have pained the old man, but as he committed the theft, he could not but speak out. Then Baba asked again for rupees 12. Dio collected the amount, paid it, and prostrated himself before him. Then Baba said to him, "Go on daily reading the Jnaneshwari, go and sit in the Vada, read something regularly every day, and while reading, explain the portion read to all with love and devotion. I am sitting here, read to give you the whole gold embroidered shella, valuable cloth. Then why go to others to steal rags? And why should you get into the habit of stealing?" Dio was much pleased to hear the words of Baba, for he asked him to start reading Jnaneshwari. He thought that he got what he wanted and that he could read the book with ease thenceforth. He again prostrated himself before Baba and said that he surrendered himself to him and that he should be treated as a child and be helped in his reading. He realized then what Baba meant by stealing the rags. What he asked Balakram constituted the rags, and Baba did not like his behavior in this respect. As he was ready to answer any question, he did not like him to ask others and make unnecessary enquiries, and therefore he harassed and scolded him. Dio thought that he really did not harass and scold him, but thought that he was ready to fulfill his desires, and there was no use asking others in vain. Dio took these scoldings as flowers and blessings and went home satisfied and contented. The matter did not end here. Baba did not stop with only issuing an order to read. Within a year, he went to Dio and inquired about his progress. On 2nd April 1914, on Thursday morning, Baba gave him a dream vision. He sat on the upper floor and asked him whether he understood the Jnaneshwari. Quote answered Dio, Baba, when are you going to understand? Dio burst into tears and said, "You shower your grace. The reading is mere worry and the understanding is still more difficult. I say this definitely. Baba, reading you make haste. Read it before me, in my presence." Dio, shall I read? Baba, Adyamata Sruchulisham. Dio went to bring the book. When he opened his eyes and was awakened, we leave the readers to imagine what ineffable joy and bliss Dio felt after this vision. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you, Sandil. Sri Sachidanand Sadhguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Thank you, Jayaji. Okay, we can start. 42.
Chapter 42. Baba's passing away. Previous indications averting death of Ramachandra Datul Patil and Tatya Kote Patil. Charity to Lakshmibai Shinde, last moment. This chapter describes the passing away of Baba. Preliminary. The stories given in the previous chapter have shown that the light of Guru's grace removes fear and of the mundane existence, opens the path of salvation, and turns our misery into happiness. If we always remember the feel of Sadguru, our troubles come to an end. Death loses its sting, and the misery of this mundane existence is obliterated. Therefore, those who care for their welfare should carefully listen to these stories of Sai Samat, which will purify their minds. In the beginning, Hemad Pant dwells on Dr. Pandit's worship and his marking Baba's forehead with the Tripunda. 3 horizontal lines. But as this has been already described in Chapter 6, it has been omitted here. Previous indication. The readers up till now heard the stories of Baba's life. Let them now hear attentively Baba's passing away. Baba got a slight fever on 28th September 1918. The fever lasted for two or 3 days, but afterwards Baba gave up his food and thereby grew weaker and weaker. On the 17th day, Tuesday, the 15th October 1918, Baba left his mortal coil at about 2:30 p.m. Vide Professor G.J. Narke's letter dated 5th November 1918 to Dada Sahib Kaparde, published in Sai Leela magazine, page 78, first year. 2 years before this, in 1916, Baba gave an indication of his passing away, but nobody understood it then. It was as follows. On the Vidya Dashami Dasara day, Baba all of a sudden got into a wild rage in the evening, when people were returning from Simolangan, crossing the border or limits of the village. Taking off his headdress, kapni and langota, etc., he tore them and threw them in the dunne before him. On being fed this offering, the fire in the dunne began to burn brighter, and Baba shone still brighter. He stood there stark naked, and with his burning red eyes, shouted, "You fellows, now have a look and decide finally whether I am a Muslim or a Hindu." Everybody was trembling with fear, and none dared to approach Baba. After some time, Bagoji Shinde, the leaper devotee of Baba, went boldly near him and succeeded in tying a langota waistband around his waist and said, "Baba, what is all this? Today is the Simo Langan Dasara holiday." Baba, striking the ground with his satya, said, "This is my Simo Langan, crossing the border." Baba did not go down till 11 p.m., and the people doubted whether the Chavdi procession would ever take place that night. After an hour, Baba resumed his normal condition and dressing himself as usual, attending the Chavdi procession as described before. But by this incident, Baba gave a suggestion that Dasara was the proper time for him to cross the border of life, but none understood its meaning then. Baba gave another indication as follows. Averting death of Ramachandra and Tatya Patil. Sometime after this, Ramachandra Patil became seriously ill. He suffered a lot. He tried all remedies, but finding no relief, despair of his life, and was waiting for the last moment. Then one midnight, Baba suddenly stood near his bed. Patil held his feet and said, "I have lost all hopes of life. Please tell me definitely when I shall die." Merciful Baba said, "Don't be anxious. Your Hundi death warrant has been withdrawn, and you will soon recover. But I am afraid of Tatya Patil. He will pass away on Vijaya Dashami of Shaka, 1840. Do not divulge this to anybody, nor to him, for he will be terribly frightened." Ramachandra Dada got well, but he felt nervous about Tatya's life, for he knew that Baba's words were unalterable, and that Tatya would breathe his last within 2 years. He kept this hint secret, told it to none, but Baba, Shimpe, a tailor only. Only these two persons, Ramachandra Dada and Bala Shimpi, were in fear and suspense regarding Tatya's life. Ramachandra Dada soon left his bed and was on his legs. Time passed quickly. The months of Bhadrapad of Shaka, 1840, was ending and Ashwin was approaching. True to Baba's word, Tatya fell sick and was bedridden, and so he could not come for Baba's darshan. Baba was also down with fever. Tatya had full faith in Baba. Tatya's illness began to grow from bad to worse and could not move at all, but always remembered Baba. The predicament of Baba began to grow equally worse. The day predicted Vijayadashami was impending, and both Ramachandra Dada and Bala Shimpi were terribly frightened about Tatya, and their bodies trembling and perspiring with fear. Thought that, as predicted by Baba, Tatya's end was near. Vijayadashami dawned, and Tatya's pulse began to beat very slowly, and he was expected to pass away shortly. But a curious thing happened. Tatya remained. His death was averted, and Baba passed away instead. It seemed as if there was an exchange. People said that Baba gave up his life for Tatya. Why did he do so? He alone knows, as his ways are inscrutable. It seems, however, that in this incident, Baba gave a hint of his passing away, substituting Tatya's name for his own.
Next morning, 16th October, Baba appeared to Daskuna upon his dream and said to him, "The masjid collapsed. All the oilmen and grocers of Shirdi harassed me a lot, so I leave the place. I therefore came to inform you here. Go there quickly and cover me with baka flowers." Daskuna got the information also from Shirdi letters, so he came to Shirdi with his disciples and started bhajan and kirtan and sang the Lord's name all throughout the day before Baba's samadhi. Himself weaving a beautiful garland of Lord Hari's name, he placed it on Baba's samadhi and gave a mass feeding in Baba's name. Charity to Lakshmi Bai. Dashra Vijayadashmi Day is regarded as by all the Hindus as the most auspicious time, and it is befitting that Baba should choose this time for his crossing the borderline. He was ailing some days before the last moment. He sat up without anybody's aid and looked better. People thought that the danger had passed off and he was getting well. He knew that he was to pass away soon, and therefore he wanted to give some money as charity to Lakshmi Bai Shinde, Baba pervading all creatures. This Lakshmi Bai Shinde was a good and well-to-do woman. She was serving in the masjid day and night, except Bhagat Mala Sabadi, Tatya and Lakshmi Bai. None was allowed to step in the masjid that night. Once, while Baba was sitting in the masjid with Tatya in the evening, Lakshmi Bai came and saluted Baba. The latter said to her, "Oh, Lakshmi, I'm very hungry." Off she went, saying, "Baba, wait a bit. I return immediately with bread." She did return with bread and vegetables and placed the same before Baba. He took it and gave it to a dog. Lakshmi Bai then asked, "What is this, Baba?" "I ran in haste, prepared bread with my own hands for you, and you threw it to a dog without eating a morsel of it. You gave me trouble unnecessarily." Baba replied, "Why do you grieve for nothing? The appeasement of the dog's hunger is the same as mine. The dog has a soul, the creatures may be different, but the hunger of all is the same. Though some speak and though others are dumb, know that for certain that he who feeds the hungry really serves me with food. Regard this as truth." This is an ordinary incident, but Baba thereby propounded a great spiritual truth and showed its practical application in daily life without hurting anybody's feelings. From this time onward, Lakshmi began to offer her daily bread and milk with love and devotion. Baba accepted and ate it appreciatingly. He took a part of this and sent the remainder through Lakshmi Bai to Radharishmai, who always relished and ate Baba's remnant prasad. This bread story should not be considered as a digression. It shows how Sai Baba pervaded all creatures and transcended them. He is omnipresent, birthless, deathless, and immortal. Baba remembered Lakshmi Bai's service. How could he forget her? Just before leaving the body, he put his hand in his pocket and gave her just rupees 5 and then rupees 4 and all rupees 9. This figure 9 is indicative of the 9 types of devotion described in chapter 21, or it may be the dakshina offered at the time of Simalangan. Lakshmi Bai was a well-to-do woman, and so she was not in want of any money. Baba might have suggested to her and brought her to her notice the 9 characteristics of a good disciple mentioned in the 6th verse of chapter 10, Skanda 11 of the Bhagavad, wherein first 5 and then 4 characteristics are mentioned in the first and second couplets. Baba's this gift of 9 she will ever remember. Being so watchful and conscious, Baba also took other precautions in his last moment. He ordered them all to clear off with due consideration for his devotees. Kakashahid Dikshit, Bapu Sahib Bhuti, and others were in the masjid anxiously waiting upon Baba, but he asked them to go to the water and return after meals. They could not leave Baba's presence, nor could they disobey him, so with heavy hearts and heavy feet, they went to the water. They knew that Baba's condition was very serious and that they did not forget this. They sat for meals, but their mind was elsewhere and was with Baba. Before they finished, news came to them of Baba shedding the mortal coil. Leaving their dishes, they ran to the masjid and found that Baba had rested finally on Bayaji's lap. He did not collapse on the ground, nor did he lie on his bed, but sitting quietly on his seat and doing charity with his own hand, left the mortal coil. Saints embody themselves and come into this world with a definite mission, and after that is fulfilled, they pass away as quietly and easily as they came. Bhakti Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sai Ram. Om Sai Ram Sachidanand.
Shri
Sadguru
Sachidananda Sadguru
Sainam
Sainat Maharaj ki jai. 42 is complete, right?
Yes.
Okay. 43, Anvi, you can start.
Jai Sairam. Chapters 43 and 44 continue the story of Baba's passing away, and therefore they are taken together. Previous preparation. It is a general practice amongst the Hindus that when a man is about to die, some good religious scripture is read out to him with the object that his mind should be withdrawn from worldly things and fixed in matters spiritual, so that his future progress should be natural and easy. Everybody knows that when King Parikshit was cursed by the son of Brahmin Rishi and was about to die after a week, the great sage Shuka expounded to him the famous Bhagavad Puran in that week. This practice is followed by even now, and Gita, Bhagavad, and other sacred books are read out to dying persons. Baba, being an incarnation of God, needed no such help, but just to set an example to the people. He followed this practice. When he knew that he was to pass away soon, he ordered one, Mr. Reyes, to read Rama Vijaya to him. Mr. Reyes read the book once in the week. Then Baba asked him to read the same again, day and night, and he finished the second reading in 3 days. Thus 11 days had passed. Then again he read for 3 days, and he was exhausted. So Baba let him go and kept himself quiet. He abided on himself and was waiting for the last moment. 2 or 3 days previous, Baba had stopped his morning peregrinations and begging rounds and sat in the masjid. He was conscious to the last and was advising the devotees not to lose heart. He let nobody know the exact time of his departure. Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Shirman Bhuti were dining daily with him in the masjid. That day, 15th October, after Aarti, he asked them to go to their residence for dining. Still a few, Lakshmi Bai Shinde and Bagoji Shinde, Bayaji Lakshman Bala Shimpi, and Nana Sahib Nimonkar remained there. Shama was sitting down on the steps. After giving 9 rupees to Lakshmi Bai Shinde, Baba said that he did not feel well there in the masjid and that he should be taken to Dagadi, Wada of Bhuti, where he would be all right. While saying these last words, he leaned on Payaji's body and breathed his last. Bagoji noticed that his breathing had stopped, and he immediately told this to Nana Sahib Nimonkar, who was sitting below. Nana Sahib brought some water and poured it in his Baba's mouth. It came out. Then he cried loudly, "O Deva." Baba seemed to just open his eyes and say "I" in a low tone. But it soon became evident that Baba had left his body for good. The news of Baba's passing away spread like a wildfire in the village of Shirdi, and all people, men, women, and children, ran to the masjid and began to mourn this loss in various ways. Some cried out loudly, some wallowed on the streets, and some fell down senseless. Tears ran down from the eyes of all, and everyone was smitten with sorrow. Some people started remembering the words of Sai Baba. Some said that Maharaj, Sai Baba, told his devotees that in time to come, he would appear as a lad of 8 years. These are the words of a saint, and hence nobody should take doubt about them, because in the Krishna avatar, Chakrapani, Lord Vishnu, performed this very deed. Krishna appeared before Devaki in the prison of a lad of 8 years, who had bright complexion and who wielded weapons in his forearms. In that reincarnation, he, Lord Krishna, lightened the burden of the earth. This incarnation was the uplift of his devotees. Then where is the reason for doubt? The ways of saints are really inscrutable. This contract of Sai Baba with his devotees is not only for one generation, but it is there for the last 72 generations. Generating such ties of love, it appears that Maharaj Sai Baba had gone for a tour, and the devotees had a firm belief that he will return soon. The questions arose how to dispose of Baba's body. Some said that the body should be interred in an open space and a tomb built over it. Even Kushal Chand and Amir Shakar shared this opinion, but Ramachandra Patil, the village officer, said to the villagers with a firm and determined voice, "Though it is not acceptable to us, Baba's body should be nowhere placed in the Vada." Thus people were divided on this point, and discussion regarding this point went on for 36 hours. On Wednesday morning, Baba appeared to Lakshman Mama Joshi in his dream, and drawing by his hand said, "Up soon. Bapu Sahib thinks that I am dead, so he won't come. You do worship and the Kakad Arti." Lakshman Mama was the village astrologer and was the maternal uncle of the Shama. He was an Orthodox Brahmin and daily first worshipped Baba in the morning and then the village deities. He had full faith in Baba. After the visions, he came with all the puja material and, not minding the protests of the Movis, did the puja and the Kakad Arti with all due formalities and went away. Then at noon, Bapu Sahib Jog came with all others and went through the noon Aarti ceremony as usual. After paying due respect to Baba's words, the people decided to place his body in the Vada and started digging the central portion there. In the evening of Tuesday, the sub-inspector came from Rahata and others from other places turned up and they all agreed to the proposal. Next morning, Amir Bhai came from Bombay and the Mamlatdar from Kopergaon. The people seemed divided in their opinion. Some insisted on interring his body in the open field. The Mamlatdar therefore took a general plebiscite and found that the proposal to use the Vada secured double the number of votes. He, however, wanted to refer the matter to Collector, and Kaka Sahib Dikshit got himself ready to go to Ahmednagar. In the meanwhile, by Baba's inspiration, there was a change in the opinion of the other people, and all the people unanimously voted for the proposal. On Wednesday evening, Baba's body was taken in possession and was brought to Wada and was there interred with due formalities of the Garbha, the central portion reserved for Muralidhar. In fact, Baba had become Muralidhar and the Vada became a temple and a holy shrine, where there were so many devotees went and now are going to rest and find peace. All the obsequies of Baba were duly performed by Bala Sahib Bate and Upasani.